The House will come to order. The clerk will read the journal of the preceding day.
Journal of the House, 94th Session, 2026, 67th Legislative Day, St. Paul, Minnesota, Thursday, April 30th, 2026.
If there is no objection, further reading of the journal will be dispensed with, and the journal will be approved as corrected by the Chief Clerk. Hearing no objection, the journal is approved as corrected by the Chief Clerk. Reports of standing committees and divisions. A copy of this order of business is on your desk and online. If there is no objection, the reports will be adopted. Hearing no objection, the reports are adopted. Second reading of House files.
Second reading House File number 1695.
Second reading.
Second reading House File number 1849.
Second reading.
Second reading House File number 4466.
Second reading.
And second reading House File number 4546.
Second reading. Second reading of Senate files.
Second reading Senate File number 476.
Second reading.
Second reading Senate File number 856.
Second reading. Introduction of bills. The following House files have been offered for introduction today. The Chief Clerk will report the House files and give them their first reading.
Introduction of first reading of House Files 5103 through 5111.
First reading, House Files 5103 through 5111. Messages from the Senate.
Message from the Senate. Madam Speaker, I hereby announce the passage by the Senate of the following Senate files herewith transmitted. Senate file numbers 4367, 4474, 4511, 4535, and 4612.
First reading of Senate files.
First reading Senate file number 4367, an act relating to local government authorizing housing and redevelopment agencies to utilize certain long-term equity investment authority. The bill is being referred to the Committee on Elections, Finance, and Government Operations. First reading Senate file number 4474, an act relating to commerce prohibiting online sweepstakes games. The bill is being referred to the Committee on Public Safety, Finance, and Policy. First reading, Senate file number 4511, an act relating to public safety, prohibiting certain wagers and other activities regarding prediction markets. The bill is being referred to the Committee on Commerce, Finance, and Policy. First reading, Senate file number 4535, an act relating to economic development, establishing a Minnesota loan recovery program. The bill is being referred to the Committee on Workforce, Labor, and Economic Development, Finance, and Policy. First reading, Senate file number 4612, an act relating to state government, modifying provisions related to departments of health, human services, and children, youth, and families. Bierman moved that Senate file number 4612 and House file number 4466, now on the General Register, be referred to the Chief Clerk for comparison.
Hearing no objection, so ordered. Report from the Committee on Rules and Legislative Administration.
Long from the Committee on Rules and Legislative Administration, pursuant to Rules 1.21 and 3.33, designates the following bills to be placed on the calendar for the day for Wednesday, May 6, 2026, and establishes a pre-filing requirement for amendments offered to the following bills. House File number 4195, Senate File number 2814, House File numbers 4240, 4348, 4242, and 82, Senate File numbers 4244, 3432, and 1714, House Files number 4482 and 3554, and Senate File number 3637. Thank you.
Announcement by the Speaker.
A message from the Senate has been received requesting concurrence by the House to amendments adopted by the Senate to the following House File. House File number 4502.
The first bill on the calendar for today is House File 3919. The clerk will report the bill.
House File Number 3919, an act relating to Veterans Affairs, modifying benefits available to veterans of the Secret War in Laos.
I recognize the author, Representative Cha from Washington County, who will explain the bill.
Thank you, Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, the House file before you, 3919, is to codify into the Minnesota state law, acknowledge the SGU veterans from the Secret War of Laos. In our last session, we passed House File 1845 to establish a SGU task force to help identify SGU qualifications and benefits under the Minnesota Department of Veterans Affairs. House File 3919 is a result of that task force. And before I get more into this task force and this bill, I want to acknowledge the members of that SGU task force. To Mr. Trent Dilks, Mr. Tu Yang, Representative Duran, Mr. Gietu Lee, Tong Vang, Scott Walker, Senator Pa, Senator Howe, Deputy Commissioner Ben Johnson, Bill Straczynski, and Mr. William Rouleau. Of this task force of 13 people, 10 of these task force members are veterans of the United States or have had experience in the Secret War of Laos. After meeting for 8 consecutive meetings, we came together with a criteria, with approval, with the MDVA. Those provisions are in this bill, 3919. And for those veterans that qualify under the SGU, which includes Hmong, Laotian, and other indigenous group in the Laos region during the Secret War of Laos. That is the technical piece of the bill, but I want to speak to this bill from my personal experience. Because you see, I was born after the Secret War of Laos, and it's been 50 years, and I am 50 this year. I was born to the parents of Mr. Vaku Cha and Ma Yang in a refugee camp in Thailand after the Secret War of Laos. I was raised by the greatest man I've ever known, but I did not know him for this first part of my life. And I'll tell you why. And my father and the stories of our fathers, of those in this war, are no different. That they were the invisible heroes and fathers in our life that we did not get to know until they were gone. They were the invisible army of the CIA in the War of Laos. Over 35,000 strong men died. They left their farm fields to pick up arms to defend democracy in Laos, to protect American assets such as Lima Site 85, which is a radar site that oversaw the Ho Chi Minh Trail. Thousands of fathers died and left many orphan children, many wives without husband, a whole generation of strong men forgotten, lost. And before I go any further, I want to acknowledge those children, soldiers, and soldiers that are still with us today. There are over 150,000 Hmongs in Minnesota, and we are all here because of this war. We owe great gratitude and debt to our fathers and grandfathers who were brave enough to fight this war. In the rafters of this house today are over 40 SGU veteran soldiers who served in that war, who defended Lehman Site 85, who protected American assets in Laos. There is a T-28 pilot sitting up here, trained by the American U.S. Air Force in Thailand. In 6 weeks to fly a T-28, to fly missions in Laos. He's sitting right up there. There's a backseat Robin pilot, Mr. Shong, who flew with the Raven in their latest Cessna plane, identifying targets along the Ho Chi Minh Trail. He is sitting up there as well. He's flown over 1,200 sorties in Laos, unclassified. That gentleman is the first to get up in the air and the last gentleman to land at night. He shared with me a story where ground troops were being attacked by the North Vietnamese, and we didn't have air support. So what he and the Ravens pilot did was they flew their little Cessna plane low enough so the North Vietnamese would think that the American bombers were coming in. And they flew for hours and hours and hours to give him the cloak that there were bombers coming that never came. That gentleman up there deserves a medal, deserves recognition by the state, along with the other veterans who are sitting up there. You see, my dad served from 61 to 75 in this SGU guerrilla unit. I'll tell you about the years that my mom never saw my dad because he was gone from years, transferred from one area to another area. There's no email, no text, there's no telegram. The only people that brought back message were the wounded to say, "Did you see my husband?" That was the kind of communication we had back then. For years, my mom never heard of my dad. He was gone years at a time. He was stationed at Lima Site 85 right before the fall. He told me about how thousands of men died only for a few to return. It's a fact that under 90 Americans died in Laos, not in Vietnam, we're talking about Laos. Less than 90 Americans died in Laos, while 50,000 strong soldier of Hmong, an indigenous group, died and perished, not to include the 200,000+ refugees who died, who tried to leave that country, that war. You know, we heard on this floor about privileges of some immigrants and refugees. The majority of us, maybe 99.9% of us, did not get a free pass document to come to America. There are families up in the rafters who had to cross the Mekong River. It's the size of the Mississippi, with snipers on the banks, picking people off as they could barely swim across the river. It was so bad, people had to go in the dark of the night when the moon wasn't out, so they wouldn't get sniped crossing that Mekong River. Thousands of people died on the Mekong, couldn't make it here to America. We, as the Hmong people, are not just indigenous tribes of Laos. Our history goes back to the beginning of time, from the mountains of Siberia to the plains of the Mongols to the vast valleys of what you know as China, to the Southeast Asian countries of Laos. That's the journey of my people, the Hmong. Today, there are over 10 million Hmong people still in China, and many more across many Southeast Asian countries. We, the Hmong, we know of discrimination. We know of being overtaxed by the Chinese government. We know what a wall is being built for and for whom it is to keep out. That Great Wall of China, what do you think it was there for? It was a border wall to keep us out of our own homeland. So we know. We know what it is to pay taxes and to be overtaxed. We know what it is to lose our language, to lose our homeland, to lose our culture, to lose everything. But it is because of those soldiers up there that put their lives for American lives that gave us an opportunity to learn and defend democracy in the jungles of Laos. I'm just going to give you a little snapshot of how far our community or someone like myself have come. In 1980, when I got off that Boeing airplane in the Iowa airport onto that tarmac, I was greeted by Reverend Paul and Reverend Frank, who were my sponsors from the Catholic Charities of America. Because you see, in 1975, with the missionary coming through, we converted to Christianity. And so our opportunity to come to America in 1980 was under the Catholic Charities of Iowa. And my reverend, they greeted us in Iowa on that tarmac, on that Jeep Willie, took us to our little Rambler. And you know what happened? They didn't give us any instructions. They left us there for 2, almost 3 days. So the refugee family. Mind us, you know what we call airplanes? We call them the metal dragon in the sky. Because you see, in 1975, we've never seen what an airplane looks like. We didn't know what a Jeep or a motorcycle was. We didn't know there was lavatories, running water, plumbing. So when we were left 2 to 3 days in that house, and our reverend, our pastors came back after 2 days, they asked us, why haven't you used our kitchen? And we said to them, we've been cooking outside, chopped down the tree, cooked in the backyard. Oh, well, this is a kitchen. There's actually fire here. And where have you been getting your water rations? We said, from the well. This house has 2 wells. Can any of you guess where those wells are in that house? We said, these wells, they replenish themselves. You press the button, and water replenishes itself. That was our well. Yes. Those 2 toilets in those house, that house. That's Representative Cha, in 1980. No word of English. We came to Minnesota in 1981 because the Hmong resettlement was here in Minnesota. And I grew up here in the streets of Laurel, Eaglehart, Dell, Capitol Heights right here. I used to walk by this building every day, not knowing I would be here today. When the Hmong resettlement in St. Paul, when we got lost, we just had to find the White House as our compass to come home. And that is how we in the Hmong community understand what this house means to us. It's like the North Star. It means something to our community. This morning, my sister sent me a video of my first English words in my ESL class. And by the grace of God and His glory, my ESL teacher is a retired St. Paul public school teacher who still resides in Minneapolis today. And she is watching. And I want to thank Shelley Eitman, my ESL teacher for St. Paul Public School. Because it was teachers like that and communities like this that embrace refugees like all of us. I'm so proud to serve in this house with all of you and along with my colleagues, because this is my dream. This is my American dream, is to serve like my father did, and to sit alongside people who are fighting for people like me, for communities that look like me, for every person in the state of Minnesota. Of the 6 House representatives in this chamber, we are all either refugees or first generation of refugees. And this has to be the greatest state in all 50 states, because we have 9 legislators who are of Hmong descent in this House, in this chamber, in the Senate chamber next to us. And it's the only state, besides Michigan, where we have 1 representative in Michigan, where we have state representation. That's a testament to the state of Minnesota. It's a testament to the people that the American dream lives in Minnesota for each and every one of us. This journey has been a long journey for myself, but it would not be possible without those conversations that I had. When I was doing the House File 1845, and I asked for signatures on that bill, I have support in my caucus, and I thank each and every one for them. But I got support from those of you on the other side of the aisle. From Representative Anderson, PH, Representative Gillman, Representative Crecia, McGillen, Dotseth, Allen, Burko, Heinzman, Nelson, Wiener, Gordon, Joy, Olson, Suzinski, Schumacher, West, Myers, Davis, Rapinski, Engen, Robbins, and Bennett. Those were my co-author on the House File 1845. I thank you, and my community thanks you. But this bill would not be here if it wasn't for co-chair Jay Shang, if it wasn't for co-chair Bliss. These two gentlemen made a promise to me that they kept till this day. And I made a promise to them and all of you that I would honor your signature on this bill. And when Representative Duran and I sat on the SGU task force together, we had many discussions. And when Representative Duran asked for that SGU veteran DVS carve-out, we honored it. And we worked together to get it to where it is today. We worked with the MDVA commissioner and deputy commissioner through that task force to make sure that this bill was acceptable to all 134 members in this chambers. In a session in a chamber where we have obvious 67 division, this is a glimpse of hopes that what we can do, if we choose to, do it together and respect one another. I want to take a moment to rise and honor and recognize the SGU veterans from the Secret War of Laos who are in the audience today.
Members, please stand and give honor. Representative Cha.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm going to speak in my native tongue for a few minutes. Please excuse me. Cái này cái gì, nếu tôi đâu lúc trẻ nó nọ, bé cái nọ cái chữ với trang biểu đâu này hoặc hóa sư này sao tu xem mà, trang biểu nọ có cái này từng chụp lạiจะcá lọ cho bé mong, cái này cái gì tao cho bé chơi, cái bé chỉ cho ya cá cho nó chơi, vì là muốn làจะเชื่อmột bộ cho lúc đấy cái đã, bé mi tu mi nhua, thì nó lúc trong giàu họ nọ, anh này tôi nó nọ, cụ bao từ một cái nhát tới chơi thia. Thì khi cái xin họ nói tận đây, nên lúc của mùa tù nữa, còn nên lúc của mùa chỉ bông gì lời, vì ở nó nó họ lúc state Minnesota, bây giờ với chất cái là khuẩn này, làm bỉ nên lúc của mùa nên lúc xé, hay để bên mong muốn nung cái đi cả thế, cái này cho nên tuần họ nằm mà. And with that, Speaker, stand for questions. Thank you.
There are no amendments at the desk. The clerk will give the bill its third reading.
Third reading, House File Number 3919.
Third reading. Discussion to the bill. I recognize a member from Beltrami, Representative Duran.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of this bill. I am not one of the original signers of the bill because I really didn't know the intent or what was behind it. There was an eye-opener conversation with me and Representative Cha that actually led me to gain more support for this. And when he's talking about honoring things, He truly did. When I had a concern, he would address it, we would speak about it, we would talk about it, and it was really good. And I really haven't had that kind of relationship with anybody, kind of listening back and forth and really knowing where I stand, and he's able to really accommodate to some of my concerns to make something get through that he really believes in. And I can really appreciate that. Now, there are some concerns with veterans and giving recognition to the SGU vets as being an insult to us, and I don't see that. I am a combat veteran myself who's fought overseas for this country, and I'm not offended by this bill at all. I'm actually in support of this. Representative Cha did a fantastic job, and I hope we can light that boat up green. Thank you.
I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Lee X.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just wanted to take a little bit of this opportunity to also express my deepest gratitude and also share a few data points that some of you may not be aware of. You all know the Twin Cities Metro has the largest Hmong population in the country, but Ramsey County has the most Hmong population in the whole country as well. And then St. Paul, as a city, has the largest Hmong population in Minnesota. And then, of course, Brooklyn Park comes second, a distant second, but still second. We are so proud to be here, as evidenced by Representative Cha's story. So thank you so much to Representative Cha, Representative Duran, all the chairs, everybody who supported this bill this year and last year. I wasn't here last year. Thank you to all the senators on their side who have been supportive as well. And then I also wanted to say a little something to the veterans. Nika SGU veterans not ne pay ne pay ne pay ye zi ne tai bo ye ne pay shia pay juna Lee Representative Cha Hai got it to shilla to that bill not like a patient Jong Shiasu, a patient nation Nakaya Jong Tinu Namuna, Ochodonea, Jimone, Gaying Jimo Pena. So, thank you so much. This is a great way to kick off May, which is also a celebration of Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander month. So there's plenty of events. We'll share more and hope to see you all at some of those. But we, Hmong and others, will benefit from this, other veterans of the secret war in Laos. And all of us, all of our communities, refugee and immigrant communities, there is a difference, have become such a part of this wonderful fabric of Minnesota and of the country. So thank you everyone so much who supported this. And we are so happy and proud to be able to give these benefits and this bill to help bring some closure to those that fought for the CIA, for the United States, and represent the last living legacy that connects us young ones to our places of birth and our origin story in Laos and in Southeast Asia. So thank you.
I recognize a member from Hennepin, Representative Vang.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Ta hu cho cho ba ku cho cho ro ni sho ro ni chen to kong do pe nu no thia thọ có tận đây nó mù cho nó chữ mình cả tới nó to bỏ theo hữu cho trong bé hành hình mẫu chiến gì còn tận đây nó là cho nó bé kiến cử có hữu cho bé hành hình mẫu tận đây nó mù xứ Madam Speaker, how the Hmong came to America is a story that begins with the SGU veterans. My grandpa was one of the first soldiers to be recruited by the CIA to fight in the Secret War. And this was against international agreement to keep Laos neutral. And unfortunately, my grandpa didn't make it to America. And because of our alliance with the United States, when America pulled out of the war, the communists persecuted us. The government sent troops to our city and villages and armed and kidnapped anyone in their homes, spraying bullets off the streets without regard for their humanity. And I will not go into further detail about the atrocities my people experience. But you can say in nearly every generation in the history of my people, including my generation, we've experienced our own government targeting a certain group of people and violating human rights. And so passing this bill is the bare minimum that we can do to respect the dignity and honor the sacrifices that our soldiers have given to this country who they've never known before. I want to thank Chair Representative Cha, Chair Zhang, co-authors, and those on the Senate for working together to pass this bill. It is the start of honoring and respecting people who have contributed to the building of our nation here. And this is only the bare minimum. It is long overdue. And I want to thank the SGU veterans, your families, your spouses, your partners for supporting you and for bringing you all here today to witness this moment. It is time that we pay our respects for all that you've given us. Thank you so much, Madam Speaker.
I recognize a member from Polk, Representative Gander.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. First of all, I rise in solidarity with my friend, Representative Ethan Chaw. We had lunch together at Sweeney's a couple weeks ago, and Representative Duran, I agree with you wholeheartedly. He's someone you can talk to, he's someone you can communicate with, he's someone that if he says something that he believes, he's going to back it up, he's going to follow through on it. That's the kind of person that he is. This is also on behalf of all of the unsung heroes that have preserved and expanded democracy in America and around the world, and especially on behalf of these special guerrilla units getting the recognition that they finally deserve. To every one of you that's here, thank you. I'm so proud of my friend, Representative Ethan Chaw, and that the fact that you're getting the recognition that you deserve at this time. I recognize everyone that's here on behalf of this bill, and I recommend a green vote. Thanks.
I recognize the member from Ramsey, Representative Lee Kay.
Thank you, Speaker. I want to start by reflecting, thank you, Baby Hans, that this year America will celebrate its 250th birthday, otherwise known as our semi-quincentennial. And it should not be lost upon us that these 250 years have been as full of war as they have been of joy, accomplishments, and pride. I think it's important to note that in statecraft, prosperity and progress always come at a trade-off. And the veterans here today know that all too well. While House File 3919 is not a violent trade-off, the bill here today is a carefully negotiated trade-off that is still hurtful. When we think about veterans, some of us think about the 442nd Regiment, the all-Japanese American regiment that fought heroically in World War II. Or some of us think of the Buffalo Soldiers, courageous African Americans who also fought for this union. And when some of our veterans go to the VA, all they know is they are a veteran. And so while I will vote for this bill, I also do want to point out how hurtful and harmful that this negotiation had to result in 2 different kinds of licenses for our veterans today. But I do want to close on a more hopeful note, that we're finally codifying the recommendations of the task force, which we passed last year in the Veterans Omnibus Bill. I do want to share that when I shared my uncle's story last year, he had passed already, but we had a surviving uncle who was still with us. While it's taken the task force another year to finish its work and give its recommendations, another one of my uncles has passed away who would have qualified for these benefits. His name is Law Nyavuli. And so while I'm really proud that we're finally doing this work, I do want to echo Chair Vang's remarks that this is long overdue. The veterans that you see up in the balcony today is only a small percentage of everyone else who definitely deserve these benefits and who can no longer receive them because they have passed on before they've received the recognition that they deserve. And so I do hope we'll see a green board, but I also want us to remember all of the people who deserve these benefits who are not here to see their recognition. And then, of course, like I said last year, this bill provides just the beginning of benefits which our veterans have been asking for many years. And it is my hope that, as we work with our federal co-governing partners, that we will work towards providing these benefits, providing these veterans the benefits that they deserve, whether it is medical benefits or all of the other benefits that come with getting an official veterans designation. So hai me to anitya butu ta te ya yani het si show hai tia be Eveleth be bombala be ji học qua mai non hu no yo ik home me su be yo da zhong zi ga ni tao nia lo te ani ja medical te to ga ni tao nia ya li lo jiao e ku tu to mi ga ha ke go ha no ni. And with that, I yield back. Thank you, Speaker.
I recognize a member from Wright, Representative McDonald.
Madam Speaker, thank you. I rise to support this bill, and I will just briefly share a story. When the Hmong and Southeast Asians came over to Minnesota, and the beautiful welcoming that Minnesotans gave to those families and those children and those mothers and fathers. And I want to share a story in honor of my 4 aunts, the McDonald nuns, and the Sisters of St. Joseph of Carondelet. While my father, K.J. McDonald, served at the house here in the 70s and 80s, the McDonald nuns, amongst many other nuns from St. Joseph, Sister Rita, who lived to 100, died just a few years ago. Sister Kate lived to 94, died a few years ago. Sister Bridget and Sister Jane, who are still alive today, spent their life in those times taking in those refugees as their own. They would bring them to our Christmas family dinners, to our reunions and family gatherings. As a little boy, we grew up with them, and they were considered family members and children. So I just wanted to share with that the beautiful story of how Minnesota adopted our Hmong friends and the mothers and the children and took them in their own. They were a part of our family. As I go through our family albums, as the photographer of the family, there are many, many folks, Hmong friends, Cambodians, Laos, Vietnamese, who are part of our family and will forever live in the memories and in the photographs. So in honor of the McDonald nuns, 2 of them still alive, Sister Bridget and Sister Jane, and the rest of the Sisters of St. Joseph of Carondelet, and I'm sure many, many others, who did such a beautiful job welcoming these beautiful people, teaching them English, teaching them how to live, getting them jobs, and loving them dearly and compassionately. I support this bill. It's about time. I thank you, good gentlemen, and your wives who were behind you for helping us fight communism. And we are honored to have you here with us today. Representative Chaw, I didn't sign on as co-author. Shame on me. But I will vote green today, an Irish Kelly Green.
I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Frazier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Representative Chaw, thank you for bringing this bill. Thank you for providing an opportunity to recognize these individuals for what they did for our country and what they did for themselves. It's no small part to sign up to participate in something that could cause you to lose your life. It's no small part to sign up for something that you do it for dignity, for respect, you do it with courage, and you do it with honor. I was proud to support this bill as it passed out of Ways and Means. I am so proud to press green today to support this bill, and I encourage everyone in here to do that. The only issue that I have with this legislation, and we've talked about this, was that the distinction that they're going to have on their license is different than all other veterans that have served on behalf of this country. I do not like that. I do not understand that. I believe they've served with great courage and honor, just like every other veteran that has supported this country and served in the name of this country. And I believe this should be the same way here. And my hope is that we will fix that in the future. But on this day, we honor you all, and we appreciate you for being here, and we thank you for the service that you provided in your names and in your courage on behalf of this country. Thank you for being here. I appreciate that. I'm voting green.
I recognize the member from Ramsey, Representative Jean Jay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just want to take a moment to sincerely thank our incredible staff, Republican staffer John Holquist, our DFL staff Matt Bauman, Kyle Schwab, Banji Vu, Jacob our nonpartisan team Jeff Debo, and Helen Roberts, and of course to the Department of Veteran Affairs staff, John Kelly and the Deputy Commissioner for their work on ensuring that we get this bill passed this year. This was a team effort, and it reflects the commitment we all share to do right for those who serve our nation. I just also want to clarify for a record, as a result of last year's legislation that we passed, SGU veterans who were naturalized under the Federal Hmong Veterans Naturalization Act already have access to state programs currently available for veterans. Members, the legislation before us today is intended to address those SGU veterans who were not naturalized under the Hmong Veterans Naturalization Act to get their recognition and also get state benefits. Lastly, citizens Federal Hmong Naturalization Act Department of Veteran Affairs through Federal Hmong Veterans Naturalization Act access to the state program. And then also I want to thank Representative Cha for your leadership on helping make sure that we get this bill passed this year, along with our former colleague, now Mayor colleague her, for her work last year too. Just want to thank all of the members in our committee, our Veteran and Military Affairs Committee, for their work, making sure that this happens. And last but not least, thank you, Melissa Hortman, for believing in me. Thank you.
Any further discussion? I recognize the author of the bill, Representative Cha.
Thank you to my colleagues. Thank you for the comments and remarks. I appreciate each and all of you. This bill addresses benefits, but I just want to be clear that this bill is much more than just benefits for those that are sitting up there, and for myself, and for the 150,000 Hmong Americans in the state of Minnesota. The spirit of this bill will be forever encrusted in the memories and the communities of those Hmong families in Minnesota. Many of them are not here today, but they are watching, and they participate in our government process, and they are watching. And may this bill and its spirit encompass the spirit of the House of Representatives and its 134 members of this chamber. That today we stand together to recognize communities in a war that has been long forgotten. And I just want to dedicate this not only to my father, who's not here with me, but to every father that served in that war. And I thank you all for your participation. I thank you for the leadership in this chamber. Let's bring them home. And vote green for the SGU of the Secret War of Laos. Thank you.
The clerk will take the roll. The clerk will call the names of the members participating remotely.
Bliss.
Go ahead.
Bliss, aye.
Bliss votes aye. Hussein.
One more time.
Yeah, what happened?
One more time.
Hussein, aye.
Hussein votes aye. Momani Hiltsley.
Momani Hiltsley, aye.
Momani Hiltsley votes aye. Perez Vega.
Perez Vega, yes.
Perez Vega votes aye.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 132 ayes and 0 nays, the bill is passed and its title is agreed to. The next bill on the calendar for today is Senate File 4807. The clerk will report the bill.
Senate File number 4807, an act relating to state government, modifying benefits available to veterans of the Secret War in Laos.
Before the author explains the bill, we have an amendment at the desk to insert the House language into the Senate file. The clerk will report the amendment.
Olson moves to amend Senate File number 4807, the second engrossment. The amendment is coded DEA 4615.
I recognize the member from Martin, Representative Olson, to explain the amendment.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The DE amendment would insert the House language into the Senate version of this bill. What the bill does is it increases the pay rate for state-activated National Guard members to the E5 or the sergeant rank. So back in 1997, the state of Minnesota passed the law that said anytime the National Guard is activated under state active duty, the individuals will be paid a minimum of $130. That was in 1997, members. Currently, members of the military are paid at a rate that is higher than that. It exceeds that. So even if you are a private, a PV1, an E1 in the Minnesota National Guard, if you are activated under state active duty, you get paid $137 is kind of what it is, making this law totally unnecessary. But what we're arguing is that we need to pay them a rate that exceeds their base pay because they're taking themselves out of their jobs and we're working towards an even or a fair wage for these soldiers. Currently, if you look at the numbers, a PV1 who's getting paid for a 12-hour day of work under state active duty orders would make something like $15 an hour. And I think we all can agree that that's not enough money for our great service members here in the state of Minnesota. So what this bill would do is it would attach the pay scale for Minnesota National Guard members' state active duty rates to the E5 rate. So if you are an E3, a private first class, and you are activated under state active duty orders to respond to an emergency like a flood, you would be paid as if you were a sergeant. Now, members, this has no impact on the Department of Military Affairs budget. This is an open appropriation that is only necessary when we activate the National Guard under state active duty orders. This will take care of it for the rest of time, members, because it will attach it to the pay scale that the federal government has dictated. So every year, when the federal government looks at the pay scales of our soldiers and our service members, they determine what the right pay increase is, and this will mirror that. So we don't have to wait 30 years almost to increase the pay scale of what our soldiers deserve. That is what this DE amendment does, and I would ask everyone to accept it.
I recognize the member from Ramsey, Representative Jean Jay.
Members vote green.
Discussion to the amendment? All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, nay. The motion prevails and the amendment is adopted. There are no further amendments at the desk. The clerk will give the bill its third reading.
Third reading, Senate File Number 4807, as amended.
Third reading. Discussion to the bill as amended. Recognize the member from Martin, Representative Olson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. Over the last couple of years, we as a body have done some really great things to support our actively serving members of the National Guard. Our state has one of the most powerful, one of the best trained, and one of the greatest National Guards in the entire country. I know this because I went overseas last year and I served with some members of the Red Bull Division. They are excellent soldiers, they are highly trained, they are highly proficient, and this is just one more thing that the state of Minnesota can do to recognize their service, recognize their sacrifice. I ask you all to vote green.
Further discussion to the bill? Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the bill. The clerk will call the names of the members participating remotely.
Bliss.
Go ahead.
Bliss, aye.
Bliss votes aye. Hussein. Momani Hilsley.
Momani Hilsley, aye.
Momani Hilsley votes aye. Perez Vega.
Perez Vega, yes.
Perez Vega votes aye. Hussein.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 133 ayes and 0 nays, the bill is passed as amended and its title is agreed to. The next bill on the calendar for today is House File 3532. The clerk will report the bill.
House File number 3532, an act relating to veterans, modifying eligibility for burial in state veterans cemeteries.
I recognize the author of the bill, the member from Martin, Representative Olson, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. This will allow National Guard and U.S. Military Reserve members, spouses, and dependents to be buried at state veteran cemeteries. So we have members of our state, we have service members who have spent many years serving the National Guard or serving the reserves of the United States, and they haven't obtained the official federal recognition of what it is to be a veteran. The federal definition is over 180 days of active military service, unbroken. So a half a year on active duty. Now, members, we have individuals who joined the National Guard in the 70s and served for 30 years, doing their 1 weekend a month and 2 weeks in the summertime, their service to the state, standing there in line saying, I'm ready. If you need me, I'm here. And the government never asked them to. They said they're willing, and the government said, thank you, but we don't need you currently. Because remember, in the 80s and in the 90s, thank heaven we weren't doing a lot of overseas deployments. So we, as a state, have a number of individuals who have spent many years in the reserves, in the National Guard forces, and did not obtain the necessary 181 days of active duty service in order to be eligible to be buried in a state cemetery. You have individuals who are sergeant majors, they're E9s. You have command sergeant majors, E9, spent 30 years in the military, and are not eligible to be recognized by our state to be buried in a state veterans cemetery. And so this will change that. This bill will allow individuals who have honorably served our state and our nation to be eligible for that. Now understand that these individuals and their families will pay a fee in order to be buried in these cemeteries. So this is not going to cost the state any money. All we do in this is recognize the great service that we have for our service members, what they have done for us, a small token of our appreciation. I ask everyone to support this bill.
There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Olson moves to amend House File number 3532, the first engrossment. The amendment is coded A4.
I recognize the member from Martin, Representative Olson, to your amendment.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, this amendment allows for two different things that were kind of overlooked as we were drafting this, as we were moving it through the system. The two things that it will do is it adds National Guard Reserve and SGU veterans to the eligibility for honor guards at funerals. So this is something that we need in statute to ensure that we have individuals there ready to render the proper honors to these people who have served our state and our nation. And the second thing that it does is it sets January 1st, 2027 as the start date for the expanded eligibility, and this will give the department time to implement what is necessary to make this happen. I ask you to accept the amendment.
I recognize the member from Ramsey, Representative Zhang Jie.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Representative Olson. Members, please support this bill or amendment.
Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor of the amendment say aye. Those opposed, nay. The motion prevails. The amendment is adopted. The clerk will give the bill its third reading as amended.
Third reading, House File number 3532, as amended.
Third reading as amended. I recognize the author of the bill, Representative Olson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, members, for this great opportunity for us to once again recognize the great service and to understand that service to our nation in many ways looks different. There's a lot of different ways you can serve your nation. The members of the Minnesota National Guard, the members of the United States Reserve Forces deserve our recognition as well, even if they don't have the 181 days required for active duty eligibility, so the veterans eligibility. Thank you so much. Please support this bill.
Further discussion? Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll. The clerk will call the names of the members participating remotely.
Bliss.
Go ahead, Matt.
Bliss, aye.
Bliss votes aye. Hussein. Momani Hiltsley.
Momani Hiltsley, aye.
Momani Hiltsley votes aye. Perez Vega.
Perez Vega, yes.
Perez Vega votes aye.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 133 ayes and 0 nays, the bill is passed as amended and its title is agreed to. The next bill on the calendar for today is House File 3522. The clerk will report the bill.
House File Number 3522, an act relating to veterans, allowing the Commissioner of Veterans Affairs to close veterans' homes under certain circumstances.
There's an amendment at the desk. I will let the author explain the bill before we go to the amendment. I recognize the member from Beltrami, Representative Duran. To your bill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And this bill is in regards to the unprecedented times that we have. Sometimes things happen, a big storm or any kind of chaos that might happen that needs to close a veteran's home for some repairs or anything for health issues or any type of concerns. This would allow the MDVA to close the veteran's home without bringing us all back into session and actually passing law. So right now, currently, as the law sets, is that we actually have to pass legislation in order for us to be able to close a home for safety reasons or any other reasons whatsoever. So this just allows the MDVA a little bit of leeway to close the veteran's home without any concerns.
There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Duran moves to amend House File Number 3522. The amendment is coded A1.
I recognize the member from Beltrami, Representative Duran, to your amendment.
This amendment pretty much just says that the veterans home closure is temporary only. So hopefully you can support it.
Discussion to the amendment. Representative Jean-Jay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, please support the amendment.
Any further discussion? All those in favor of the amendment say aye. Those opposed, nay. The motion prevails and the amendment is adopted. The clerk will report the bill as amended, third reading.
Third reading, House File Number 3522, as amended.
Third reading. Further discussion to the bill. I recognize a member from Ramsey, Representative Jean-Jay.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Representative Duran, for your work on this incredible bill. Members, please vote green.
Further discussion to the bill. To the author, Representative Duran.
Good bill, vote green.
The clerk will take the roll. The clerk will call the names of the members participating remotely.
Bliss.
Bliss, aye.
Bliss votes aye. Hussein. Momani Hiltsley.
Momani Hiltsley, aye.
Momani Hiltsley votes aye. Perez Vega.
Clerk will close the roll. There being 132 ayes and 0 nays, the bill is passed as amended and its title is agreed to. The next bill on the calendar for today is House File 3684. The clerk will report the bill.
House File number 3684, an act relating to veterans, establishing standards for legislatively directed competitive and direct grants issued by the Department of Veterans Affairs.
I recognize the member from Martin, Representative Olson, who will explain the bill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. House File 3684 puts requirements in place for grants the legislature directs that are administered by the Department of Veterans Affairs. The governor has recommended this as his anti-fraud package, that grants would go through this RFP process. Now, what it looks like is it restricts eligibility for grants to Minnesota-based nonprofits who have been operating for at least 5 years, are in good standing with the Attorney General's office, and have a current federal tax form 990 on file. On top of that, the grants must only be used for Minnesota veterans, active service members who are Minnesota residents or stationed in Minnesota, the immediate family members, including those of deceased Minnesota veterans who died in the line of duty. So the Department of Veterans Affairs are using a score system to evaluate the guarantees based upon their demonstrated history of serving Minnesota veterans. Now these grants will be withheld as directed if a couple things are true. If these nonprofits have committed any fraud, if they're under criminal investigation, if they've conducted it themselves in less than a reputable manner, or they're incapable of delivering the required services, the MDVA would then withhold those funds from those grantees. Each grantee must submit an annual report to the department, and then the department will provide that report to the legislature. That is essentially the entirety of this bill. It will make Minnesota a more fiscally responsible in a way that provides for our veterans, requiring these nonprofits to show that they serve veterans, show that they serve our service members, and then the department will be able to grant those funds. Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. I urge you to pass this bill.
There are no amendments at the desk. The clerk will give the bill its third reading.
Third reading, House File number 3684.
Third reading. Discussion to the bill. I recognize the member from Anoka, Representative Rayrauer.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today in support of House File 3684. I'd like to thank the author, Chair Bliss, for bringing this great bill to our committee. I'd like to thank Vice Chair Olson for your words today in support of the bill. In short, House File 3684 will ensure the competitive grant-making process under the Minnesota Department of Veterans Affairs, or MDVA, is fair, consistent, and will prevent fraud. We must ensure every dollar of these grants go to supporting our veterans and their families. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I urge a green vote.
Further discussion to the bill? I recognize a member from Ramsey, Representative Zhang Jie.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Representative Olson. Members vote green.
Any further discussion? Representative Olson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, members. Let's once again support our veterans through ensuring that the department has the guidelines in order to facilitate these grants. Vote green.
The clerk will take the roll. The clerk will call the names of the members participating remotely.
Bliss.
Bliss, aye.
Bliss votes aye. Hussein.
Hussein, aye.
Hussein votes aye. Momani Hildsley.
Momani Hildsley, aye.
Momani Hildsley votes aye. Perez Vega.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 133 ayes and 0 nays, the bill is passed and its title is agreed to. The next bill on the calendar for today is House File 4492. The clerk will report the bill.
House File Number 4492, an act relating to veterans, establishing the Commander's Task Force.
I recognize the member from Martin to explain the bill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. House File 4492 puts the Commander's Task Force into state statute. The reason why this is necessary is because last year when we were talking about creating a task force for the SGU veterans, we had designated that an individual or a representee from the Commander's Task Force should be on the task force. Well, here's the thing. We recognize that as soon as we created this, that there was, in fact, no statute that referenced what the Commander's Task Force truly was. And so this is a bill that will recognize the Commander's Task Force. For those of you who don't know, the Commander's Task Force consists of the leadership and adjutants from the 8 congressionally chartered veteran organizations in Minnesota. They are the American Legion, the American Vets, the Disabled American Veterans, the Jewish War Veterans, the Marine Corps League, the Military Order of the Purple Heart, Paralyzed Veterans of America, and the Veterans of Foreign Wars. The representatives from those organizations consist of what they have referred to themselves, and we have referred to them as the Commander's Task Force. And what this bill will do is it will codify the Commander's Task Force so they are recognized as an entity in our state statute. It does not give them a budget. It does not provide them with office space. This is a procedural method in which we can recognize an organization that has been recognized inadvertently as an organization, and we're putting it into our state statute to make sure that it's legitimate, and we can then have representatives go on to task forces in the future. So I urge your green vote in recognizing the Commander's Task Force.
There are no amendments at the desk. The clerk will give the bill its third reading.
Third reading, House File Number 4492.
Third reading. Discussion to the bill. I recognize the member from Ramsey, Representative Zhang Jie.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Representative Olson. This is a good bill. Members, vote green.
Further discussion to the bill, Representative Olson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker and members. These 8 organizations are wonderful organizations that we depend heavily on as we are looking at how to better serve our veterans as a state. And so I thank you for the vote here today to support this organization, to codify them, and to better serve our veterans in the state. Thank you.
The clerk will take the roll. The clerk will call the names of the members participating remotely.
Bliss.
Bliss, aye.
Bliss votes aye. Hussein.
Go ahead.
Hussein, aye.
Hussein votes aye. Momani Hildsley.
Momani Hildsley, aye.
Momani Hildsley votes aye. Perez Vega.
Members, please vote. The clerk will close the roll. There being 133 ayes and 0 nays, the bill is passed and its title is agreed to. The next bill on the calendar for today is House File 3900. The clerk will report the bill.
House File number 3900, an act relating to state government, proposing an amendment to the Minnesota Constitution.
There is an amendment to the bill. I will first have the author of the bill, the member from Itasca, Representative Igo, explain the bill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Members, we have a wonderful bill in front of us today that's going to be giving a question to every single voter in the state of Minnesota. I think we're having a really good day so far. We just spent the last couple hours supporting our veterans across the state, and now with 3,900 in front of us, we get to support all of our kids across the state of Minnesota. So House File 3900 is a constitutional amendment that will be going to the voters to change how the Permanent School Trust Fund works for our state of Minnesota. So I just want to give a quick history lesson on the Permanent School Trust, just so everyone understands what we're going to be talking about here today. But back when we became a state in the year 1858, when the federal government gave us our charter as a state and gave us our lands, we had to set aside Section 16 and Section 36 of all of our townships. One of those sections would be set aside for the schoolhouse. The other side would be set aside for making money to pay for the teachers and build the schoolhouse. As time changed and as the world evolved, those lands were either sold or traded or swapped. And now what we have left is around 2.5 million acres of permanent school trust lands that provide revenues for the state of Minnesota. Those revenues have turned into a trust fund that every single kid in the state of Minnesota is entitled to, worth $2.3 billion. So the foresight of those that came before us that founded our state and set this all up have now given all of us and the children of Minnesota a huge opportunity at funding and taking care of education. So that brings us to, why do we have this amendment in front of us? Well, as the times have changed, so too has the management of money. Right now in the state constitution, we are only allowed to do certain things with that trust fund and disperse certain amounts of that money. As the fund has grown, as investment opportunities have expanded, we worked with a task force over the last year and came up with a proposal that's going to increase roughly from 2.5% of this fund to 4.5%. So as the corpus continues to grow, we are going to distribute 4.5% of the Permanent School Trust Fund to every single one of our school kids in the state of Minnesota. What does that mean, members? That means that instead of $68.24 going to every single pupil in the state of Minnesota, we are going to be around $95.53 per student. The best part about this constitutional amendment, it's going to cost the taxpayers of Minnesota $0. Because we've done such a good job managing the money, and because this is money that these kids are entitled to, by making this change and giving this question to the voters, we are going to be unlocking a 40% increase in this funding to all of our school districts. The best part about this funding, it comes with zero strings attached, and it comes unencumbered to every single school district. And I think, members, I can speak for all of us, because all of our school districts, unencumbered dollars to help plug the gap and fund education where our school districts need it is one of the most important things we can be doing right now. So I do want to read, and I want to, usually it's against our rules to read things, but I thought, being that we are about to propose a constitutional amendment to the voters, I wanted to read what the question is going to read, and I want to thank Representative Long for helping me come up with this language, but I think it's important that I say it on the record. So the question today that we will be putting to the voters, members, reads as follows, quote, shall the Minnesota Constitution be amended to increase the funding going to all school districts from the Permanent School Fund, which is a fund that supports school districts without raising individual income or property taxes effective July 1st, 2027? Answer yes or no. So that, members, is the bill. And I'll save the thanks and kind of the work for third reading, but I do know we have an amendment to get the bill in the shape we need. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
There's an amendment at the desk. The Chief Clerk will report the amendment.
Long moves to amend House File number 3900, the first engrossment. The amendment is coded A7.
I recognize a member from Hennepin, Representative Long.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a pretty straightforward amendment. It would align us with the Senate language, and it is a technical amendment to get the State Board of Investment the administrative funding they need. and I'll save comments on the bill for third reading as well.
I recognize a member from Itasca, Representative Igo.
It's highly technical and a good fix. Vote green.
Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor of the amendment, please signify by saying aye. Any opposed, say no. The motion prevails. The amendment is adopted. There are no further amendments at the desk. The Chief Clerk will give the bill its third reading.
Third reading, House File Number 3900, as amended.
Third reading. Discussion of the bill. I recognize a member from Stearns, Representative O'Driscoll.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. There's an old saying that says what comes around goes around, or what goes around comes around. I forget exactly what that expression is, but it's my privilege to be on the floor today to support this constitutional amendment. And Representative Igo, thank you for the work that you folks have done on this, and Representative Long, thank you for the amendment. It is my hope that in the spirit and intent of the permanent school trust lands here in the state of Minnesota, that we'll keep a strong bipartisan support moving forward on this. My freshman year in the Minnesota legislature, when I came in 2011, I had a chance to meet some former members of the Minnesota House. One of them was Carol McFarland, who has since passed away, and another person who I've developed a very strong friendship with over the years, former Representative Denise Dietrich. And Representative Dietrich has been known around this place for a long time of being the godmother of the school trust lands. She worked tirelessly and effortlessly to try to make reforms on how we managed school trust lands. They're currently managed by the Department of Natural Resources, where we have revenues that come in, as Representative Igo said, from mining, from timber, from land sales, from revenues that come in on these properties. And as a matter of fact, one of the corners of the runway down at the Twin Cities International Airport is, wait for it, former school trust lands. And I wish we could be negotiating that deal in 2026 and not the years when we negotiated that back in the 1940s and 50s to be able to get the landing strip at the airport. But I digress. I was visiting with Representative McFarland, and she said, you know, you seem like a pretty bright guy, and you can make your own judgments on that. And I said, she said, would you like to meet Denise Dietrich? We've got a program that I think you'd want to work on. So I got to learning about the school trust lands. And in 2011, about this time in the session, we were running an amendment because we were ready to make some reforms, and we almost had that amendment on a bill. Bipartisanly, we're running hard on it. And at that time, the chair of the Environment Committee, Denny McNamara, said, can you hold off till next year? I promise I will work with you. And in 2012, we did. We worked on it. We sat down with the governor's office. We sat down with the commissioner of the Department of Natural Resources and others, and we developed what is known as the Permanent School Trust Lands Commission. And they were charged with finding ways to be able to improve the process that's around school trust lands. And I want to, again, just underscore what school trust lands are. In the United States, in order for a state to become a state, the federal government requires that each state set aside at least one, and in many cases more, if the state so chooses, sections of land in a township for the purpose of funding school education. And if you remember the TV show and the book series, Little House on the Prairie, a Minnesota-based author, Laura Ingalls, that's where the kids went to school. And the monies to pay for the teacher and the supplies at the school came from the sale of timber and other resources that were on these properties. That's how we funded education. Move that ahead to the modern form of education that we have, where we've got co-chairs Krisha and co-chairs Joachim on the Finance Committee and others who sit on that committee. We've got the State General Fund that helps back and support education. But all along, funds that have gone into the monies that have been raised and revenues that have come in that have gone into the School Trust Lands Fund, managed by the State Board of Investment, and that fund has been growing over the years. And this constitutional amendment is very important because it allows for a change in some discretion in the formula about how we pay out money to school districts. The beautiful part about this is every kid is a kid is a kid. That's what we always said. Every school district, every kid in the school gets the same amount of money sent to the school. It's not how we calculate compensatory aid or other school aids that we have from the general fund. The nice part about this particular bill and this particular fund is that as it grows, the revenues to the schools grow as well. And I remember when I was working on this bill, there was a very colorful character that has since left the legislature and has passed away by the name of Tommy Rukavina. And Tommy Rukavina and I became pretty darn good friends. Tommy used to sit kind of diagonally from where I'm at over in what we'll call the DFL dog pound. And he would look at me and he would give me the eye, and it's like, when we're talking about these things, like, get up, O'Driscoll, give him a bad time. It's you and I, we're going to double up and tag team these people. And Tommy was very, very big on a phrase that surrounded school trust lands. And he would say this: O'Driscoll, they're screwing the kids on the trust lands. What we need to do is we need to get better management of these funds, and we need to do it now. That stumpage, the DNR is telling us it's worth nothing. You talk to anybody in the mining industry and the logging industry, and they'll tell you that's worth all kinds of money. Tommy Rukavina. Tommy worked hard on this to get this passed with us. About 2 years later, we implemented the commission, and the commission and other legislators toured the state of Minnesota to see how the trust lands worked. We were up in mining territory, we're in timber territory, we're in other parts of the state. And I remember one occasion in particular, we were in Hibbing, and last week we had a bill, and it kind of reminded me. We were talking about the Minnesota Core Library. And can we store stuff out of there? And this story popped into my head. I knew I was going to tell it today on the House floor. We're having lunch in the park that's across the street in Hibbing. Who represents Hibbing? Okay, so you are obviously familiar, Representative Igo, with the part that I'm talking about. And we're sitting there, and Tommy Rukavina grabs a sandwich out of the cooler, and he comes and he sits down across the table from me, and he goes, O'Driscoll, you know what, I got to tell you, you're not half bad. And I said, well, Tommy, why am I not half bad? He says, well, you're still a Republican. And I said, Tommy, I won't hold that against you that you haven't seen the light yet. And so we got into a conversation. Tommy said, you know, I've left the legislature. I really appreciate the work that you and Denise did. And the part that I really appreciate is that it's bipartisan. You're taking care of the kids. And if you want to continue on in that same vein and that same manner of taking care of the kids, you have an opportunity this afternoon to vote yes on this constitutional amendment. And folks, there's going to be a team out there that's going to work to promote this ballot initiative. And it would be wonderful if we could have 134 members of the Minnesota House and 67 members of the Minnesota Senate who said, yes, we put our endorsement to this amendment. You should too, voters, at the voting booth in November. Members, as I wrap up my career, things, like as I said, have kind of come full circle. And it is with great honor that I encourage you to please vote yes on House File 3900 as amended. Thank you, members.
I recognize a member from St. Louis, Representative Scraba.
Members, I rise in favor. I cannot even come close to doing the Tommy Rukavina as O'Driscoll just did. You swear it was Tommy, you know? But I represent the vast majority of acres that are in school trust land in the state of Minnesota. Cursory, I just looked, roughly 1.9 million acres. So it's almost twice the size of the Boundary Waters itself. And that doesn't include those acres in the Boundary Waters. So what I'm trying to say is this is a good bill. Like Representative Igo said, it doesn't cost us anything. It gives every student in the state of Minnesota, whether you're in Edina, in Ely, in Roseau, in Sleepy Eye, in Rochester, it doesn't matter where you are, you're gonna benefit. And for just being, this school trust land is the gift that keeps on giving. It is whoever set this up was very wise in what they did, and the best we can do is keep perpetuating what they've been doing, and we can benefit from it. With that, I urge you to support this bill. Vote green. Thank you.
I recognize a member from Moller, Representative Mueller.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, members. Hopefully you were able to get the handout from Representative Igo, as it has a lot of the member or the advocates talking about the importance of this bill. They talked about how this constitutional amendment, if passed, would represent that this is an opportunity to strengthen education funding in Minnesota without raising taxes and without drawing from the state general fund. This is Minnesota money for Minnesota schools. This is Minnesota money for our students, for our teachers, for our families. Minnesota families, Minnesota students. And in a time where we're seeing our schools struggle with budgetary cuts caused by heavily mandated policies and by requirements to cut funding, millions of dollars of funding, except if you work at MDE. Instead, there you get millions of dollars of extra money. But in a time when they're cutting funding so much from our education governor walls, this is a way for us to say we are going to have Minnesota money for Minnesota schools. These funds are generated from the Minnesota lands, and this is a per pupil basis. And despite all the hearing that we had in the last couple years about how we've had historic funding to schools, the historic funding was historically siloed and mandated away. So while people were trying to say, I thought you got a lot of money, how come you can't do all this extra stuff? They said, well, the legislature told us exactly how to spend it, so we can't spend it where we want to. This is what they're looking for. They're looking for fair and flexible funding that our schools can use for the needs that they see in their community. And so while our DFL governor is looking for more ways to cut education, we are going to look for ways to put more money into our schools that actually benefit our schools in a way that they can use it, and use it for the way that they want. We need to make sure that we pass this bill so that our voters can vote this in, and that we can see more money for our Minnesota money for Minnesota students. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize a member from Freeborn, Representative Bennett.
Thank you, excuse me. Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. And Representative Igo, thank you for carrying this. This is an important bill, an important amendment to bring forward to the people of Minnesota. I love it because this is money coming directly from Minnesota and going directly to Minnesota students. And I think we all have the shared recognition, no matter where we sit in this chamber, that our schools are hurting right now. If we were talking in the business world, we would say they're going bankrupt, and they are. They have been inundated with so many mandates and other types of cuts that they are now having to cut staff, cut classrooms, cut teachers and programs. Just in Albert Lea alone, where I live, the Albert Lea area schools are cutting $2.5 million this next school year, and they will need to cut that same amount for at least 3 years in a row. That's not just surface cuts. That's cutting into the deep parts of the school that really count for our students. So this is clean funding. It's per pupil basis, no mandates attached, no strings attached. It's Minnesota money for Minnesota schools. So what I'd like to say is, let's give our voters the opportunity to vote for this constitutional amendment and send more money to our schools because they really need it now. Thank you.
I recognize a member from Hennepin, Representative Jordan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, members, for your time today. I also rise in support of this constitutional amendment. I think that this is a great idea. This is, You know, I always think about what Director Vandelindy always says about Minnesota's school trust lands, which are that this fund makes every child in Minnesota a trust fund baby. I think that's like, he has it on a little piece of paper that he gives out, and he's like, if you remember one thing, remember this. Every child in Minnesota is a trust fund baby because of this trust fund. And, you know, I've never had a trust fund, so I don't really know that much about them. But the idea that we can ensure that all of our students have this ability to grow and manage our money in a modern way, I think it's great that we've set aside and made Minnesota's public schools a priority from the founding of Minnesota, but this is a really more modern way to manage our money with stocks and dividends and investments. You know, the State Board of Investment spends a lot of time and a lot of energy to make sure that we have great grants that can grow all of our trust funds. Many of you have come over and asked me, what on earth is this binder before me? This is one of 4 binders actually for next year's Environment and Natural Resources Trust Fund. So you don't have to ask me what my binder is, that's what it is. And it's one of 4 this year, and thank you to everyone who voted for that bill last week. But I want to talk about why the school trust fund lands and the money that we invest from them are so important. Because we know what a room without teacher investments looks like. When I talk to teachers in our schools, they talk about all of the money that they put into their own classrooms. You know, I think we hear from our constituents about how it's harder and harder because of inflation and tariffs and all of this, how school supplies are going up and up and up. And so, you know, you even just think about the Kleenex boxes that teachers have to buy, that parents have to buy. And so when you think about, you know, it's $66, but it's going up even more, that's a real amount of money. And if you tell a teacher this is going to result in $60 more per student in their classroom, they're going to say, yes, absolutely, we need that money in our schools. So I think it's a great investment for us to really be using these modern financial techniques to grow our trust fund and manage them prudently so that all students and all teachers can succeed with these investments. These investments will equal 1% on the formula every single year, which, you know, 1% always sounds like nothing until you think about the millions and millions and millions of dollars it is. So I hope that every member today will not only vote green, but as, you know, I think we're all people who are interested in civic participation and we'll knock on a lot of doors this fall talking to voters. We should talk about the importance of our schools and make sure that members of our community know about this constitutional amendment. Because if you don't vote on a constitutional amendment, it's a no vote. So we need to make sure all members of our community are voting yes on this amendment and not just leaving it blank because it's confusing. So I do think it was good to read this out. It's very clear what the ballot language will be. And so I'm glad that we're talking about that. There's one other thing that I do want to talk about as it relates to our school trust funds, and that is our sovereign tribal nations in Minnesota. We know that all land in Minnesota is the ancestral homeland of the Dakota and Anishinaabe people, and so all of our school trust lands were originally native land, and they still are native land because all of Minnesota is native land. But not only that, a lot of our school trust funds land is present on our reservation communities. And so, you know, the Leech Lake Band has hundreds of acres of school trust lands in both minerals and in timber. White Earth has lots of school trust lands. Mille Lacs is the rounds it out. Fond du Lac, Red Lake, Grand Portage, our northern reservations are home to a lot of our school trust lands. And as a state, our agencies and our committees that we make up in the legislature need to do a better job of not just checking in when we have a bill moving through the process, but working to have true partnerships with our tribal nations as we manage those lands. I've heard from tribal nations in Minnesota that this needs to be better. We need to do a better job, particularly as it relates to timber. And so I hope as we can make that commitment going forward to be better stewards of that land, particularly when it coexists with native reservations. I have a bill that I've introduced related to this, and so I hope we can all garner support for that. But I am grateful that our tribal nations are supportive of this constitutional amendment, and I'm grateful that our environmental groups are supportive of this constitutional amendment. We know that these lands, we have Minnesota is the home of three major watersheds, and so what we do to forest in one part of the state or waters in one part of the state affects other parts of the state and even other parts of the planet. And so making sure that we are these stewards of our lands is an important part of it, so we can take care of our stewardship for our students and stewardship for our lands and waters. I'm reflecting a lot on what our chaplain for the day said, where she was talking about water and the need for protecting water. And I think this school trust amendment really goes towards that 7 generations thinking, where we can make sure that we're investing in schools and students for the long term and have these modern sorts of investments. And so I want to thank members today for really putting their students first and putting the next generation of students first. But I think as we're looking into how to grow this aspect of school trust lands in Minnesota, it's imperative that we do look at land management techniques and do look at tribal relations from Minnesota to our tribal nations. Speaker Melissa Hortman was always really emphasized that government-to-government spirit of collaboration, which is why we had tribal liaison days and we had trainings on this. And I think this is a real opportunity going forward to talk about investments in schools, to talk about investments in tribal schools, but also talk about how we can make sure that all students in Minnesota can thrive, particularly and do a better job with government-to-government relationships. So thank you, Representative Igo. Thank you to all the co-authors. I know it's always a lot when you're working with SBI, when you're working with school districts, when you're working with the Senate, of course. And so we've really done a lot. A lot of work has gone in to make sure that this can be a good bill for the future and a good bill for our students. So I would urge members' support.
I recognize a member from Scott, Representative Bakeberg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, members. Thank you, Representative Igo, for this bill. And to the school trust land members that are on the committee, thank you. And Representative Long, thank you for bringing the amendment to just get the bill even better. So I think I just want to, I'm glad I was able to follow Chair Jordan, because she talked about the importance of the people doing the work every single day in our schools. And if you look at the letter that Representative Igo sent out, at the bottom, it says across Minnesota, school districts are managing significant financial strains that are forcing difficult choices. And I just want to make it very clear, those choices are people. The majority of a school district budget is people. So Representative Jordan talked about having having teachers. This is going to be able to have more teachers in the classroom. This amendment, this constitutional amendment, will do that. It will provide more revenue so the local districts will have the funding and the flexibility to put it into their local needs. That's a significant piece of this legislation that is fantastic. We need to have more unencumbered dollars for our schools to do that. So this letter really highlights what I've heard from a number of conversations from frankly, colleagues in education across the state. And if you have a conversation and you actually listen to what they're saying, you're going to hear about compensatory revenue. You're going to hear significant concerns from your school districts about the cuts that are coming and the impact of the changes of how we calculate compensatory revenue. You're going to hear about mandates. You're going to hear about mandates that have costs, and you're going to hear about mandates that cost time. Because when an educator is spending time writing a report or doing something other than working with a kid, they're not meeting the need of what they're trying to do to help kids. We have a special education cut coming, $250 million. We were able to pass a bill unanimously out of education finance. We need to address that issue, that looming $250 million that was forced upon us. Just last week, I got an email from one of my business managers in the district one of the districts I represent, And she said, Ben, we were just told by the Department of Education that the unemployment insurance for hourly workers is going to run out of money this summer. So that was news to me. So last year, Representative Greenman's not here right now, but last year she took $77 million from the train and put it to unemployment insurance for hourly workers. That money is running out, according to the Department of Education, this summer. If we do not do something this year, our schools will have less people. They will have less teachers. That means class sizes go up. That means student achievement goes down. That impacts our kids. We have about 2 weeks left in session. This is a fantastic bill. The money for this bill doesn't come in until 28. We have a whole school year left to be able to plan for. And I would just really challenge us to think about the time that we have to address. Representative Cha did an amazing job talking about the impact of his EL teacher, how that EL teacher invested in him, and he's able to serve on the House floor, in large part because of the effort of educators. That happens every single day across this state. Our educators are putting everything they have into serving our kids. We need to provide the funding and the flexibility, not only with this bill, but we need to be doing it moving forward, and we can do that to address compensatory. We can do that to address the mandates. We can do that to address the coming special ed cut, and we can do that because we have done that to fund the things that we have priorities for. Please, let's vote green on this amendment, the constitutional amendment. Fantastic bill. But we have 2 weeks left to address the other looming issues that are facing our schools as well. Thank you. Vote green.
I recognize a member from Ramsey, Representative Pinto.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I'm coming at this from a somewhat different angle, and I just want to point out to the body, I'm very glad that we have dedicated funding for our learners, and I appreciate the work in this proposal to enhance how that dedicated funding works. I do want to point out that all the discussion is about learners after they turn age 5, and just a reminder that we currently dedicate 1/10 as much per child below age 5. And why does that matter? Well, it actually has an impact in the whole rest of the system, the whole K-12 system. Plenty of research, plenty of evidence to say that lack of investment in early years means that we're paying a lot more in later years. So I'm very glad that we are dedicated funding. And as always, we just want to recognize that because of structures built in our system to begin with, we're really paying a lot more later. And actually, I should say, as a prosecutor, we end up paying much later in life as well as kids get off track. We talk about opportunity gaps that we're attempting to close in K-12. There's lots of evidence to say that trying to close those gaps in K-12 is extraordinarily difficult, extraordinarily difficult. Even the best performing individual schools at closing opportunity gaps do so at rates that really do not close them all the way. It's that difference in the early years. So members, whenever you think about dedicated funding for learning, that's great, but recognize you're thinking about dedicated funding for learning at a certain age. Let's make sure to do that, and let's please, please, going forward, be thinking about the younger years as well, because we're going to pay now or pay later. And it's time, I think, long past time that we come at this from a different angle. So I appreciate this particular proposal, and let's try to think more broadly about our learners as well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize a member from Morrison, Representative Kresha.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. And Spencer, Representative Igo, thank you very much. Well done. The amount of work and the conversations you had are just fantastic. So, and I heard those. So, and appreciate all the conversations that I've heard as this ancillary topic has been moving around through the legislature. A couple of things that I want to speak in support of House File 3900. This, as Minnesota was becoming a state, it was first set up with the public school fund. And that came from 3 economic activities. And the modeling of those activities are the basis of what we have. We have the mining, the leases, the forestry management, and real estate. And the reason I bring that up is, members, this money, this Minnesota money, is coming directly because of economic activity. Moving into a trust, which is using investment, using the tools at hand and the power of money and time and investing to go back to our kids. Those are good things. The other things that I like about this is the local control. We're giving voters the ability to make the decision. All things that I've talked about countless times on the House floor. So using economic activity to drive the investments, using the local control, and then again, bringing the funds into the schools unencumbered. People make better decisions with money when they are part of that decision making and it's closest to them. And so members, I support this, House File 3900. It's Minnesota money for our Minnesota schools, and the voters deserve an opportunity to speak on this. The voters deserve an opportunity to have their say, and let's give this a green vote so we can take it to the voters where we believe this should happen. So I would recommend a green vote on House File 3900.
I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Joachim.
Thank you. Thank you, Representative Igo. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to say thank you to Representative Igo for all the work he's done on this. I know some of the speeches on the floor today were very meandering, and I'm not going to get into all the investments that we made, and that up to 75% of a school district's funding is no strings attached, and we did index the formula to inflation, which is really helping. What I want to say is I know Representative Igo has put so much time and energy in this, as well as this author in the other body, Senator Kunish, and all the advocates that have been working on this bill. I'm late to the game when it comes to being in the School Trusts Public Lands LCC Committee, and I want to thank Representative Igo for being patient with me and trying to catch up to speed. We had a very interesting discussion in our Education Finance Committee on this, and that discussion had to be had. I know that Representative Chair Jordan explained that a little bit about where we're going, and I know that Representative Igo has been very open about having those conversations and pushing the advocates for this constitutional amendment to have those conversations as well. So I truly, truly do appreciate this. I want to also thank Leader Long for doing a really good job recrafting how this language will look on the constitutional amendment, because members, remember, in Minnesota, if there's a no vote, it means it doesn't pass. So we're counting on the advocates for helping us get this across the finish line by mounting a campaign, but we're also counting on each and every one of you to make sure that you let your constituents know how important this constitutional amendment is to be passed. So members, I ask you to do that. Throw it in your weekly updates, let your folks know, talk about it in your town halls. Do what you can to make sure that people are voting yes on this and not leaving it blank, because if it's left blank, it's a no. So members, I stand in wholehearted support now of House File 3900, now that as Chair Jordan said, our tribal nations are okay with it, as well as our environmental advocates are okay with it, and let's move forward and get this money to our kids.
I recognize the member from Anoka, Representative Niska.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Thank you, Representative Igo, for your leadership on this. I also urge support of House File 3900, and I hope we can send this to the voters, and I hope the voters will approve it. At the end of the day, this bill comes down to a simple idea. More Minnesota money can go and should go to our Minnesota students, because right now schools across our state are under real financial pressure. Costs are rising, budgets are tightening, and with the full effect of the Democrat trifecta being fully realized, districts are being forced to absorb the cost of more than 65 unfunded mandates that were forced on them. Those bills are coming due, our schools are being squeezed, and its students, teachers, and families are feeling the brunt. That's why it's so important to do this, to show that our priority here in the Minnesota House is to fund education. The governor can talk about cuts to education, but here in the House, Republicans and hopefully Democrats are going to say together, we're finding responsible ways to get more resources into the classroom. And that's what House File 3900 does. It increases funding for our Minnesota schools without raising taxes, without increasing local levies, without asking families to pay more. We can give that funding in a way that's fair, that's flexible, on a per pupil basis, trusting our local school leaders to make decisions. Not more mandates from St. Paul, not more bureaucracy from St. Paul. Responsible management of the funds that have already been set aside for our students. Members, this is a straightforward, responsible way to support our schools and do right by our students. And to the people of Minnesota, please vote for more of this money to go to our students. Members, I urge a green vote.
I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Long.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also want to start by thanking Representative Igo for the good bipartisan work on this bill, and Senator Kunish as well for her leadership in the Senate. I'll note that the challenge that we're facing is that there is a large amount of money that is being well invested by the State Board of Investment that is just not getting distributed. And so that's what we're talking about is right now they're distributing the interest and the dividends, but they're not able to distribute the proceeds that are coming in from other investments. And so this is really about putting that money to use. And I know there had been some concern about whether or not this would change any land management practices. It will not, because we're not talking about changing anything with regard to how the land is actually managed. What we're talking about is the distribution of the funds from the investments that have already been taken in by the State Board of Investment. I also want to thank Representative Igo and State Board for working through the amendment, the ballot language. I appreciate you reading that. Hopefully that makes very clear to voters that we are talking about distributing more money at no cost to the taxpayer and making clear that this is not a referendum. This is not a ballot question that they might see on schools on their typically on the ballot, but it is very specific to school trust lands. We did have some back and forth about the appropriate amount of distribution that is going out. The statutory language that's implementing this right now has 4.5%. I do think that's appropriate for now. I will say that I'm glad that that is a question that will be left to future legislators so that we can continue that discussion. The average rate of return right now is about 8% for what the State Board is earning on this fund. And so it does feel like there is some delta between 4.5 and 8 that we might be able to revisit in a future session. But I think for now, 4.5 does seem appropriate. And I did want to ask if Representative Igo would yield to a question.
He will yield. Representative Long.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, Representative Igo, we've had some back and forth on the tribal land component of this, and I think we heard from Representative Jordan about the impacts that having school trust lands on tribal lands has, which I know you understand well. So it won't be going in this particular constitutional amendment today, but I did just want to, I think, acknowledge for the body and the public that we're continuing to work together to try to find a home for some trigger language. Right now in 2023, we had passed some additional funding for tribal schools to make up for the fact that they don't get school trust lands. And we're looking for a way to make sure that if this amendment goes into effect, that those tribal schools will get an equivalent amount per student. And I was hoping you could confirm that that's our shared effort.
Representative Igo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Long, yes, no. Again, appreciate the conversations not only yourself and I have been having, but also the conversations we've had with our tribal communities. I had a great meeting with the Leech Lake Band to discuss the amendment language that we're working about finding a home right now, and they're in support of it. So I'm fully confident with the 2 weeks we have left, we'll find a home for this language and get things right and squared away.
Representative Long.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Representative Igo. I appreciate that. I do think it's important that we find a home for that, even though we have this language in place right now. If we do increase the distribution, it would be a real strong signal to our tribal partners if we're able to say that we will be increasing that to match what other school districts are getting per pupil. And had some good conversations with Leech Lake as well. In addition to them in the past until recently not getting a distribution or an equivalent from the fund, they shared some real direct stories about the impacts that this is having tribal lands coexist with school trust lands has on their community. And one example they gave was the Bogo-Nagizi School is next door to school trust lands, and they were cutting down some trees on the school trust land and figured out that the revenues from those trees being cut would not actually go directly to the Bogo-Nagizi School, and that the management wasn't something that they had a say over, even though those were trees that the students liked to use and play in. So there is a separate question, I think, about management of the school trust lands that are within a tribal community. And I know that that's not for this bill, but we are working on a work group as well that would look into those issues and hopefully could come back to the legislature with a recommendation for how we could manage better some of the school trust lands that are in tribal lands as well. And I'm hopeful that that can be something that we look at in the future, and I'm glad that this amendment has prompted that conversation for us, because I think it's an important one for us to take a look at, and an overlooked, I think, issue for us as a legislature. So again, I just want to thank the bipartisan work that's gone into this. I certainly know that my school district in Minneapolis could benefit from this funding, and I know a lot of school districts around the state could benefit from this well, and look forward to moving this forward today and getting to a place where we can put this in front of the voters. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Any further discussion? I recognize the author of the bill, the member from Itasca, Representative Igo.
Well, thank you, members, for a great discussion on the bill today, and thank you all for your support on the issue. I just want to start by saying some thank yous, because something like this doesn't come together alone. And I first want to thank the task force that put together this language that we have in front of us today. It was a very broad group of folks from around the state that worked really closely with the School Trust Commission and the State Board of Investment. They spent a lot of time over the last year and a half bringing this language together and working with us as legislators to get this in the right place. So thank you to all of them. I want to thank Chairs Krisha, Chair Joachim for working with me to get us in front of committee and get this bill moving early in session. Also want to thank everyone on the School Trust Commission, members in the House and the Senate. Really want to thank Director Vanderlind for all of his work on the issue of permanent school trust lands and the work he's been able to do to make that fund grow exponentially, working with SBI to get us in this position we have today. I just want to thank my Senate co-author, Senator Kunish, who's been wonderful to work with and doing a really great job in the Senate so we can get this bill moved forward here and get it to the voters. And also want to thank you, Representative Long, for the work you and I have shared getting this ballot question figured out and the tribal engagement stuff that we figured out. And to add to the conversation you were just having, I've been having conversations with the School Trust Commission about the task force language we're starting to kick around and something we should work on as a commission so we can write a good task force and solve this issue together in a bipartisan way. Representative O'Driscoll said it best, that this is a bipartisan thing that we can do together for the kids. And I think keeping that spirit alive in today's age is more important than ever. So continuing the work that we're going to do today and pass House File 3900 and get it to the Senate and get it to the voters. But there's more work to be done, and I'm confident we're going to keep doing that together. So I just want to reiterate, members, this is a really strong way that we can look at the history of this state and the smart decisions that were made. I didn't mention in my opening speech, but Minnesota is one of a few states that actually even has school trust lands like this to be able to utilize for students. Many other states, especially as you go further and further west, sold off and got rid of their school trust lands, eliminating their way to fund and take care of public education. Minnesota did it right. And because Minnesota did it right, we can sit here today and give a 40% increase to every single school district in the state of Minnesota without costing our taxpayers a nickel, because of the good choices and the good decisions of the leaders of the past and the legislators of the past. And that's something to really be proud of. So I just want to, again, thank you all, members. This is something no member accomplishes alone, and it's partnerships and friendships I've made on both sides of the aisle in here, but also with all the different advocacy groups around the state that have weighed in to help shape what's going to be the people's choice. So I want to reiterate what was said earlier. When we're home in district in just a few short weeks, we need to be screaming this bill, this constitutional amendment from the rooftops. And we need to educate our districts about how great our school trust lands are. And like Representative Jordan said, how every single kid is a trust fund baby in the state of Minnesota. I think that's a wonderful way to close on a bill that's going to be a great question to the voters and a boost to our schools. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll. The clerk will call the name of the members voting remotely.
Bliss.
Go ahead, Matt.
Bliss, aye.
Bliss votes aye. Hussein.
Hussein, aye.
Hussein votes aye. Momani Hiltsley.
Momani Hiltsley, aye.
Momani Hiltsley votes aye. Perez Vega.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 133 yeas and 0 nays, the bill is passed as amended and its title agreed to. There's next bill on the calendar for the day is House File 4252. The chief clerk will report the bill.
House File number 4252, an act relating to higher education, modifying student aid reporting requirements.
There are amendments at the desk. If there's no objection, we'll let the author explain the bill before we act on the amendments. I recognize the member from Benton, Representative Wolgamott.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker and members. I'm proud to present to you House File 4252, which is the agreement that was reached for the Higher Education Finance and Policy Bill. There are 3 things I would like you to focus on with this bill. The first of which is the appropriation of $1.5 million to the Minnesota state system to combat the problem of ghost students by creating a identification verification system. We also have a one-time appropriation of $5,000 for trees at Bemidji State University. And there are some non-controversial recommendations from the Office of Higher Education. This bill reflects the agreement from both sides of the aisle, and on that note, I would like to thank Chair Robbins, Chair Rarick, and Vice Chair Coulter, as well as all of the members of the committee for their efforts in this bill. I understand that there are amendments to this bill, but would urge a green vote, and we'll look forward to discussion and questions on third reading. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To the amendments.
There is an amendment at the desk. The chief clerk will report the amendment.
Rarick moves to amend House File number 4252, the second engrossment. The amendment is coded A20.
I recognize the member from Wright, Representative Rarick.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So this amendment is about electing regents. And I don't know if anybody remembers, but we didn't actually elect any regents last session, did we? You gotta wonder why. I have a lot of questions, as I always do. So let's just talk about it. So at the end of session last year, I had the paperwork ready. I'd signed it. The Senate had signed it so we could do the joint convention here on the floor where the senators come in and we vote on regents. And for whatever reason, I'm not going to ascribe any motives, but that did not happen. I couldn't get the other chair to sign on so that we could actually have the election. So then what happened? Well, if you know anything about regents, you know that if we don't elect regents, then the governor gets to appoint regents. So the governor did. On August 12th of 25 of last year, he appointed 4 regents. Now, 2 of the regents, all of us on the Higher Ed Committee knew very, very well who they were. We had met with them, we had vetted them, they went through the joint committee. So the joint committee is when the Higher Ed House and the Higher Ed Senate meet together, and we go through the whole list of candidates that are sent to us from RCAC. So what's RCAC? RCAC is the Regent Candidate Advisory Council. So there are some senators, some representatives. My husband, senator, is on the RCAC. My brother, who was a state representative here for 10 years, is still on the RCAC right now. There's members of the community. So it's a large group of people that vet candidates. So RCAC makes their decisions, and they go through and they do all of their process, and then they send that list of their top people to the legislature. We had the joint committee, and we actually had elected, or we had passed through, I should say, to the full floor. But then things just stalled out because I couldn't get agreement from my co-chair on the Democrat side to hold the joint convention. So that's what happened there. Then it went to the governor, and like I said, so he appointed 4 people. The first 2 people are 2 people that came out, well, actually we discussed, not one of them didn't actually pass through the joint committee. It was Ellen Lugar and Kosar Mohammed. So we knew who they were. That's not a surprise. But I have his press release right here. I have the governor's press release. So the other 2 people we had never heard of. One was Joel Bergstrom, and one was Samuel Hines. So when I saw that, I thought, who are these people? They didn't come through any of our process. They didn't go through RCAC. They didn't come through the joint committee. So I did a little digging to find out who the governor decided to appoint. Well, let's start with Samuel Hines. So Samuel Hines, I'm sure, is well known to my colleagues on the other side of the aisle because when I looked at campaign finance, he and his wife gave a total of $380,000 to, I think, all Democrat candidates and campaigns. I couldn't find anything that looked conservative or Republican. So, and that's from 2009 to 2015. So that's what campaign finance has in their data. Now, I didn't go looking at the federal data, so I'm sure he gave some there as well to federal candidates. But again, $380,000 to primarily, I think solely, but I have to look to make sure, do a little more digging, Democrat candidates. So he and his wife gave a lot of money to Democrats. And I would say, too, when I dug up a little bit closer, how much did he give to the Walz campaign? You know, Governor Walz is the one that appointed him. It was just over $30,000. $30,000. So he and his wife gave $30,000 to Governor Walz, who then appointed him to the Board of Regents. So that was candidate number 1. Now let's look at candidate number 2. So the second regent that was appointed, Joel Bergstrom. So I did a little digging and I found that Joel Bergstrom in October of 23 bought a house in Minneapolis, a very nice house, a very expensive house in Minneapolis, with a woman by the name of Anne Victoria O'Connor. So who is Anne O'Connor? Did a little digging and I found a news article. And the reason I had to do a little digging is because there are no staff listed on the governor's website. Don't know why, but there isn't. So I found a news article about Anne O'Connor. And it's a MinnPost article. And we all remember when Governor Walz was out campaigning to be the vice president. And so MinnPost asked him, well, who's running your office while you're out doing this? And this is a MinnPost article from August 20th of 24. And this is what the governor said. Our deputy chief of staff, Richard Kelbum, has taken over day-to-day management in the office, and Anne O'Connor continues to lead the cabinet. So at that moment, Anne O'Connor was the 3rd highest paid person in the governor's office, and she was running his cabinet. So all of the commissioners, she was telling all the commissioners what to do or not do. So that was the second person. That was the second person that the governor appointed. So what does this amendment do? What this amendment does is say, hey, you know what? The legislature should decide. And if the legislature won't decide, like I couldn't get agreement from the other side of the aisle to actually hold the joint convention, then the candidates that came out of the legislative committee, so when the House and Senate meet together and have our legislative committee, candidates that come out of that is a pool that the governor can then pick from. So he can't just pick whoever he wants, people that gave to his campaign, people that are living with his essentially chief of staff when he was out campaigning with Harris. In fact, when we had this as a bill in front of us in the Higher Ed Committee, one of our members, not my members, one of your members on your side said, when I kept calling it a conflict of interest, what we found, she actually called it a pay to play. So I didn't go that far, but another representative on our committee that's a Democrat said that this is actually a pay to play. which is a much more serious accusation. So that's what this amendment would do. It would make sure that the candidates that the governor would pick are not his buddies, not his campaign donors, but they are actually people that came through the Joint Legislative Committee. And if there's a very strange circumstance that we don't have a Joint Legislative Committee, which I can't remember ever happening, I've been here a long time, then and only then the governor could pick from the pool that came through RCAC. So that's the Regent Advisory Committee. So that is what, Mr. Speaker, that is what the A20 does. It limits the governor's power so he can no longer do pay to play.
There is an amendment to the amendment at the desk. The chief clerk will report the amendment to the amendment.
Gaultier moves to amend the Rarick Amendment to House Law Number 4252, the second engrossment. The amendment to the amendment is coded A25.
I recognize a member from Hennepin, Representative Coulter.
Thank you. Excuse me. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So before we get into the A25 amendment, I think it's important for us to have a little bit fuller of a conversation around the underlying, the A20 amendment. So, Mr. Speaker, would Representative Rarick yield to a question?
She will yield, Representative Coulter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Rarick. So you laid out, Representative Rarick, the concerns that you have with the appointments that the governor made last summer, I think it was, or fall. So I guess my sort of basic question is, as I read the amendment language here, as you said, it says that if the legislature does not elect, then the governor must appoint someone who was recommended by the Joint Committee. If the Joint Committee doesn't make any recommendations, the governor must appoint someone recommended by the RCAC. So my question is if the concern is avoiding those particular issues, how does this amendment prevent that?
Representative Rarick.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, Representative Coulter, it limits who the governor can pick. It limits it to who the legislature have already passed through right before we get our final four. So we passed 8 through because we couldn't agree on the same ones. And so we sent 8 through from the Joint Committee, which would have come to the floor. And from that pool of 8, we would have elected 4. Now, I know what you're going to say is that we can still nominate somebody from the floor that didn't make it through that panel, but then that's still up to us, the legislature, which is our duty to actually appoint who's going to elect who's going to be the next regent. And I would say that the Board of Regents is not a small task. It's a board of 12 that literally decide the budget of the University of Minnesota, which is a $4 billion, almost $5 billion per year budget. So it's a very big budget. It's a very big deal. And I know that they're unpaid, but there is a tremendous amount of influence and power and connection and networking that happens as a regent member. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Coulter.
Thank you, Speaker. Well, and thank you, Representative Rarick, for that information. None of it really answered the question that I asked, though, because, again, as I read the amendment, it does limit the pool from which the governor would draw from for potential appointments, but it doesn't limit how anyone gets into that pool in the first place. And all it would take is for somebody who has all of the same issues that you're concerned about to be recommended by the RCAC or to be recommended by the Joint Committee, and the governor would still be free to appoint them. And I recall when we were discussing this idea in committee, you referred to how the RCAC and the Joint Committee do that vetting. And so I would intuit from that the idea would be that the RCAC or the Joint Committee would not, would be sort of the backstop. Thank you. Would be the sort of the backstop from donors or friends or whoever it is from serving on the Board of Regents. And so I appreciate that information. That is helpful context. And Mr. Speaker, I would request a roll call.
Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Coulter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And so that's, members, that is what brings us to the A25 secondary amendment because it does build on a few kernels of good ideas. And so what this amendment would do is say that if the legislature, for whatever reason, does not elect University of Minnesota regents, that we should still honor the work of the RCAC. And so this amendment would then limit the field to who the governor could appoint to anyone who has met the eligibility criteria that the RCAC determines. And the advantage of that is that this is an objective process that is laid out in statute. It provides for what the kinds of things that the RCAC should consider in determining that those criteria. It also eliminates a potential separation of powers issue, because if we limit who the governor can appoint to only those recommended by the Joint Legislative Committee, that power that the governor has, that constitutional power, is subject to the whims of how the legislature looks at that particular time. The other sort of kernel of a good idea here, I think, is removing the appearance in, God forbid, even actuality of pay to play, of buying a seat on the Board of Regents. But it does so by recognizing that that process, the process of electing regents, University of Minnesota regents, primarily lives with us, the legislature. And in fact, before last year, the last time that the legislature failed to elect regents was more than 20 years ago. And before that, in fact, it was 30 years. It was actually 13 years before I was even born. And so what this secondary amendment says is that the RCAC and the Joint Committee must not recommend anyone who, in the previous 2 years, has made a campaign contribution to the committees of any legislative caucus, of any member of the Joint Legislative Committee, or any member of legislative leadership. And I think there is a kernel of a good idea here, which is that in politics, a rose by any other name does not smell as sweet. Perception matters. And we should acknowledge that that starts with us.
Recognize a member from Hennepin, Representative Robbins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I rise in opposition to the Coulter amendment, to the Rarick amendment. There's a lot of problems with this, but the first one is what he just closed with. So it says that in his amendment, the Advisory Council cannot recommend anyone who's contributed to legislatures or our caucuses, but it's silent on people who've contributed to the governor, which is the problem we're trying to address. So the amendment is not addressing the issue we are actually trying to address. We are trying to preserve legislative authority. If anyone has not read the University of Minnesota's charter, it explicitly states that the Board of Regents shall be elected by the legislature. This is our responsibility that predates statehood. Once statehood happened, the university was created, statehood happened, and we were designated with the authority to elect the Board of Regents. That is our duty under the charter, and we have to fulfill that duty. It was shameful last year that we failed to do our duty and punted it to the governor. And then the governor, rather than taking the recommendations from the Joint Legislative Committee, which does incredible work to vet these people and takes recommendations from the RCAC, but it's broader than RCAC, and that matters. We are an independent branch of government, and we certainly take with great respect the RCAC recommendations. We interview every single one of them. But we are a separate institution, and we have our own views on how the university should be governed. And we should take that seriously, and only candidates recommended by the Joint Legislative Committee should be sent to the governor, because that's the legislature's input to the governor if, in fact, we fail to do our duty. I hope we don't fail to do our duty again. It was shameful that we didn't get it done last year. But this amendment A, doesn't address the problems of people who contribute to the governor, but B, it takes the joint committee out of it. And that is one of our most important duties as a legislature, to provide for governance of the University of Minnesota Board of Regents. So I ask the body to reject the Coulter Amendment and adopt the Rarick Amendment. Thank you.
I recognize a member from Olmsted, Representative Liebling.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I just want to stand to make it really, really clear what this vote is about. This is about pay to play. This may not be a perfect amendment to the amendment, but this is a vote where you get to say whether you think it's okay to pay to play. And let's be really clear, our whole federal government right now looks very pay to play. President Trump is taking money left and right and doling out favors left and right, and we all know that. The corruption is unprecedented. And so if people in this body want to separate themselves from that and say that pay to play is not all right, and by the way, I was the one that Representative Rarick was referring to in the committee, and I think that what I said was, this is not a conflict of interest issue that we're talking about, which was what it had been called. This is called pay to play. That is exactly what it is. I'm not saying that that is what anybody did, but this is forward-looking. You all can complain about, Governor Wolson, complain about a problem that happened last year that you didn't like, but that was a rare situation. Representative Robbins wants to solve the rare situation. What we're talking about is the situation that happens year after year after year, where there is at least an appearance of pay to play. Let's get rid of even the appearance of pay to play and vote for this secondary amendment, and then vote for the primary amendment when this secondary is part of the bill. Thank you.
I recognize a member from Wright, Representative Rarick.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is really interesting to me. So we're worried about pay to play, but we're not going to hold the governor accountable for $30,000 that one of the regent candidates gave to his campaign. And there were many, many other things I have been told that this particular person helped the governor out in many, many ways. Like I said, I didn't look at all his federal campaigns, or all the federal campaigns, but this is exactly why we need the underlying amendment, not the amendment to the amendment, because in the amendment to the amendment, it doesn't say anything about money going to the governor, and that's where the pay to play is. So we're not even talking about the right pay to play. And it was so interesting, right? So it's been 20 years since we haven't elected regents here on this floor. Why is that? I'd like to ponder that for just a minute. Why did we not elect regents here on this floor? If it hasn't happened it's been 20 years since that we couldn't do that, I can tell you exactly why, because I was at the helm trying to make it happen. And I said I had my signature on the letter to start the process, I had Senator Fateh's signature to start the process, and I could not get agreement from the other side of the aisle to sign the letter to start the process. That's why we didn't elect regents, because the other side of the aisle refused to. We could have, all it was one signature, and off to the races we would have been. And we wouldn't be in this position right now. And the governor would not have had the opportunity to appoint 4 regents, Ellen Lugar, who didn't make it through the joint committee. She didn't even get a single vote through the joint committee, not one vote. And Kosar Mohammed, who did make it through. And then 2 people that we had never heard of, we on this side of the aisle have never heard of. One of them, I'm sure that if Ann O'Connor, who was running his office when he was out campaigning with Harris, I'm sure that he was very, very social with Joel Bergstrom, and he certainly knew Samuel Hines and Samuel Hines' wife over the many, many, many years and years and years and years that they donated huge sums to Democrat candidates. That is what we're trying to stop with this amendment. That's the pay to play. I don't even know why you're doing this amendment. You cut out the legislature. The amendment cuts us out of this process. The governor can pick anybody that he wants that came through RCAC, and he can pick anybody he wants that gave him huge sums of money. That's what this amendment to the amendment does. It's utterly ridiculous. Please vote no.
Any further discussion to the amendment to the amendment? I recognize the author of the amendment to the amendment, the member from Hennepin, Representative Coulter.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's pretty funny to me that the claim was made that my amendment to the amendment doesn't say anything about anything going to the governor, because neither does the underlying amendment. I read this, you can read the amendment for yourself. It's not long, it's 15 lines. It doesn't say anything about how anyone ends up in the pool that the governor would draw from to make appointments. There is nothing stopping someone that raises the concerns that Representative Rarick and that Representative Robbins have been talking about from ending up in that pool based on this amendment. All they would have to do is be recommended by the RCAC or the Joint Committee, and we're right back where we started. So I can't say I'm surprised, but I am a little disappointed that it does not sound like the secondary amendment will go on, because I think if this language were to go on, this is language that we could bring into conference committee. I don't believe the underlying amendment is. But I would say that if members feel that a perception of hooking up donors with a seat on the University of Minnesota Board of Regents is a problem for the governor, then it's a problem for the folks in this room too. Last year, every Republican on the Higher Education Committee voted for candidates who have donated to Republican members of leadership, Republican members of the House and Senate Higher Education Committees. And most distressingly, on January 9th, one individual cut a check to the House Republican Campaign Committee, and on March 18th, every Republican on the Higher Education Committee voted to put them on the University of Minnesota Board of Regents. If that's a problem, folks, take the plank out of your own eye, too.
Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll. The chief clerk will call the name of the members voting remotely.
Bliss.
Bliss, no.
Bliss votes no. Hussein.
Hussein, aye.
Hussein votes aye. Momani Hildsley.
Momani Hildsley, aye.
Momani Hildsley votes aye. Perez Vega.
Perez Vega, yes.
Perez Vega votes aye.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 67 yeas and 67 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment to the amendment is not adopted. To the underlying amendment, discussion. I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Coulter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I request a roll call? I will request a roll call.
You may request a roll call, and you may have it, Representative Coulter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes. This is really problematic language, does potentially create a separation of powers issue. I'm going to ask folks to vote no.
Further discussion to the amendment. I recognize a member from Anoka, Representative Niska.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Coulter, you've a couple times referenced a separation of powers issue. And then earlier, you referenced the governor's constitutional power to elect regents. Could you would Representative Coulter yield to a question?
He will yield, Representative Niska.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Coulter, where would I find in the Constitution the governor's constitutional power to appoint regents?
Representative Coulter.
Oh, thank you, Speaker, and thank you, Representative Niska. You asked your question too quickly, and I couldn't find it. The governor's power to appoint regents, if there is a vacancy, exists within the University of Minnesota Charter, which exists by reference in the Constitution. I don't remember the exact section. Thank you.
Representative Niska.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Coulter. That is mostly correct. The governor does have the power in the University of Minnesota Charter if the legislature does not fulfill its duty in the Minnesota Charter, University of Minnesota Charter, to appoint regents for such time and with such limits as the legislature allows it to do so, to continue in office until the close of the session of the legislature, then next thereafter, and until others are elected in their stead, after it imposes on the duty on the legislature to elect those regents. And members, what we're seeing is the continuation of a caucus that refused to fulfill that legislative duty. That constitutional structure set out in the University of Minnesota Charter. And the reason why this amendment is so important is because it attempts to remove the incentive structure that allowed for one legislative caucus to undermine our duty under the University of Minnesota Charter to elect those regents. That duty resides first here. If we fail in our duty, then the governor has a limited power to appoint temporary regents. But the governor doesn't have unlimited power, not under our Constitution, not under the University of Minnesota Charter. It's our job. It's our duty. And the only reason we're doing this amendment is to clean up from one caucus's obstruction of our duty, to remove the incentives that were in place that resulted in the exact situation that Representative Rarick talked about. So go ahead, vote against it. Show the people of Minnesota how seriously you take your duty here, our duty to oversee the University of Minnesota. Because this is the only regulation, this is the only power that the state of Minnesota has over the University of Minnesota. The University of Minnesota is a land-grant institution that predates our state, which means they get to basically govern themselves except for the people's right to choose the regents through their elected representatives here in the legislature. So that's our job. The governor doesn't have any power unless we fail to do our job. And the only reason we're even talking about this is because you failed to do your job. You prevented us from being able to do our job last year and are preventing us from doing our job this year. So thank you, Representative Rarick, for this amendment. We should pass it. We should pass it. But I have a sick feeling that the caucus that chose to prevent us from doing our duty is going to prevent us from fixing this problem as well. Members, vote green.
Any further discussion to the amendment? I recognize the author of the amendment, the member from Wright, Representative Rarick.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Leader Niska. So we also talked about the constitutionality, because this was a bill, and we talked about this at great length in the Higher Ed Committee. And we asked our nonpartisan staff, does this have a constitutional issue? And as Leader Niska also just pointed out, it does not. This does not limit the governor's ability to do what he can constitutionally do. That's a red herring. Saying that there is a constitutional issue to this amendment is an absolute and an utter red herring. But you know what's not a red herring? the fact that Joel Bergstrom and Samuel Hines are now regents at the University of Minnesota, and a pay-to-play happened, potentially. I do know that Samuel Hines donated over $30,000 to Governor Walz and to many candidates on the Democrat side and many caucuses on the Democrat side, and through fundraisers. And the fact that Joel Bergstrom is in a very interesting relationship with one of the most powerful people in the governor's office, was literally running the governor's office when he was out campaigning. When this was happening, she was the third highest paid person, and she bought a house with Joel Bergstrom. And this amendment would stop any future governor from doing the same shenanigans. So please vote yes and stop a future governor from doing the same stuff that this governor just did. I'm very glad that he has decided to not run again, because this is what the governor has done and would have continued to do. And one last thing before I stop talking about this amendment, I would implore the other side of the aisle, we can still elect regents this session, and we can replace the ones that were just appointed by the governor. And if you really believe that that was a pay-to-play, if you really believe that that was a problem, then sign the paper so that we can elect new regents this session, because we certainly can do that. All 4 regents can be replaced by us this session. So if you really mean it, and you really think that this is a problem, and you really want to fix it, then work with us to actually elect new regents. We can still do it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Vote yes.
Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll. Members, please vote. The clerk will call the names of the members voting remotely.
Bliss.
Go ahead, Matt.
Bliss, aye.
Bliss votes aye. Hussein. Hussein. Momani Hilsley.
Momani Hilsley, no.
Momani Hilsley votes no. Perez Vega.
Here you go. I'm going to have you vote no in a second.
Perez Vega votes no.
Perez Vega votes no. Hussein.
Go ahead.
Hussein, no.
Hussein votes no.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 66 yeas and 67 yeas and 67 nays, the amendment does not prevail. There is an amendment at the desk. The chief clerk will report the amendment.
Coulter moves to amend House File Number 4252, the second engrossment. The amendment is coded A21.
I recognize a member from Hennepin, Representative Coulter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm going to do this up front this time. I will request a roll call.
Roll call will be granted to Representative Coulter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So this amendment deals with the state grant program. And I'm actually kind of surprised that this is the only amendment that we have related to the state grant program here, given that, one, the state grant program does face a significant shortfall, but two, this was identified as a priority, I think, for both sides on the committee. I am not sure how this is going to go, but as my wife would remind me, hope is a thing with feathers. So since this is the higher education bill, let's give it the old college try. And this amendment actually does something that I have said multiple times that I was not really interested in doing, but I do think making a last-ditch effort to address the shortfall in the state grant is worth trying it. So this amendment does make a permanent structural change to the state grant program. And what it does is make for-profit colleges ineligible. Members, we will end up spending somewhere around, our state grant program, I should say, will end up spending somewhere around $13 million this biennium that goes to for-profit colleges. And for a little bit of context, since 2020, the amount that the state grant program has spent on for-profit colleges has increased by 57%, even as the number of students who receive state grants at for-profit colleges has gone down by 19%. The result is that the average award for for-profit colleges from the state grant program has nearly doubled in 5 years. And in fact, per student, the state grant program subsidizes for-profit colleges nearly as much as it does our Minnesota state universities. Now, for those of you who are interested in results, I could talk about how for-profit colleges have pretty abysmal graduation and degree completion rates. For those of you who, and I know there are a lot of you in this room who would love to talk about fraud, I could mention names like the Minnesota School of Business, Globe College, or ITT Tech. For those of you who are concerned about the cost of living and affordability, I could mention that because they are not as able to access subsidized loans, the average graduate from a for-profit college carries $3,300 more in student debt. But I won't mention those things. Instead, I will just say that with the structural shortfall that our state grant program faces, why should our state grant dollars be subsidizing huge corporations? Now, just one example, APEI, which owns the largest for-profit college in the state, had a total revenue last year of nearly $650 million, a 19% increase from the year before. The fact is that for-profit colleges can take the hit of coming off our state grant program. The students who depend on the state grant, which has been a bridge to affordable higher education for decades for middle-class and lower-income families, our students cannot.
Further discussion to the amendment. I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Robbins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I'm encouraging a no vote on this amendment. It's honestly stunning to me to hear Representative Coulter talk about this. This was never brought up in committee. We had multiple negotiations about how to fix the state grant and do structural changes. This idea was never brought forward in the negotiations. Representative Chair Rarick had 4 pages of potential structural fixes to the state grant that would have helped, and all of them were rejected. And so for this to come up on the floor is shocking. And I just want to talk about the substance of it for a minute. So what this amendment does is it will stop state grant funds from being used by students. The money doesn't go to these institutions. The money goes to students who choose these institutions for careers in cosmetology, for law enforcement, for IT, cybersecurity. Some of these programs are the most flexible and accessible way for students to choose them, and they choose them, and the money goes to the student. It doesn't go to the university. And so this is a red herring, and the very substantive proposals we had to address the state grant were all rejected. And so I I think, members, that we should vote no on this. There's a lot of work to do when this bill goes to conference committee, and we can revisit that if someone wants to then. But we should not put this on as a House position, because I really think this is harming students who want to choose these programs, often very direct career-based programs, and we should let students who receive state funds use it for the schools that they find will help their careers the best. Thank you.
I recognize a member from Benton, Representative Wolgamott.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I urge a green vote.
I recognize a member from Ramsey, Representative Pinto.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wanted to just note for members, I was listening to Chair Robbins and the fraud committee that she's the chair of, I'm the lead on. One of the themes that's come up this year quite a bit is the impact of the profit motive when it comes to our public programs. We've got public good, which is higher education. When you add this private profit motive, there's a particular concern that arises, and I think that we've seen that throughout. That's one of the benefits, actually, of the way the committee's operated, I will confess, is seeing this across a number of different programs, across the different jurisdictions of our different committees. And so when I look at the proposal here, I think this is a significant step and a real advantage when it comes to making sure that our public dollars are being used in the very best way that they possibly can. We know that we have terrific nonprofit private colleges in Minnesota. We think very highly of them, and we want to make sure that those public dollars are being used in the very best way possible. And when you have that for-profit motive, there's a significant concern when that arises. So I speak, members, in favor of the amendment and would urge a green vote. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize a member from Hennepin, Representative Robbins.
Thank you. I just wanted to point out I do care deeply about fraud. There is a lot in this bill that will address the ghost student fraud problem and is important, but this will not help that. The profit motive is not the problem, as I've told my friends on the other aisle many times. The profit motive drives innovation, it drives entrepreneurship, it drives job creation, it drives a lot of things. It doesn't drive fraud. What drives fraud are criminals, and they're allowed to get away with it by agencies and state government who refuses to do their job. So I just want to be clear on that. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Vote no.
I recognize a member from Anoka, Representative Engen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would Representative Coulter yield for a question?
He will yield. Representative Engen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Coulter, is the University of Minnesota a for-profit or a non-profit?
Representative Coulter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representing the University of Minnesota is a public university.
Representative Engen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would Representative Coulter continue to yield?
He will yield. Representative Engen.
Perfect. But they are also deemed a nonprofit university, correct?
Representative Coulter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. They are a public university.
Under the same nonprofit status.
Representative Engen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would Representative Coulter continue to yield?
He will continue. Representative Engen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So how much do they have in their endowment fund, that tax-free hedge fund of theirs that they have?
Representative Coulter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Engen, I don't know offhand.
Representative Engen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's $5.5 billion. In your amendment, we'd be limiting the state grant to nonprofit institutions, such as the University of Minnesota's classification. Yes, it is public, but it is also classified as a nonprofit. And limiting them to those institutions that claim to be a nonprofit, yet are sitting on a $5.5 billion endowment fund, is pretty rich to say that the private for-profit colleges are deemed corporate. The word nonprofit can sometimes be used as a misnomer, and that's what I see here in your amendment. And that's why I'm going to be voting no on it, and I would encourage others to do the same.
I recognize a member from Morrison, Representative Schultz.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would Representative Coulter yield?
He will yield. Representative Schultz.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Coulter, your bill significantly impacts many Minnesota students, but in fact, to my knowledge, we have no clue how many students this impacts. And so, Representative Coulter, my first question for you is, did you introduce this bill? And then my next, and maybe we should just start there, Mr.
Representative
Speaker.
Coulter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Schultz, yes, this is a bill that I've introduced, and to answer what I'm guessing may be your next question, the number of students who received state grant awards at for-profit colleges last year was 2,788.
Representative Schultz.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And do we have a fiscal note to say that, Mr. Speaker?
Are you asking him to continue
I'm
to
asking
yield?
Representative Coulter if he would yield to that
Representative
question.
Coulter, will you yield? Representative Coulter.
So the savings from this amendment would stay in the state grant program. It does not save the state or cost the state anything.
Representative Schultz.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Coulter, you spent a great portion of this session arguing on bills in front of the Higher Education Committee on fiscal notes. So I would have assumed that you would have brought that information so we could base ourselves in fact, because right now what you stated on this floor, we have no basis to understand, especially because there was no bill brought before the House that actually contains this information. So I'm really curious as to why we're bringing this amendment today and right now, considering that every other bill that didn't have a finalized fiscal note was rejected in front of your committee. And so I'm just curious if you would continue to yield to another question.
He will continue to yield. Representative Schultz.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Coulter, do you have a fiscal note that you could provide to the body?
Representative Coulter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, again, Representative Schultz, this bill does not have a direct cost or savings because this eliminates from the state grant program for-profit colleges. The appropriation to the state grant program stays the exact same. But if you're wondering how much per year the state sends to students at for-profit colleges, my recollection from the 2025 state grant report is that it was $6.469 million.
Representative Schultz.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Coulter, you know, a fiscal note would also tell us the number of students. It would tell us the amount of savings to the state grant program. It would tell us, Representative Coulter, how Minnesota students would benefit from this, or in this instance, which Minnesota students you'd be kicking off the state grant program, because those are people too, those are students too. And I just want to ensure that you want to support Minnesota students, which I'm kind of questioning right now. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm wondering why we're even voting on this amendment if we don't have the information that can inform the body as to how Minnesota students can benefit from changes to the state grant program today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Any further discussion to the amendment? I recognize the member from Wright, Representative Rarick.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So simply put, this amendment hurts students. It hurts nearly 3,000 students that choose to go to places like Capella University, Rasmussen University, Empire Beauty School. So are you really going to hurt students who want to go to cosmetology school, that want to go to business school? That's what we're doing here. That's what this amendment does, is you are hurting students, nearly 3,000 students that chose to go to one of these universities. Please, members, vote no on this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize the author of the amendment, the member from Hennepin, Representative Coulter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I'm going to backtrack a little bit and try and answer some of the few questions that were tossed at me. Representative Schultz, to answer your questions, all of that information is in the 2025 state grant report. All of the numbers that I just gave you came directly from that report. So yes, we do know. Representative Engen, the U of M endowment may be managed as a nonprofit. The University of Minnesota is a public institution. And as you can read in the amendment, in order to qualify for the state grant program, an institution must be, one option is, operated by this state or the Board of Regents of the University of Minnesota. The University of Minnesota will still qualify for the state grant, I promise you. And, you know, Representative Robbins, you know, and Representative Rarick for that matter, yeah, obviously I don't rely a ton on cosmetology services, but folks can get a pretty great degree in cosmetology at Metro State, at Minnesota State Southeast. And to the question about the profit motive, I didn't think we'd be talking about that here, but I guess I would just ask those students who went to Argosy University how much innovation that drove. So what I will say is this, members, you are free to vote how you like and justify it how you like. The reality is that the money that our state grant program spends on for-profit colleges could be 2,600 state grant awards for students at Bemidji State, at St. Cloud State, at Winona State. 1,100 awards for students in the University of Minnesota system, and 1,000 awards for students at Gustavus or St. Mary's. I will put it to all of you, and I will put it to Minnesotans anytime, any place. What is the better investment? Are Minnesota-grown schools or a giant corporation that made hundreds of millions of dollars?
There being no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll. The clerk will call the names of the members voting remotely.
Bliss.
Go ahead, man.
Bliss, no.
Bliss votes no. Hussein.
Hussein, aye.
Hussein votes aye. Momani Hiltsley.
Momani Hiltsley, aye.
Momani Hiltsley votes aye. Perez Vega.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 65 yeas and 67 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There are amendments at the desk. The chief clerk will report the amendment.
Cagle moves to amend House File Number 4252, the second engrossment. The amendment is coded A26.
I recognize a member from Anoka, Representative Cagle.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I'd like you to all take a look at the map that had been passed out here, the one that has the Empowering Small Minnesota Communities on it. This isn't a program, this is a strategy to make sure that every community in Minnesota has a fair shot. Too often, small towns lose out on funding, not because they lack ideas, but they lose it because they lack the capacity. So the Empowering Small Communities program fixes that by connecting local leaders with the expertise they need to turn ideas into real fundable projects. This is a partnership between the Center for Transportation Studies, the U of M Design School, and U of M Extension Services. So why does this program matter? Small communities are competing against large cities with full-time grant writers and planning teams. Federal and state dollars are available, but only if you can navigate the system. This program bridges that gap by providing technical expertise, planning support, and grant readiness. This levels the playing field. So this is about self-determination, local leadership, and investing in every zip code, not just the big ones like mine. We're saying your community matters no matter the size. So this program turns local ideas into shovel-ready projects. It brings in more federal dollars into Minnesota, and it strengthens infrastructure, housing, and local economies. This is an extension of previously appropriated money, so there is no general fund impact, and this is one of the smartest returns on investments we can make. If we want a stronger Minnesota, we have to invest in every community, and this is how we do it. I also would just like to kind of run through the projects. This is a program that I'm super proud of, and being my last session, I'm going to take a little bit of time to brag about it. So bear with me. So we have a bunch of projects that have been funded throughout the state, and the first area that I'm going to focus on is kind of the northeastern part, the arrowhead, as Representative Eklund used to say, the part of the state that what is it, the Minnesota has a point or something like that? I can't remember. He did better. But there are 3 projects in Representative Scraba's district that have been funded through this. In Grand Marais and Two Harbors, they did a project that analyzes tourism waste and infrastructure impacts along the North Shore to guide sustainable growth. The Crystal Bay Township in Finland developed housing strategies to address shortages in rural Lake County. Embarrass plans to upgrade its fairgrounds and historic assets to support tourism and community use. Mount Iron Boys Fort area They have explored solar energy development tied to community wealth building. In Representative Burkle's district in Baudette, War Road, and Badger, they did a community-wide planning for housing and workforce and economic development. Representative Gander's district has been one that I've been really excited about. It's been a really great project. The downtown revitalization and economic redevelopment planning of Crookston. And that program has actually taken legs, and after they were done with their U of M portion, they started their own Empowering Crookston group, and they're now meeting weekly to talk about things that they can do in their own community. Representative Bliss, you got one in Menominee in evaluating broadband expansion options to improve connectivity. In West Central Minnesota, Representative Murphy, Battle Lake, and Burgess has developed housing and climate energy plans to support long-term growth. Representative Backer in Pelican Rapids, they designed a multicultural community facility to support diverse populations. There's a multi-county prairie region one that includes Representative Anderson, Representative Swazinski, Representative Van Binsbergen, man, I almost had it right, Gillman, and Harder, and this builds regional systems to connect local food producers to markets and strengthen rural economies. In central Minnesota, Representative Knutson, Wiener, Davis, Heinzman, Igo, and Warwas, you're Region 5, Cass, Crow Wing County, and they are creating a shared data and grant system to help small communities compete for funding. Representative Creshaw in Mille Lacs County, they're expanding rural transit options, especially for seniors and workers. In Hinckley, Representative Nelson, they're developing downtown improvements and wayfinding to support economic viability. Representative Torkelson, you've got a couple in here. You've got one for New Ulm, identifying sites for solar development, and then Lamberton, designing a new community park and recreation for quality of life. I've got one more here. There we go. Representative Torkelson in Redwood Falls, they're improving walkability and signage to strengthen downtown tourism. In Marshall, Representative Swazinski has, they're creating a 15-year park and recreation master plan. Morton, Van Binsbergen's district, they're doing maps of flood risk to guide mitigation and infrastructure investments. In Medallia and Lake Crystal, there's two separate projects, redesigning flood-prone parks and improvement resiliency and developing long-term community energy plans. Those are in the Mr. Speaker's district. And then we have our Southern Bluffs area, which is also got Hudson County's District 26B, Rapinski's. They're building a GIS trail system map to grow tourism and outdoor recreation. Also, they're in Representative Rapinski's district, Preston, they're expanding trail connectivity. And in Rushford, they're designing green spaces and event areas to support downtown viability. In Kenyon, Representative Allen, they're doing plans for safer walking and biking, safe routes to school. Representative Harder's district in Henderson, they're developing strategies for funding, transportation, and tourism. In Plainview, Elgin, and Millville, in Representative Jacobs' district, they're designing inclusive community gathering spaces with energy efficient features. Blooming Prairie identifies funding opportunities for playgrounds and community upgrades, and that's in Representative Mueller's district. Another one in Representative Olson's district connects in Winnebago and Welcome, connects infrastructure and community needs to community needs assessment. And then we have a few here that are a little bit closer to the cities. Representative Engen has a project in Centerville with plans to improve downtown improvements and community engagement. Representative Reimer, there is a district or a project in Lindstrom, Centerville that designs connections between lakes, downtowns, and recreational areas. Representative Gordon has one in Harris that develops a long-term community growth strategy. And then Representative Purcell happens to be the lone Democrat who has one in her district that evaluates PFAS, landfill risks, and long-term environmental solutions. So this is $9 million that we have appropriated over 2 budget cycles. It's gone a long way. It's gone a long way in a lot of your guys' districts. Unfortunately, my district does have more than 15,000 people, so I do not qualify, but this has been a really amazing program that has brought communities together to plan for their own futures. This is simply an extension of an appropriation that we've already made. The university is about to, they're soliciting their 3rd round of funding right now, And we'll be moving on after the 3rd to the 4th as long as we can continue to get this extension through. So with that, thank you for letting me brag a bit about this program, and I hope you all can support the amendment.
I recognize a member from Hennepin, Representative Robbins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I rise in opposition to this amendment. I appreciate Chair Kegel's great work on all of this, but this was brought very late in the process, and when we reached out to the University of Minnesota, they said they did not request it and they do not need it. So they already have plans. I'll just read from their email. We currently have plans in place to expend all of the funds within the originally scheduled window. So the university doesn't see this as necessary, and so I just don't think we need to add this to the bill. Thank you, members. Vote no.
I recognize a member from Benton, Representative Wolgamott.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I recommend a green vote. And I would like to request a roll call.
Roll call will be had. Representative Rarick the member from Wright.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Right, so as Chair Robbins just said, the University of Minnesota didn't ask for this. We had no bill, we had no hearing. This just popped up at the last minute, and maybe just so that we could hear every single project in every person's district. I'm not really sure why, but here we are. So we don't need this amendment. The University of Minnesota does not need this. Please vote no. This is just consuming a lot of time that we could be doing other things. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I recognize a member from Anoka, Representative Kegel.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And this actually was brought to me by the Center for Design Studies at the University of Minnesota, so that is where it came from. And I just, this is an appropriation that is already there, and I would really like the university to be able to continue all the great work in all of your guys' districts. So thank you. Please vote green.
Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll. Members, please vote. The clerk will call the names of the members voting remotely.
Bliss.
Bliss, no.
Bliss votes no. Hussein.
Hussein, aye.
Hussein votes aye. Momani Hiltzley.
Momani Hiltzley, aye.
Momani Hiltzley votes aye. Perez Vega.
Perez Vega, yes.
Perez Vega votes aye.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 67 yeas and 67 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The chief clerk will report the amendment.
Hicks moves to amend House File Number 4252, the second engrossment. The amendment is coded A27.
I recognize the member from Olmsted, Representative Hicks.
Thank you so much, Speaker. This is a really simple amendment. It just allows RCTC and the City of Rochester to enter into a longer-term lease, building lease for their athletic facilities. The facilities at RCTC are aging, and the City of Rochester and RCTC have been meeting to try to discuss how to come to an agreement to help make those facilities work into the long term for our community. It doesn't cost any money, and it doesn't solidify the agreement. The agreement would still have to go through the board of the Minnesota schools, but it just allows the opportunity for the conversation to happen. I'd appreciate a green vote.
Further discussion to the amendment? I recognize the member from Olmsted, Representative Quam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A little bit more detail. Some of these facilities were, I guess, made with funds from a sales tax from the city. So it was a combination of the community college and the city sharing resources and then sharing, sharing the building of them, but sharing the utilization. And now it's decades have gone by. It needs work, repair. The city recently, we authorized a vote by the citizens for a sales tax extension. And in that extension is funds for doing this type of activity. So the cooperative effort between the city and the community college from decades, this would let that proceed for additional time with no cost to the state. Just giving the rest of the story.
Further discussion. I recognize the member from Wright, Representative Rarick.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So again, we have no bill, no hearing. This came to us at the very last minute. It might be a great project, I have no idea, but we have had no vetting on this whatsoever. I would ask for a no vote on this because frankly, we don't really know what it is, what it does, or where it's going. Again, no bill, no hearing. No, we have no fiscal note. We have nothing to go by. I wish we had gotten this back in February. That would have been helpful, but we didn't. I heard about it very, very recently. I believe Thursday was the first time I heard about it. So, members, I would ask for a no vote. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Recognize a member from Benton, Representative Wolgamott.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I recommend a green vote, and I also request a roll call vote.
There's being 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Wolgamott.
Thank you.
I recognize a member from Olmsted, Representative Quam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I guess maybe I've been around here long enough to remember past activity along this line. It's not in my district, but it's in my area, and I remember the cooperative efforts of local entities together for the betterment of the community. So I'm making this decision on the merits instead of who's offering the amendment.
Any further discussion to the amendment? I recognize a member from Olmsted, the author of the amendment, Representative Hicks.
Thank you so much, Speaker. There's no fiscal note. All it does is allow them to enter into a lease agreement if they choose, and the board does it. I'm a little confused because I thought the other side of the aisle was like really big into local control. It really doesn't do anything that is not just allowing two governmental bodies to have a conversation about what's going to work for public goods for public use. So I'd appreciate a yes vote. Thanks.
Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll. Members, please vote. The clerk will call the names of the members voting remotely.
Bliss.
Bliss, no.
Bliss votes no. Hussein.
Go ahead. Hussein, aye.
Hussein votes aye. Momani Hilsley.
Momani Hilsley, aye.
Momani Hilsley votes aye. Perez Vega.
Perez Vega, yes.
Perez Vega votes aye.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 74 yeas and 58 nays, the motion prevails. The amendment is adopted. There are no further amendments at the desk. The Chief Clerk will give the bill its third reading.
Third reading, House Law Number 4252, as amended.
Third reading. Discussion. I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Coulter.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, members, for the conversation today. This bill is fine. It does do some good things. The funding referenced earlier to fight ghost student fraud is important for protecting the public dollars and the tuition dollars that folks send to our colleges and universities, and for making sure that financial aid goes to students and not the fraudsters. There is some good policy from the Office of Higher Education in here, and you know, we all like trees. I'm okay. You know, making that bold statement here. But I will say that I think we are missing a real opportunity to go after college affordability. To be frank, the tuition is too damn high. A recent Pew Research poll showed that a majority of Americans believe that higher education in this country is on the wrong track. And the number one reason, with a bullet, 79% overall, 78% of Democrats, 82% of Republicans say as much. They say tuition is too high. And what's interesting about that is that there's actually a pretty significant gap between folks who say tuition is too high and that the quality of education is too low. And so what that says is not that folks question the value of a college education. They just question the cost, and they're right to do that. We made significant, huge progress in 2023 and 2024. And if you ever have a chance to go to one of our college or university campuses, maybe there's one in your district, if you talk to the folks who work there, the folks who learn there, they will tell you that exact thing, that the North Star Promise has been an absolute game changer for making a college education affordable in the state of Minnesota. My fear is that over these last 2 years that progress has stalled a little bit. And so I think for folks who are asking that question, for families who are looking to pay for the dream of higher education, for students who want to better educate themselves, to better contribute to our economy and our society, they are a good investment. Our Minnesota families, our Minnesota students are a good investment. And my hope is that the next group of people who sit in these seats will make choices that show that.
I recognize the member from Morrison, Representative Schultz.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, I'll be voting against House File 4252, and the reason why is because of the intransigence that we have seen on the other side of the aisle as it relates to ensuring that tax dollars are for Minnesotans first. This body has chosen for 2 consecutive bienniums to put the needs of people who are here illegally ahead of the needs of Minnesotans. Our state government, over the last few years, since the DFL trifecta, has prioritized funding illegal immigrants. There are hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of illegal immigrants receiving financial aid paid for by Minnesota taxpayers to go to our institutions of higher education. That is both in the North Star grant program and the state grant program. That means that Minnesota taxpayers, in the case of the North Star Promise, are providing for free, wholly paid college education to people who are here illegally. These are the priorities of the Democratic Party here in Minnesota.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
State your point of order.
Mason's Manual 124, paragraph 1, personality is not permitted. I would like to say that the use of the word illegal as it pertains to human beings is derogatory and dehumanizing, and we should refrain from using that term. Thank you.
Representative Schultz.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When we look at this, it's very clear. We have over 100,000 people who are here in Minnesota illegally. And the North Star Promise and the state grant program are provided to people who are here illegally without legal and lawful status. And this is a real question about Minnesota's state budget. As we debate right here a supplemental budget for the Office of Higher Education, and consider where our tax dollars are going, the question here before us is, are we going to place the needs of citizens and those lawfully present first? Because this current state policy, because of the intransigence of Democrats here in the Minnesota House of Representatives, literally takes money from students, Minnesota students, who are either citizens or those here lawfully, and takes it away from their state grant and from their North Star promise and gives it to people who don't have lawful status. That's wrong. It's absolutely wrong. But what makes it worse, members, is that this is one of numerous different policy priorities that the Democrat trifecta passed into law to create a magnet for people who are here illegally and for people from other countries to come here illegally. We're harming our own social safety nets for our own people. We don't have an infinite amount of money. We don't have a money tree. We don't have the ability to pay for every single person on the globe's college. You actually have already admitted that. You've admitted that through the principle that not every Minnesota kid gets the North Star promise. And yet, built the stipulations in law and have prevented reform to ensure that as it relates to financial aid at Minnesota's colleges and universities, that those dollars would be reserved for citizens and those lawfully present. That has been an active decision by House Democrats. And what does that result in? When we choose to benefit the people who are not here lawfully, our public programs falter. And we see deficits at places like HCMC because we actively decide and create a magnet to allow people from foreign countries to come here illegally
Point of order,
and benefit
Mr.
from our
Speaker.
financial aid programs.
Point of order, Mr.
State your point of order.
Mason section 101, we should confine remarks to the subject of the debate. I don't believe the debate is about how Representative Schultz feels about those living in Minnesota and their status. I believe we are talking about a bill. Thank you.
I remind members to keep their discussion to the bill at hand. Representative Schultz.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as a reminder to the body, we are discussing the supplemental budget for the Office of Higher Education and the higher education programs that are available to people in Minnesota, which currently includes people who are here without lawful status. No matter the place in the globe, no matter other eligibility requirements, we, as in the political left here in Minnesota, has made a conscious decision to spend our money, taxpayers, citizens of Minnesota, for people who are here illegally, and to create a magnet for more people to travel here illegally. This doesn't benefit Minnesota. And our social safety nets, our hospitals, like HCMC, are harmed because there are people who are not our own citizens benefiting from public programs. That is the intransigence, because of the intransigence of House Democrats, that we haven't seen action on this very priority. Hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of students are benefiting from state taxpayer financial aid, and it doesn't have to be this way. It doesn't have to be this way. So when we look forward, when Minnesotans look forward to what this state can look like, let's realize that we're talking about the bank accounts of taxpayers in every corner of this state. And when we're spending millions and millions and millions of dollars to benefit people who are here in this state illegally, that is out of line with the values of most Minnesotans.
I recognize a member from Dakota, Representative Hanson J.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you, members. I agree with Representative Coulter. This is a fine enough bill. We could do better, but we'll handle that next year. I'm looking forward to that. And I want to, you just heard a whole lot of things about what's absolutely wrong. What's absolutely wrong is what you just heard. Ask him to explain it sometime. He can't. In Minnesota, in order to get access to these programs, the students, if they are not born in the United States, need to prove that they are on the right track to do that. They need to prove that they have gone through the process. We talked about this extensively in committee. I'm surprised to still hear the same messages coming from that side of the aisle today. Folks who get access to our program must provide documentation that proves they are going through the pathway that this country has put forward for them to go through. They are doing the right thing. And if they're not, they don't get access to the program. So do not be fooled by what you heard from the other side of the aisle. It is fun for them to talk about it over there. I get that. But I think the people of Minnesota deserve to hear the truth and facts and not hear about people's feelings so much over there. These are people in Minnesota who are our neighbors. They are human beings. And for people like the representative you just heard of to talk about our faith so much, we've talked about going to the same college, Christian colleges. To continue to dehumanize Minnesotans is absolutely reprehensible. It is not what it looks like to be the hands and feet. It is not what it looks like to welcome the stranger. It is not what it looks like to claim to hold that faith and then act that way. I will rise every time to talk about this, every time, because on this issue, in the higher education bill, the folks who get access to this program have to show that they are going through the doors that this country put forward. And if that's not good enough for you, I can't wait to see all of the reforms that we'll see come out of DC this year, right? These are people who know that if they too have the opportunity to achieve a higher education, all of us benefit. Because when communities have more education, they're safer, they're healthier, they're better for business, the economy does better, everybody does better when everybody does better. That's something we believe on this side. So, again, I invite you to talk to the representative who was talking sometime about how this program actually works, or watch the committee hearing and see how well that went. But please do not fall for the trick that people who are not here, didn't get to be born here, are somehow not humans worthy of inherent dignity and respect. And I hope more of you rise to talk about this when we see humans being dehumanized in this floor. It is an insult to the institution and it is an insult to other people. So I'll leave it at that.
I recognize a member from Wright, Representative Rarick.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, let's just talk about how we got here. So when we tried to do a higher ed budget last session and set the budget for 2 years, we were facing a $235 million massive hole in the state grant program. How did that happen? Well, free college. You tell people free college and they come running. So we went from 70,000 getting state grant to now 75,000 this year, and it's projected next year to be 88,000. So they're coming. And guess who's coming? The people that have the least ability to pay for college. So right now, the state grant program, about 43% of them are the poorest of the poor and get the most state grant. So we fixed that hole, the $235 million hole, last year. We fixed it. We closed the gap through policy changes. We cut some programs. I know I actually got Democrats to cut something, eliminate a program and put that money into the state grant. And then this year happened. So what OHE did, so Office of Higher Education, they took $60 million out of the second year, where we are right now, and put it in the first year and spent all but $15 million of it. So now we're facing a $131 million hole in the state grant program. $131 million hole in the state grant program. And we just fixed a $235 million hole last session. We fixed it. And now OHE has come in front of our committee at least 3 times and said, oh, whoopsie, we created a structural deficit, a structural imbalance. We didn't create that. That was created back in 23 by the you-know-who's that were in charge in 23. That you-know-who's trifecta that created a big old structural deficit imbalance in the state grant program. So now this year, we're like, well, maybe we can fix it again. So, I did what I do. And if you've been around very long, you know this is what I do. I have 4 pages of fixes to the state grant program. 4 pages. That's what I brought to negotiations to fix the $131 million big old hole in the state grant program that was created because the other side during the trifecta created a structural imbalance. So it's no surprise that not one of these ideas, not one, is in the bill that you have in front of you. You know what? I could have fixed that structural imbalance with 4 line items. With 4 things, I could have fixed it. The entire thing, $131 million. And you know how many things that the other side of the aisle agreed to? 0. You know how many ideas they brought into negotiation? 0. Just put more money in it. It'll be fine. Put more money in it. We have a structural imbalance. Put more money in it. So this bill doesn't fix anything. The one thing it does do, I will give it this tiny bit of credit, is at least we're getting to the ghost student issue. And in OHE's policy, at least they're dealing with saying, okay, now if you've committed fraud elsewhere in state government, you don't get state grants. So, I'll give you that. But there's not a whole lot in here. There's nothing in here from my 4 pages of fixes to the state grant program. So you know whose kids are going to be hurt? Every kid in the district that we all represent are going to be hurt because they're not going to get state grant. The money has been spent. Every opportunity that we had to fix it was no. We were told no, 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 we're not doing that. So I personally, even though I was in the negotiating room and have ushered this through, to my chagrin and disappointment, there's nothing in this bill that I find worthy of voting for. And members, for the first time in my entire history on a bill that I worked on, I'm voting no. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Robbins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I just wanted to talk about the things that I thought were great in this bill and also agree that there's a lot of work left to do. So the couple things that are really positive about this bill is that we put $1.5 million in to address the ghost student problem, which we all recognize is a growing issue for our state colleges. And I'm very pleased to see that we had strong bipartisan support for that. We also have language in the bill that allows the state to deny financial aid if an applicant lies or provides false or misleading information on their forms or verification requests. So that's another way we're addressing fraud. And we've also just, a small thing, but it was a good win. So we had a terrible storm, as many people know, up near Bemidji State at Duran last year, and the College in the Woods lost their woods. And so they put in a request for $800,000 for new trees on campus, which is far more than we can afford. But we worked with them, and we worked with the researchers at the University of Minnesota. And it turns out our amazing scientists at the University of Minnesota have come up with a hybrid tree that's fast growing that we can buy much more cost effectively. So we are going to, in this bill, provide trees for the University of Minnesota at Bemidji State for small amount of $5,000 for 250 trees. So we want to support our state colleges, and that's an easy win in this bill. But to the points other people have said, we did not fix the state grant program. And there are ways we could have done it, as Chair Rarick pointed out. And every structural attempt we made was rebuffed. And so I am very disappointed in that. I also share Representative Schultz's concerns about the free college and funding for illegals who are here without pursuing proper status. There are many people here who are on a path.
Point of order. I don't have the
State
thing
your
in front
point
of
of
me.
order.
Again, but it's the.
What is your point of order?
What was it? 124. I would ask members to please refrain from using the word illegals when describing human beings. It is very dehumanizing. And this is actually not just my words, but the words of Senator Hoffman, if y'all have seen his viral video from committee the other day. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll continue my remarks. To be clear, I'm not trying to be dehumanizing. It is their legal status. It's not about them as a person. It's about their status in the country. If they come here illegally, they are illegal. And I am not going to be silenced on the floor of the House of Representatives for speaking with appropriate language. And I do not think this body should continue to interrupt over the use of language. That's appropriate. That's legal terminology. And so just to finish it up, I will be voting for this bill. I understand a lot of people have concerns on a number of fronts about it. But I do think there's hope to go to conference committee with the Senate and still work on the state grant issue. And so because of that and because of the fraud control measures in the bill, I will be voting green, and I encourage members to vote your conscience.
I recognize a member from Hennepin, Representative Kraft.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. So I don't sit on the Higher Ed Committee, but I heard something a little while ago that I think is a really clear values statement that I want to point out. One of the representatives was speaking and said that it was a real problem that we had more people that were interested in going to college in Minnesota, that went from 70,000 to 75,000 to 88,000. And the issue was it was the poorest of the poor, and that is an issue. The values is it should not matter the size of your bank account, whether you want to go to college and improve yourself. And I think what I heard there was just a clear value statement that I just fundamentally disagree with. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Any further? I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Lee X.
A quick Google is saying, and y'all feel free to do this, illegals is not a formal legal term in U.S. statutory law, but rather a pejorative shorthand noun used to describe people residing in the country without authorization. While illegal alien has appeared in limited federal statutes, the shortened noun illegals is considered inaccurate and dehumanizing by legal and journalistic standards. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, point of order.
State your point of order.
Mr. Speaker, point of order under Mason's section 101, number 2, persistent irrelevance. A member who resorts to persistent irrelevance or persistent repetition after the attention of the House has been called to a behavior may be directed to discontinue speaking by the presiding officer.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
State your point of order.
My point of order comes from Mason's section 124, paragraph 1, offensive statements. This includes the term illegals. It also includes members standing up to members offering advice, folks who, I'm sorry, Representative Nash is just going to stand up and tell somebody that they're wrong about their own culture. We just need to call that out. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, point of parliamentary inquiry.
State your point of parliamentary inquiry.
I'm a little confused, just given the fact that we've been considering a bill that got calendared for the floor today, and I've heard multiple people speak, and they all seem to be speaking against it. So I'd just like to be reminded, what point of business are we on?
Representative Hudson, we are on the final passage of House File 4252. Any further discussion to the bill? I recognize the author of the bill, the member from Benton, Representative Wolgamott.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And before we get to the bill, I'd like to set the record straight on a couple of things. First of all, to any of the students watching this debate who were the subject of offensive and degrading insults in the discussion today, we apologize. We see you, we value you, we appreciate what you bring to this state and what you bring to this workforce, and we support your education. We need you. So we apologize and we thank you for your hard work and your studies. I also want to set the record straight about the state grant program. We as House Democrats refused to let the state grant program deficit be used as a tool to gut valuable programs and opportunities at our public colleges and universities, vital programs at the University of Minnesota, vital programs at our Min-State colleges and universities all across the state, all across the districts. If we were actually serious about fixing the state grant program, then last year we would have gone together and asked for a higher target to address it. We got a zero target. We've done the best we can, but we are not going to sit here and be told that we don't care about the state grant program and have it be used as an excuse to gut programs to the U and to Min-State that students depend on. To the bill at hand. This bill is far from what I would have liked to see as a full bill if I were the full higher education chair, as I'm sure it's probably far from what Chair Robbins would have wanted if she was a full chair. But we have a tied House, and we did work together in the best faith that we possibly could to come up with the funding to address the GHOST students, as well as the funding for the trees, and working with OHE on their recommendations. I want to thank everyone on the committee, all the members, for showing up and for your contributions. I also would like to thank our dedicated team of staff, our committee pages, Amber Dunham and Nick Johnson, our House researcher, Nathan Hopkins, our House fiscal analyst, Ken Savory, the Republican committee administrator, Garrick Spinwin, the Republican researcher, Jesse McArdle, and the Republican committee legislative assistant, Ellie Wasserman. And I want to give a special thanks to my dream team, the DFL partisan staff, our DFL committee legislative assistant, Carl Yeager, the DFL researcher, Evelyn Weiner, and our DFL committee administrator, Sean Herring. We appreciate all those efforts, and we will continue to do everything that we can as this bill heads a conference to support Minnesota's students and the institutions where they learn. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I ask for a green vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll. Members, please vote. The chief clerk will call the names of the members voting remotely.
Bliss.
Bliss, no.
Bliss votes no. Hussein.
Hussein, aye.
Hussein votes aye. Momani Hilsley.
Momani Hilsley, aye.
Momani Hilsley votes aye. Perez Vega.
Go ahead.
Perez Vega, yes.
Perez Vega votes aye.
The clerk will close the roll.
Okay, what's the next one? 9.
There being 82 yeas and 52 nays, the bill is passed and its title agreed to. The next bill on the calendar for the day is House File 1141. The chief clerk will report the bill.
House File Number 1141, an act relating to housing, establishing a supplemental budget for the Minnesota Housing Finance Agency.
I recognize the author of the bill, the member from Hennepin, Representative Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is our housing bill this year. This is a good bipartisan bill that's going to do a lot of good for Minnesotans. And the first thank you I want to make is really for every member on our housing committee, from Co-Chair Igo to Vice Chair Kozlowski, Vice Chair Dotseth, but all of our committee members. I think what allowed us to come together on this bill is that we were able to maybe not agree on the solutions, but agree on the problem, which is that we have a housing shortage in Minnesota, and to agree on the virtue that Minnesota is a better place when people have safe, accessible, affordable housing. The broad highlights of this bill: we're making meaningful investments that will build more homes, both affordable homes to rent and to own, from border to border in all 87 counties. We're judicious in our budgeting, making these investments in a manner that are cost neutral. And we include a set of fiscal reforms that add transparency and accountability to how public dollars are being spent. Specifically, we're making investments through housing infrastructure bonds, our state's bread and butter tool to build more homes. At the level of this investment, we're going to see more than 1,000 homes built all across the state. In addition, we're investing $20 million in the Greater Minnesota Workforce Program. This is going to build workforce housing specifically outside of the 7-county metro area and specifically in smaller towns. We're also investing $150,000 in homeowner education and $150,000 in a senior housing pilot project brought to us by Representative Zalesnikar. These investments are cost neutral and come at a price tag of $22.3 million, and we're using unspent interest earnings within MHFA to make these investments. In addition, we're working to ensure housing stability for families across the state by directing unspent dollars from the Tyler Housing Settlement to family homelessness assistance and prevention. We're using our state's primary tool here that delivers relief in all 87 counties with trusted providers. Along with these funding provisions, we include reform on policy provisions that aim to create more transparency, increase oversight, and ensuring the best use of public dollars. And we're doing this with an eye towards making sure that the Minnesota Housing Finance Agency does have the resources they need to adequately staff and ensure that we have high program integrity. And I'll note that that's something that MHFA has done incredibly well. We want that to continue. But with the set of reforms and transparency we include in this bill, we're giving the legislature a little bit of line of sight in the future budgeting practices at MHFA and better ensure that dollars are going where the legislature intends, into programs that will make a difference for Minnesotans. Look forward to a debate on the bill. I want to end with some thank yous. One, to our Housing Dream Team, our committee administrator, Benji Brinks, and partisan DFL researcher, Molly Peterson, our committee legislative assistant, Jonathan Smith, our incredible nonpartisan staff, Justin Cope and Katrina Highmark. I want to thank, I'm sure my co-chair will mention partisan GOP staff, but we had a great working relationship with our partisan staff as well. We had a good committee, and this is a good bipartisan bill, and I encourage a lot of green votes on the board.
There are amendments at the desk. The chief clerk will report the amendment.
Nornis moves to amend House File Number 1141, the second engrossment. The amendment is coded A6.
I recognize the member from Anoka, Representative Norris.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is my amendment. Members, this amendment deals with the Low-Income Housing Tax Credit Program, also known as LIHTC. It's a federal program meant to incentivize the construction of affordable housing. Typically, investors get about 1/3 of the money needed for a LIHTC project from the federal government, and then private funds are responsible for the rest. In exchange for getting these federal funds, they agree to limit the rent increases on these projects so that these apartments can remain affordable for the residents. The problem is that what we're seeing is that for most of the projects, in a lot of cases, the increases in the rent are exceeding what these senior residents are getting in their Social Security cost of living adjustments. We see this in communities across the state, including mine. I've got a community, the Legends of Blaine, which is one of these LIHTC properties, and they have seen their increases in their rent significantly above what they get in their Social Security increases. These are folks who are on fixed incomes. They are living off of Social Security. One of the residents from a neighboring community, Coon Rapids, testified in a 2025 hearing and put some specific numbers to this issue. She shared that in 2022, the Social Security COLA, or cost of living adjustment, was 8.7%, which was fairly healthy that year. And yet the rent increase in her building, again, this is a LIHTC building, was 12.5%. Then the next year, the Social Security COLA was 3.2%. They were able to secure, by some advocacy of the residents, holding their rent increase in their building to 3%. But a lot of the other properties from the same developer in our state went up 5%. Again, in 2024, Social Security COLA was 2.5%, but the rent in these buildings increased 3.5% to 5%. This particular person who testified in this hearing said that 73% of her income goes to rent while living in what is supposed to be a low-income rental facility for seniors. These senior citizens sell their homes to move into facilities like this, thinking that these facilities are where they're going to live for the rest of their lives. These are their homes. And yet now they're scared that with these rent increases far exceeding the cost of living adjustment they get from their Social Security, that they are going to be priced out of their homes. Seniors are skipping out on medication, on groceries, balanced diets to simply afford what it takes to live in a low-income property. These properties are already subject to rent control. I think this is an important piece for people to understand. The developer has already made the agreement that they're going to get public funds in order to, and in exchange, they agree to limit the rent increases. The problem is what that limit is based on. Under current statute, it's based on area median income, which in a lot of cases is a reasonable metric to use. But when you think about who's actually living in these properties, senior citizens, most of them are not working. So while it would be great if the area and median income, the wages of the people living around these buildings increases substantially, if the Social Security COLA, if general inflation is not adjusting at the same rate, well, then these seniors don't have it in their budget to account for higher rent increases. So what this amendment does is says that the building has a choice, or well, really, it's the lower of two numbers. One would be the area median income, or the lesser of that area median income, or consumer price index, which is much more closely aligned with the Social Security COLA. The idea is that let's use a benchmark that's aligned with the people who are actually living in these buildings. This proposal over in the other body has a GOP author that is championing it, so I'm hoping that it can get the bipartisan support that is necessary to move it forward here in the House as well. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I would request a roll call on this amendment.
Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. There's an amendment to the amendment at the desk. The Chief Clerk will report the amendment to the amendment.
IGO moves to amend the Norris Amendment to House Law Number 1141, the second engrossment. The amendment to the amendment is coded A11.
I recognize the member for my task, Representative IGO.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the amendment today to talk about affordability. Definitely something we talked a lot about in the Housing Committee, and the importance of returning affordability to housing in the state of Minnesota. However, and I'm going to state this quite a bit when I'm talking about why we have this amendment in front of us, rent control in any shape and form is not the solution to affordability in housing in the state of Minnesota, nor in the country, nor in the history of the world. So in the A11 amendment, we rework the language in the A6 amendment to adopt that any city, county, or township may not adopt or renew any ordinance to limit rental increases. So what this would be, members, is a preemption on rent control for the state of Minnesota. We need no better example to see what rent control does to community than being in the city that we are in right now. The city of St. Paul is dealing with tremendous challenges with rent control being in place. And it's a serious problem as we develop to try and bring more affordable housing and more diverse options in housing for every single Minnesotan. This amendment is not meant to be a gotcha amendment. This amendment is meant to be a constructive working argument so that we can keep doing the good bipartisan work of expanding housing options. And the way we get there is by unlocking the free market and allowing the construction of more homes. Because if we remove barriers, we remove burdens that exist in housing, which is out-of-touch mandates that come from local control, like cities, townships, state government as a whole, and that's what the A6 amendment does, which would be statewide rent control. What it does is it handcuffs that private investment that we need to partner with local governments, to partner with communities, and to partner with people to build more homes. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to request a roll call on this.
Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Igo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. One of the other ways we can tackle affordability in housing, and it's a conversation that we had in the Housing Committee a lot, is that and what's so unique about housing is that everything about our lives starts at home. But the costs also start at home. Minnesota has some of the highest electric rates in the country, and it's continuing to climb. Energy is expensive here. We have some of the highest taxes in the nation. We're the third highest tax state in the nation. All of these things combine together for a higher cost of living. The solution for fixing housing affordability then isn't capping what you can pay for that rent. The way to fix that is by tax relief, is by rate relief, is by just, frankly, government relief from the overspend and the overburden that's put on every single Minnesotan right now. I appreciate the A6 amendment because Representative Norris has talked about this, and this is a conversation that me and my co-chair are having. It is a concern, but the solution is not an amendment on the House floor to enact statewide rent control. The solution is looking at the bigger problem, which is that taxes are running high and costs are running through the roof, partially because some of the decisions that were made here at the Capitol. But that's the best part about the Capitol, is that we as a legislative body can come together to solve these problems with solutions rather than knee-jerk policy. So members, I would encourage a yes vote on the A11 to put Minnesota back on track to remove any chance that there will ever be rent control in place on our communities again, so that we can unlock the free market, we can unlock the ability for communities to partner and build out the homes that Minnesotans want, and that's how we will return affordability to Minnesota and housing. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will encourage a no vote. Members, this provision didn't get a full vetting in our Housing Committee this year, and it's a pretty significant provision. So on those process grounds, I think it's a worthy conversation to have, but this isn't the right place to have it. I'd encourage a no vote.
Recognize the member from Carver, Representative Nash.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker, and I recommend a yes vote on the IGO amendment. And here's why. Rent control has never worked anywhere. The stifling of the free market does just that. It shuts the free market down. And if you look at places most prominently like New York City, if you look at the buildings that have been subject to rent control for decades, they are in very poor quality. Why? Because you can't collect enough in rents in order to put back into the building in deferred maintenance to not have it fall down around you. And I know this because I have a very good friend that had a mother that they eventually took out of New York City, because what happened was, in a rent control area, because you couldn't afford to really make any improvements there, it began to degrade and the crime rates went up, and his mother was eventually mugged. It promotes a lack of future development as well, because if you are going to enter into a marketplace but you're only told you can collect so many dollars in rent and the cost to build the building supersedes that, why would you even bother? Why would you enter that market? It's completely illogical to market forces. That ultimately will decrease the housing supply. So if you're not building, you're not housing the people, and Chair Howard, I've been there right alongside of you for years talking about the need to build more houses. Why would we not want to make it so you can't have rent control across the state, knowing that it depresses the free market forces? But I think a lot of it comes back to just what happens when a huge swath of the buildings that are out there that are under rent control, like I said, if you go to New York, and I'm sure you've all been there, but a lot of the places that are in the rent control areas are really bad. If you are somebody who's going to put your personal wealth at risk to buy a building, perhaps renovate it, make it nice again, knowing then, though, that you look at the rules of the road according to the city or the county or the township or whatever, that you're not only going to be able, you're not going to be able to make enough out of the rent to pay off what you had to do for a construction loan or to pay off the money that you put into it, why would you bother doing it? So Chair Igo is exactly right. We should not allow statewide rent control to go into effect. And even here in this city, as he alluded to, the rent control that was put out there a couple of years ago is already being chipped away at. A very notable example also, I think, was Sweden. Sweden had rent control, and it went disastrously bad. It's a nice short-term idea to say we're going to make it so that somebody who's there right now doesn't necessarily have to think about long-term implications, but it's more than that. It's longer than that. It's a much longer cycle than that. If you look at the buildings in different areas that have been built since before some of us were even born, if they are that distressed, the more logical place is going to be they're going to be vacant, they might be knocked down, they might be condemned. Why would we do that? That just is completely illogical. Vote yes on the Igo amendment.
Further discussion on the amendment to the amendment. I recognize the author of the amendment to the amendment, the representative from Itasca, Representative Igo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And members, thank you for the discussion. Again, this is an amendment that would be really strong for us to bring to conference, to have a really good conversation on. We can continue to vet it there, but the solution that we're trying to accomplish is by not controlling markets so we can unlock the capital. I really wanted to dovetail what Representative Nash was saying, is that when we talk about building these larger scale multifamily buildings, those are equity investments for many people. And if they can't make those investments in our community because of fear of not being profitable, then we lose that opportunity. And if we lose that opportunity, that's when Minnesotans suffer. So I hope that this whole chamber will see this amendment for what it is, and it's trying to take a bite out of that affordability problem that we have in Minnesota and try and get the state moving forward to a larger share of housing production. Vote green, members.
Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the amendment to the amendment. The clerk will call the names of the members voting remotely.
Bliss.
Bliss, aye.
Bliss votes aye. Hussein.
Hussein, aye.
Hussein votes aye.
Hussein, no.
Hassan changes from aye to no. Momani Hiltsley.
Momani Hiltsley, no.
Momani Hiltsley, no. Perez Vega.
Perez Vega, no.
Perez Vega votes no.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 67 yeas and 67 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment to the amendment is not adopted. To the underlying amendment, I recognize a member from Itasca, Representative Igo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, I just gave my speech about why rent control can't be enacted, and that's what the A6 amendment does. So I would encourage members of this body to vote no. Again, reiterate, my co-chair and I have had this discussion. This is an active thing we're working on, but rent control is not the answer, nor will it ever be. Vote no, members.
Any further discussion to the amendment? I recognize a member from Anoka, Representative Norris.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to clarify a couple of items from the debate. First, we heard a lot about the free market. I think it's really important to emphasize that this is already not a free market. If we are having to subsidize 1/3 of the development of these buildings, this is not a free market system. These are buildings that would not get built under a purely free market. Instead, what we have said is we have a public interest in making sure there are high-quality homes for our seniors with really low incomes. So we are willing to put forward public dollars to have people build these facilities, and in exchange, we are going to have some expectations for them. One of those expectations is that they keep the rent at a reasonable level so that these buildings serve their intended purpose, which is to house low-income seniors. People also said we don't want rent control. Well, the ship has already sailed on that with these facilities because of the agreement that I just articulated. Public funds in exchange for keeping the rents at a reasonable level. If we're going to put public funds toward privately owned facilities, it is reasonable to expect assurances like this in return. This amendment is simply clarifying or adjusting what metric are we going to use to keep those rents at a reasonable rate and achieve the public purpose of putting these public funds toward these buildings. So members, I hope you will join me in adopting this amendment so we can make sure that some of our most vulnerable elders here in Minnesota and all across our state have a place to call home, including right in my district at the Legends of Blaine. This is a bipartisan effort in the other body, and I hope it can be here as well. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll. The clerk will call the names of the members voting remotely.
Bliss.
Bliss, no.
Bliss votes no. Hussein.
Aye.
Hussein votes aye. Momani Hilsley.
Momani Hilsley, aye.
Momani Hilsley votes aye. Perez Vega.
No.
No, yes.
Perez Vega votes no.
Come again.
Yes.
Perez Vega changes from no to aye.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 67 yeas and 67 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There are no further amendments at the desk. The chief clerk will give the bill its third reading.
Third reading, House File Number 1141.
Third reading. Discussion. I recognize the member from Itasca, Representative Igo.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, I'm just going to kind of speak to the bill we were able to put together, just kind of go over the bill here too. My co-chair did a great job explaining some of the things that are in the bill, but really want to talk about how this bill accomplishes the pillars that we had in our housing committee this year, which again are diversity in housing, affordability in housing, creating stability in the state of Minnesota. And if you look at the provisions that are in this bill, we're focusing on building out more workforce housing in greater Minnesota. And we're accomplishing that by utilizing interest earnings that were made off taxpayer dollars and reinvesting them into the programs that the legislature was appropriating to. That is an incredible move of making sure that taxpayer dollars go that extra length and they're not abused. I also want to talk about FHPAP. This was a great use of the Tyler settlement because FHPAP, like was said before, is in every single one of our counties in the state of Minnesota. And I think it goes to show, I really want to educate what FHPAP is. It's that program that doesn't matter where you are in the state, but let's say you are a single parent out there and you lost your job and you are wondering how you're going to make that mortgage payment next month. FHPAP is there for you as a safety net. And as a developed first world country and a state, those are the kind of programs I want to have in Minnesota so that we can be there when families desperately need it. And this is a good program for us to invest into. The HIBS investment is also fantastic. It is, like was said before, the bread and butter of how we can continue to build out more units of housing in the state of Minnesota. And in fact, if you add in the $20 million for workforce housing and the $100 million in HIBS, working with nonpartisan, I was able to do an estimate on how many units of housing this is going to build in the state. And they're estimating anywhere between 2,000 to 2,200 units of housing in the state of Minnesota by this budget neutral bill today. And I know members have heard me and my co-chair and members of the Housing Committee talk about how we are in a housing shortage. This bill takes a bite out of that and gets us on track, building housing all across the state of Minnesota and diverse types of housing. Everything from single-family homes to workforce housing to multifamily homes, it's going to cover them all. One of the other things I'm really proud of that's in this bill is 6 different transparency and accountability measures. When my co-chair and I discovered all the interest that was being gained in the Minnesota Housing Agency, we went to work and said, well, how can we make sure we get reported about these dollars more? And you'll see inside the bill, there's a lot of reporting mechanisms that come back to the chairs of the committee and the ranking members of the committee so that we know about the transfers. It's also going to prioritize those dollars so that if any interest gains are made, it goes to the admin fees of the agency before we start taking that money away from the taxpayer appropriation. There's also 2 small provisions tucked into this bill that I want to talk about. One of them is the home education, which is the HECAP provision carried by Vice Chair Kozlowski, which is a really wonderful program that helps people learn about how to buy a home, how to pay your mortgage, how to stay out of foreclosure. It's really helping those first-generation homebuyers across the state get the tools they need to be able to purchase homes. And I also want to mention Representative Zalesnikar's senior pilot project about senior home sharing. We're seeing it work in other states, and this pilot's going to see whether it can work here in the state of Minnesota. And it could just unlock more opportunity in housing, especially for our seniors. So in close, again, this is a really good bill. It focuses on that bipartisan nature. I want to thank my co-chair for the great year we had working and tackling issues again. This is a bill that represents compromise and taking the issues of Minnesotans and trying to tackle them front on, but also being incredibly creative. I can't emphasize enough about how this bill is budget neutral. Even the tails appropriation to pay for our HIBS financing is being paid for without taking anything from the general fund, which sets a new precedent in how we can work together as a body to be fiscally responsible with taxpayer dollars. A huge thanks to all of our staff. I'll thank the Republican side staff, our CA, Betsy Ritzer, our CLA, Lori Cousineau, our researcher, Luke LeBrun, and all of our nonpartisan and other partisan staff. Thank you so much for helping us pull this bill together. I know there's some late nights, lots of research, and a lot of discussion. But members, I would encourage a yes vote on this bill because it's a very, very good bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize a member from St. Louis, Representative Kozlowski.
Thank you, Speaker. And I'm rising just to continue to add the echo of support for this House File 1141. As we've been talking here, housing is the foundation of everything. And I'm really proud of this bill that puts practical, proven solutions at the forefront, really with urgency, but also that long-term responsibility. Across the state, working families, seniors, And employers alike, from childcare to healthcare to manufacturers, are really feeling the squeeze. I know in Duluth and the community that I represent, we need over 8,000 new homes just to keep pace over the next decade, and talked with many employers who trying to grow their business and scale up, and they just can't because there's not enough homes or homes that employees could live and move into. I also want to give a kudos to our co-chairs, Igo and Chair Howard. This bill really reflects what Minnesotans already know, and I'll add a note if you watch Almanac that they lauded that housing is the model for a co-chairship in this bipartisan legislature, and I think it's because we really came across those lines as Chair Howard talked about, that housing isn't a blue or red issue. This is just a Minnesota issue, and it's a top 3 one for Minnesotans. So just a couple notes I'm just going to add to the echo of support for this bill that invests in HIBs and workforce housing. That's going to supercharge the production of supply, but also preserve some of our most deeply affordable housing. And one thing I'm really excited about, along with co-chair Igo, is the creation and the sustaining of really good paying, hopefully union jobs that are going to put these homes on the market. Again, HECAT, this bill strengthens home ownership. I was proud to lead on that front with the first generation home buyers, getting them mortgage ready, getting them purchase ready, build that generational wealth, and a statewide infrastructure that will be here even into the longevity of home ownership. As you know, it's not always a walk in the park to be a home owner, and they do have a 95% prevention of foreclosure rate. So they're there when, should somebody need that. And then the last thing, I just got to give a lot of kudos to Rep. Zeleznikar. Minnesotans ask, can we land the plane at the legislature? And I think that this is an example of not only can we land it, but we can do some new innovative things. And in St. Louis County, Lake, and Washington, where we especially have the silver tsunami with a converging increase in seniors and just people in general saying that they're lonely and they're feeling that they're looking for more of that social infrastructure. Looking forward to this bill getting out there and making a big impact. And finally, the FHPAP, I was really proud to champion that. I just want to give a special thank you to the counties, to the FHPAP providers, housing advocates, as well as our many representatives, including Representative Momani Hilty, who has championed this meat and potatoes funding in the past with bipartisan support, as well as my co-pilot and Representative Esther Agbadje. Minnesota nice isn't so nice when you can't afford a home. And just finally, to the thoughtful leadership of our committee for really taking the bull by the head on embedding that oversight and the mechanisms to increase transparency and put that interest to work for the interests of Minnesotans. So I'm looking forward to the work at hand, and just deep gratitude to the staff and everybody's hands who went on this. So with that, vote green, and let's get homes that Minnesotans want and can afford.
I recognize the member from St. Louis, Representative Scraba.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I won't call out making fun of silver tsunami. I'm not there yet, but I'm on my way. Yes. I want to rise in support of the bill. I think I was on housing this year. It's my first time, and it was first term. It's very. I agree with Representative Howard. It shouldn't be a blue or a red. It should be what's best for Minnesotans. And I think this bill tackles a lot of good things. The HIB bonds, those are something we talked about in committee. We looked at it. Sometimes they were too big. I think this is a good one. The $20 million in workforce housing is huge. Greater Minnesota desperately needs workforce housing. We're looking at different ways of working with companies and agencies to get housing on the ground. This 20 million has the potential of putting 1,200 units into work in the next 2 years. So if we could get this thing across the finish line, I think there's a lot of good things in this bill, and I do support it, and I hope everyone else does. Thank you.
I recognize the member from Morrison, Representative Schultz.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a very significant amount of funding into housing, and I wanted to ask if the author of the bill would yield.
He will yield. Representative Schultz.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Howard, $100 million to housing infrastructure bonds. When that money has fully been not just appropriated, but when the work has been done, when housing has been built, can you tell the members of this body where that housing will be built? $100 million is very specific. And so I'm really curious, looking towards the future, where will we be able to point to and say, this is where the money was invested?
Representative Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Schultz. I mean, the answer is everywhere, border to border, all across our state. That's been the track record of housing infrastructure bonds investments since we started utilizing this tool a little more than 10 years ago. We've built more than 10,000 units of housing, and both to units to own, home ownership. A lot of times we're talking about Habitat for Humanity homes to own. They often get funding all across the state as one of the recipients of HIBs. We also see workforce housing and multifamily housing all across the state. The manufactured housing is another really important topic. Manufactured housing is our state's largest source of affordable home ownership. Housing infrastructure bonds will be used to finance manufactured housing projects and repairs as well. If you're looking for the sort of where specifically, the way this works is there is a RFP process, and developers or nonprofits, communities can submit RFPs. At this level of investment, what you can anticipate is roughly 3 out of the 4 applications will get denied because the need is that great. And projects are scored on a variety of factors, but one of them is their ability to put shovels in the ground. And so we see HIB funding often be prioritized to those projects that are ready to go. From a regional perspective, the historical trend line is about 55% of the resources and HIBs have been included in the 7-county metro area, and 45% have been in greater Minnesota. So a pretty good regional mix. And so, what we've seen from these HIBs in the past is a strong track record of addressing our housing needs all across the state.
Representative Schultz.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Representative Howard. I don't see additional guidance in the bill as to where, that housing should take place. So I appreciated hearing from you, generally where the trend lines are. I think that's helpful for the members. And I wanted to just ask, as someone who doesn't sit on the Housing Committee, as to where you have heard the needs be the greatest in the entire state. And because I'm almost assuming, granted the other stipulations that you added to your comments with regards to how shovel-ready a project is, between shovel readiness and need, I'm assuming that those are going to be 2 of the top circumstances where these dollars would go. My just general question is, where do you think that this $100 million would go to based upon those characteristics?
You're not asking anybody to yield?
Would Representative Howard yield to that question?
He will yield. Representative Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Schultz. It's a really good question. I mean, the short answer is the needs are immense everywhere. And we have a 100,000 unit housing shortage, and while the needs are everywhere, the needs are a little different. And that's what makes HIB such a great tool, because it's flexible to address those needs by a regional basis. So, we often see the track record of projects in greater Minnesota coming in for workforce housing projects to address the needs of, multifamily housing that but for public investment wouldn't come through. And that's kind of the thing that the drumbeat we hear in greater Minnesota more than anything. It's just that there's a need for housing, but we can't get developers to build because the deals aren't penciling out. And so with public investment, I think we can close those gaps. And so I think in greater Minnesota, you'd probably see multifamily rental housing. In the suburban areas of the state, I think you'll see again, multifamily with a focus on affordable and deeply affordable. And what I mean by deeply affordable is multifamily at 30% AMI or below. That's one of our greatest needs for housing for lower income Minnesotans, that but for public investment, those developments are tough to move forward. So you might see some of those types of investments in more suburban and metro areas. And from a home ownership standpoint, I think you'd see the need for affordable home ownership all across the state. That's pronounced everywhere. And so traditionally you do see home ownership projects getting funded, whether you're in the metro area or greater Minnesota as well.
Representative Schultz.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Howard, my question might then be, like, are there certain places in the state that are really not well prepared to be shovel ready? I guess what I'm hearing from you is broadly this should be able to be implemented in many places, but my great curiosity is, you know, spending this amount of money, just curious as to where might not this investment take place. You specifically referenced moments ago that in many rural Minnesota communities, that oftentimes they struggle because the project's not shovel ready. And so I guess just generally wanting this to be you know, in line with the values that Minnesotans have, and I also want to know, like from the outset, where there might be gaps. So that would be my next question if Representative Howard would yield to that question.
He will continue to yield. Representative Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and Representative Schultz. I guess how I would answer that is based on past track record, the kinds of projects that are getting funded are by and large and are shovel ready because the needs are great and often the big gap is public investment. And so these housing infrastructure bonds are very often, almost always, I think, the last piece to make sure that a project is ready to go. And so, you know, development doesn't happen by the, you know, snap of a finger, but based on past expectation, these resources are being funded, the projects that are being funded are moving forward. Very rarely are, in fact, I'm not aware of examples where projects have been funded and then years later, you know, things haven't gotten moving. I mean, sometimes that comes up in the context of geo-bonding bills. But with these housing infrastructure bonds, by and large, because of how competitive they are, because we're seeing a huge influx of applications that are outsized compared to the dollars, even at that $100 million level, you can expect, based on past track record, that shovels are going on the ground. These projects are moving.
Representative Schultz.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Representative Howard. I believe the last housing bill that we had, so last year, if I remember correctly, it was about $50 million that went to HIBs, if I remember correctly. And so I guess one question I would have for you is, given the amount of resources that the agency currently has, if this bill, you know, whatever happens with this bill, without this bill, I'll just ask that question. Without this bill, does the agency have the authority currently to use their resources for HIBs?
Just one question you would have for him?
Yes,
Representative
Mr.
Howard,
Speaker.
if you would yield. Just one question for you, Representative Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The $50 million allocation for HIBs has went through their RFP process, so they do not have additional housing infrastructure bonds authority. One reason why historically we've tried to do on a bipartisan basis housing infrastructure bonds is in part to keep that pipeline going. Because last year with that $50 million through their RFP process, they're still saying no far more than they're saying yes. So there's projects that are worthy that are sort of waiting in line, if you will, that are worthy, that are ready to go. And so this going in a session, you know, allotting 50 and authorizing 100 this year, it really is wise. And if we were to say not make this, we're just creating a larger backlog, and our housing shortage is going to grow even larger. So I hope that answers your question.
Representative Schultz.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, especially for indulging me here. My long-term question, a lot of times here at the Capitol, we're asked, you know, how many asks are there out there in the state for specifically for bonding, for things like local projects, for wastewater, for roads and bridges, et cetera, and oftentimes that's billions of dollars. And I think for members today, it's also one of the questions as we finish debate on this bill that I have is what is that amount of money? for the future of the state? What is the amount of money, if the resources existed, that we would put into housing to actually truly solve the problem? You know, when it relates to bonding, sometimes people say there's $7 billion worth of bonding that needs to be done, or $9 billion. And for me, my open question for the body is, if we were to look right now to the housing needs in Minnesota, what would that amount of money be? Because it's really helpful for our debate to understand where we're trying to get to. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Recognize a member from Washington, Representative Johnson W.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This one's a tough one on me, and one of the reasons is I was thinking is, and I wanted to address, I know when Representative Schultz and Representative Howard were talking about HIBs could be used for manufactured housing. That's true, but the problem is the agency won't give the money out to manufactured housing, and that's something we addressed, and that's something we brought up to try to require them to do it, and it wasn't the right format to do that. And so I think it's, you know, manufactured housing is one of the last methods of affordable housing. And we wish we could do more and done more. I just want to make sure it's known that, yes, HIBs is there, but it's only there if the agency actually allows them or allocates it to them. I know Representative Norris and I had a bill to try to put some funds there for infrastructure for manufactured homes, because these have been around since the 60s and 70s. And as we talk about private equity buying these homes or buying these properties and making them unaffordable for various reasons, one of the reasons that the mom and pops, who still make up a majority of them, have to sell out and do sell out is because from 60s and 70s they have infrastructure they have to put into place. A lot of times they can't do that. And so we need to, one of the sources and one of the ways we can do that to address the purchasing of private equity from these mom and pops is to make sure these mom and pops of these parks have resources and availability to invest in these, you know, and there's a program there that if they do use those funds, they can't sell out right away. So it actually locks them in. So I just wanted, the main thing is, I think in the housing, we need to do more for the manufactured housing market. I wanted to clarify, it's great for the money's there, but the money has to really be there for them to use. I thank you to the two chairs for all the efforts they made this year. I look forward to going forward as we start addressing some more of these for the manufacturing home market, and we start working with the people that are in the true affordable, last form of affordable housing. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize a member from St. Louis, Representative Zalesnikar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I just wanted to rise and say thank you. I'm not on the Housing Committee, but thank you to my colleagues. And, you know, in 23, when I started the first session, I went on to a conference that was bipartisan with Senate, House legislators, and that's where the home share idea came from. So that's the wonderful thing when we get a chance to go to bipartisan conferences. Is it's my bill, but it wasn't my idea. But I'm really glad to see we're going to pilot it in Minnesota because it's helping other seniors across the country. And when we look at workforce housing, like the greater Minnesota workforce housing, there's $20 million. That's going to help with a lot of houses. But it takes time to build houses. So when you're looking at this, the rents for the program on this pilot study across the country are like $800 a month to $1,000 a month. So for students or for, you know, people at various chapters of their life, they can find affordable housing, and it's a win for the seniors who, when you look at their profiles, they're like, they write what they enjoy. They love to garden. They like to walk. They're looking for somebody that, you know, matches. They get to pick, and it has a vetting system. And so this is going to give opportunities for us. Is it going to solve all the workforce housing issues? No. But it is also going to give people a chance. Greater Minnesota and the suburbs and the metro, the one thing that that is interesting about this is I've had calls from people in all these areas saying, get this pilot project done and get this statewide so that we have more options. And it also allows them to increase their income on Social Security. So thank you very much. I think it's a great bill, and vote green.
Any further discussion? I recognize the author of the bill, the member from Hennepin, Representative Howard.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Really appreciate the discussion on this bill. I already did thank yous, but I just want to reiterate my thanks, especially to my Vice Chair Kozlowski for their partnership on 2 years of really strong work, and to my co-chair, Spencer Igo. I really think this has been the model of how we can work in a tied legislature to put the focus on the challenges we're trying to address and come to solutions. This is, as Representative Igo mentioned, a creative way to address some really immense needs. We know the needs are immense. To Representative Schultz's point, there are huge public investment needs. Public investment alone won't solve our housing crisis. It's why we need to continue working on reform items. But this bill, in its entirety, is a strong step. So if you want to build more homes, both to rent and to own, vote yes. If you want to increase transparency and accountability in state government, vote yes. If you believe Minnesota families, no matter where they live, deserve a safe, affordable place to call home, vote yes. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll. Members, please vote. The clerk will call the name of the members voting remotely.
Bliss.
Bliss, aye.
Bliss votes aye. Hussein.
Go ahead.
Aye.
Hussein votes aye. Momonty Hiltsley.
Go.
Momanya Hiltsley proudly votes aye.
Momonty Hiltsley votes aye. Perez Vega.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 99 yeas and 34 nays, the bill is passed and its title agreed to. Members, the next bill on the calendar for the day is House File 3732. The Chief Clerk will report the bill.
House File number 3732, an act relating to state government, appropriating money for the Department of Employment and Economic Development.
I recognize the author of the bill, the member from Ramsey, Representative Pinto.
Members, House File 3732 contains a series of budget and policy provisions from the Workforce, Labor, and Economic Development Committee, chaired by Representative Baker and me. Members, I don't think that either chair is going to claim that this is a groundbreaking bill, but at a time where we are in a tie in the House, I think we can feel pleased, and I think the chairs are hoping for your support for a bill that makes our programs work just a little bit better. You're going to hear from several members regarding provisions that they are supporting in the bill. I will just note that, as I say, there's a number of pieces here that will make our programs work better, having some reports come at some different frequency, repealing some programs that are not in use. I'll highlight two provisions in particular, one authored by Chair Baker, I suspect he'll talk a little more about, that will receive some recommendations, or have us receive recommendations from a subcommittee of the Governor's Workforce Development Board regarding direct appropriations for our consideration. Members, we debated a version of this earlier in the session. Things got a little contentious on the floor. We've made some changes to that, and the modified version is in this bill, and hope you support that. As well as a proposal that I've advanced to create an Office of Community Investment within DEED, again relating to grants modeled on the Office of Justice Programs and Department of Public Safety. So again, a number of pieces that are going to make our programs under our committee's jurisdiction, DEED and DLI, Explore Minnesota, work better in a number of pieces. We'll be happy to have conversations about that. I'm not sure if my co-chair is going to have comments, Mr. Speaker, and then I know we'll have a few amendments to discuss. Thank you.
There are amendments at the desk. The Chief Clerk will report the amendment.
Zalesnikar moves to amend House File Number 3732, the second engrossment. The amendment is coded A12.
I recognize a member from St. Louis, Representative Zalesnikar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And members, this House File 4110 is a fix to a bill that passed in 2024, which was House File 5247. This bill gives an exemption to the meal and break times, and it's very specific. It defines it as if you are the only employee working at a time and there's services that you need to provide to protect life. We're talking about disability group homes. If you have any of them in your neighborhood, they're typically 4 people in a house and there's 1 employee on. When the employee is the only person working, and you need to be available 24/7 for emergency response time. The new law that was passed to require uninterrupted duty-free. Duty-free means you're not going to be in the facility, you're not going to be listening for a call out, you're not going to be listening for a vulnerable adult hollering if they fell, you're not going to be there. You might be outside smoking, whatever you're doing. The problem is that's not reality. That's an idea. An idea of Amazon or some big business in a warehouse is not the same idea of how 24-hour care has been done in the entire time I ever worked in it. And while I haven't worked in the settings for 5 years, I can tell you that before this new meal and break law, Minnesota recognized the reality of 24-hour-a-day care 7 days a week, and staff somehow magically figured it out without a law. They took on-duty breaks while continuing to supervise vulnerable adults. These people are also in a situation with home care, you're one-on-one. You're taking people out shopping, but all of a sudden you've been on the clock for 4 hours, so what are you gonna do? Abandon your vulnerable adult person in Target or the grocery store and go in your car and take your 30-minute break? I mean, it is not matching reality. So this is a fix. We have DHS that does the licensing, which this body has something to do with. We also have a labor law, which this body has something to do with. And we also have resident safety, which this body has something to do with. So if we don't want to do anything, then this body has to increase funding for the sites that they want to have 2 staff for and change the entire model. And I don't see that happening. So my advice to the body would be to have a reasonable, common sense exemption that has worked for decades. So members, I urge you to vote yes. This is a bipartisan. In fact, Senator Kupak is the author in the Senate. So I would hope that we would be able to pass a bipartisan bill. Thank you.
Further discussion. I recognize the member from St. Louis, Representative Johnson P.
Thank you, Speaker. First, I'd like to request a roll call.
Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Speaker. It's important to note that a break law has been on the books since the late 1980s. And what we did in 25 is we made 2 important common sense improvements. First, we clarified what had long been too vague by defining a meal break as 30 minutes and a restroom break as 15. Second, we added a remedy when those breaks were denied. Those changes did one simple thing. They replaced the ambiguity with clarity, and they gave the law meaning. Sufficient and adequate, which was in the original bill, might sound good, but without definition or enforcement, they didn't protect anyone. By setting clear expectations and adding a remedy for the workers to ensure these basic rights are upheld is real and not theoretical. In committee, we heard concerns from some employer groups suggesting that these changes could hypothetically put patients and clients at risk, that workers would simply walk away from a client or somebody they were serving just to go take a break. That argument doesn't hold up. And as Representative Zalesnikar said, it ignores the reality of these professions, and frankly, it disrespects the workers themselves. These are people who have chosen careers centered in care and responsibility. Suggesting that they would ignore an emergency because of a break policy is not just unrealistic, it's insulting. Let's be clear about what this amendment does. It takes us backwards. It removes the clear standards and strips away the very enforcement that makes the law meaningful. Return us to undefined break periods with no real accountability. And that raises an important question. Before we clarified the law last year, were workers actually getting the time they needed to eat or even use the restroom during a shift? And this proposal suggests the answer is probably not. We often talk about workforce shortages, something we hear about in our committee a lot, especially in these carrying areas like this. We talk about recruitment, training, retention, and yet we continue to overlook and disregard something that is fundamental: how we treat people on the job. If workers cannot count on the most basic of protections, why would we expect them to stay? This amendment undermines one of the basic workplace standards. The ability to take a meal break and use a restroom is not a luxury, it is a bare minimum. With that, I would request a no vote on this amendment. Thank you.
I recognize a member from Candy, Ojai, Representative Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, again, I want to stand and support the Zleznikar amendment today. This is not about basic rights. It's not about using the bathroom when you need to do it. That wasn't happening. What we tried to do the prior year to this was make some adjustments for the large warehouse-type settings, but we missed this slice of carve-out. We missed this part when it came to 24-hour care, 24-hour service. People are not being deprived of meals during this kind of care. But during the middle of the night, these kind of things are not hurting employees. They talk about clarity. This is about being able to be flexible to those kind of settings where we have 24-hour person care. This is an important one. Again, it's got bipartisan support, not only in the House here, but it also passed one of the committees unanimously here. But it got to our committee and it died on a party vote. That's not how this should be working. Somebody gets a hold of it and they kill it right now. I guess that's how we're in it. I get it. It's what we do in a tie. But members, this is a very reasonable bill, very reasonable amendment that was talked about. I really hope you can support this very minor change, because this is going to help people in this industry a tremendous amount. So I hope you can support the A12 amendment. Thank you.
Recognize a member from Ramsey, Representative Pinto.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in opposition. Opposition to the amendment. Yes, and members, I think we just need to be clear here. We're talking about situations where, and I understand the appeal of this at first is to say, well, if there's an emergency going on, an employee, it would not be appropriate to take a break. The law allows there to not be a break in that situation. It simply says that there need to be remedies that are paid, which is at that point ends up being essentially double pay for that 15 minutes. That's all that it is. I want to correct my colleague, Representative Johnson, in what he said on one regard. He said that if this amendment were to pass, this would send these workers back to the way things were before 2025. It actually would remove break protections altogether. This would repeal the subdivisions that allow employees to have rest breaks or meal breaks in the first place. So what we passed in 2025 makes a lot of sense. It says instead of having an ambiguous standard, as Representative Johnson referenced, we're going to say there has to be this particular 15-minute break within the 4-hour period of time. If there's not an opportunity to do that, to provide that break for a given employee, a given worker, because of emergency, because they're providing one-on-one care for somebody, they can't take that break. At that point, if there's that much of a need, then no requirement to take the break. The employee gets paid a little bit extra for that time when they really should, like any other worker, be able to use the restroom, be able to get a little bit of food to take care of themselves. So if they can't do that, the remedy is in place, but hopefully they can. And we want to make sure is that there's some specific and concrete steps that are taken. So we want to vote, members, really would urge you to vote against the Zleznikar amendment. We want to make sure that these workers are not sent back to have no break at all, and instead the very reasonable setup that we established in 2025, let's preserve that. Please vote against this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Any further discussion to the amendment? I recognize the author of the amendment, the member from St. Louis, Representative Zleznikar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Well, I'll tell you that in the past, for decades, if you went to visit your mom or your grandma in a nursing home or an assisted living or a disability group home, people had breaks. They have breaks now. I think a lot of this issue of this bill, if you're applying it to healthcare, you have to realize we're coming out of COVID. So if there were employees that didn't get a break during COVID, I can tell you I didn't either, because we didn't have staff. This body had the National Guard went out to 2 nursing homes. That's it. We have over 300 nursing homes and 1,700, more than 1,700 assisted livings. They went to 2. So all through COVID, which went on for months, which became years, there was no staff. So there was no ability. So having a law in healthcare right now for these type of settings, if that's the case, which I believe it is doesn't even make any sense. It means that there's a disconnect from reality and people that actually do the job every day. I don't know how many in here have actually ran 24-hour operations or worked as a nursing assistant or worked as a home health aide or worked in disability services. But I can tell you that people had, the past law was adequate time to eat. It didn't say a fixed 30-minute, uninterrupted is the word that's a problem. Uninterrupted means you're not going to be in that facility like it always was in the past. You can leave the facility. That doesn't even make any sense. It doesn't make any sense. And most of these places have them work an 8-hour shift, not an 8.5-hour shift where you punch out for half an hour for lunch. They pay them 100% for 8 hours because they eat with the residents. That's the disconnect for everybody here. They eat with the residents. And yes, we all went to the bathroom. The issue with this law is it's prescriptive. You start at 6, your break time's at 10. That's not the reality when you're caring for vulnerable adults. It's not. So when you reside in the disability group home and you have to wait for care, don't be surprised. Or if you're visiting these settings, don't be surprised when you're waiting for care, because it's going to happen. And the conflict comes when the DHS law says residents who require 24/7 supervision. Well, if you have behaviors, medical needs, cognitive impairment, that's what they all have for the most part. And I can see you're not paying any attention, so we should just go to the next bill. Well, great. I'm telling you this is a big problem, and turning it into that nobody cares about worker rights is quite insultive to somebody that actually did work in the field for 40 years. And there's others here too. I know Representative Hicks has. She was an author on the bill. I know she has too. There's others besides me that have been in this field. And I'm not, I'm retired, but I can tell you we have an aging population. We have tremendous amounts of disabled people to serve. And if you have a model that this body voted in different legislation to allow these centers to exist, and now you want to change the rules of the game, but you don't want to increase the funding for staffing. How many of you are going to do that? And take money from Rob Peter to pay Paul? It's not going to happen. So then we have to use a little common sense. You all know there's one person on for every shift. You can do basic math to know it doesn't make sense. It creates liability issues. It puts the provider out of compliance with the laws that this whole body works with the Department of Human Services through our Health and Human Services bill. It's going to either increase costs, because we're going to have to do different things for the medical assistance rates, or we're going to reduce services, have closures because they're not going to be able to be in compliance. So members, choose wisely, because disabled people have one person primarily on all 3 shifts in these group homes. Vote yes.
Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll. The clerk will call the names of the members voting remotely.
Bliss.
Bliss, aye.
Bliss votes aye. Hussein.
Hussein, no.
Hussein votes no. Momani Hiltsley. Perez Vega.
Here you go.
Collins.
Yeah. Vote no.
Perez Vega.
Perez Vega, no.
Perez Vega, no. Momani Hiltsley.
Momani Hiltsley, no.
Momani Hiltsley votes no.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 67 yeas and 67 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The chief clerk will report the amendment.
Tab key moves to amend House File number 3732, the second engrossment. The amendment is coded A13.
I recognize a member from Scott, Representative Tapke.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Before I get going, I'd like to request a roll call.
Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. So this bill is to protect the airline industry here in Minnesota and all of our passengers that we have going through MSP and the airports throughout the state of Minnesota. So this spring, February, March, our TSA agents were required to work without pay for a full 6 weeks, plus uncertainty created through the federal government, a lot of things that were happening that were extremely negative toward the state of Minnesota in our communities. And so with this, we have a lot of folks that were purchasing airline tickets and not knowing if they're going to be able to get through security. And I want to thank our TSA agents and federal employees at MSP because they were extraordinary this year. I think they were asked to do things that they absolutely should not have been asked to do, which is to work without pay for an extended period of time, which put tremendous, tremendous stress on themselves and their families. And so what this bill would do would backstop, create a loan fund that would backstop bank loans to these families. So there's a big problem that when someone cannot pay their bills, cannot make their ends meet, and they are unable to function on a day-to-day basis, then they are also unable to get loans because they don't have any income at that time. And so what this would do is it would create a loan fund that banks would be able to tap into if someone defaults on their loan. And so it's $150,000 paid for through the state aviation fund. And this has a nexus with aviation to make sure that the airlines are part of this as well. And so that's how that fund is filled. And so what this would do is a really good thing to protect Minnesota workers. And so again, this is a really easy bill to vote for workers. It will take TSA workers and make sure that they are cared for through the state of Minnesota. So with that, I ask for a green vote, Mr. Chair.
I recognize a member from Anoka, Representative Niska.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Well, folks, we know this isn't a serious proposal. It was never vetted in any committee. There's no Senate companion. It's very clearly not a serious policy proposal. But thank you, Representative Tabke, for bringing this amendment. And thank you for asking for a roll call, because this bill, this amendment, demonstrates an extraordinarily serious problem, an ongoing problem that Minnesotans are facing. Democrats who hate Trump so much that they're willing to hurt Minnesotans as a result. Representative Tabke says that we need this to protect the airline industry in Minnesota. The people we're protecting the airline industry in Minnesota from are Senator Klobuchar and Senator Smith. He says that that TSA agents were asked to do something they should not have been asked to do. They were asked to do that by Senator Klobuchar and Senator Smith, who over and over and over and over again filibustered funding for these folks. Why? Because of something they didn't do, but something other people in their administration had done that Senator Klobuchar and Senator Smith hated so much that they filibustered the pay of our airport workers over and over and over again. This amendment uses state money to pay for a problem entirely created by Democrats in Washington. Just like we don't regulate federal employees here, we don't pay federal employees either. But the reason we have to deal with this is because Minnesota Democrats are so opposed to Donald Trump They hate him so much that they are willing to hurt Minnesotans in order to show how much they hate Donald Trump. It's a common theme we're seeing around here. Over and over again, Democrats voting to oppose funding for our students in a scholarship program that was signed by Donald Trump. Democrats dragging their feet on Medicaid conformity, risking billions of dollars in federal funding to the state of Minnesota to show how much they're fighting against Donald Trump. Now they want to charge state taxpayers to pay for Senator Klobuchar and Senator Smith filibustering the funding for TSA agents over and over and over again. To show what? To show how much they oppose Donald Trump and his immigration policies. Well, our TSA agents at the airport, they don't enforce immigration policies. And in fact, the filibuster of Senator Klobuchar and Senator Smith didn't do anything about the...
Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
State your point of order.
Sorry, point of parliamentary inquiry, Mr. Speaker.
State your point of parliamentary inquiry.
What order of business might we be on?
We are on discussion for the amendment A13. Representative Niska.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The amendment is choosing to charge state taxpayers to pay the cost of Senator Klobuchar and Senator Smith's desire to hurt Minnesotans to stick it to Donald Trump. So it's not a serious policy proposal. It's obviously not a serious policy proposal. The Democrat co-chair of the Workforce Committee didn't even bother to bring it up for a hearing. There's no Senate companion. The Democrat majority Senate not passing this bill, not even thinking about it. But it is very, very important that the people of Minnesota think long and hard about why this amendment is happening and why Senator Klobuchar and Senator Smith voted over and over and over again to take money away from the airline industry in Minnesota, to put all of us at risk at the airport, to ask those people to do something, as Representative Tabke correctly said, they should not have been asked to do, to work without pay. That was shameful. That was shameful for Senator Klobuchar and Senator Smith to hold these people hostage, to hold their pay hostage, just to stick it to Donald Trump. And I hope the people of Minnesota are paying attention to Democrats who are willing to hurt Minnesotans to stick it to the Trump administration. Because if you give them power in November, that's exactly what's coming the next 2 years. If Senator Klobuchar becomes Governor Klobuchar and she's just sticking it to Donald Trump like she is in Washington.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
We're in for a long 2 years.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
Point of order.
Mason Section 124, Paragraph 1, personalities not permitted in debate. Members must confine remarks to the question before the House and avoid personalities.
Mr. Speaker, point of order.
If we could.
State your point of order.
Mr. Speaker, point of order. We've gone down this road before and passed with Representative Long. I'll refer my colleague to 124, Section 2. A member, in referring to another member, should avoid using the member's name rather than identifying the member by district, by seat, as the member who last spoke, or the describing the member in some other respectful manner. Masons only protects members of the legislature. You can say the name Donald Trump, Amy Klobuchar, any other name that you want. This only protects members who are part of the legislature. Your speaker, now mayor of St. Paul, ruled in my favor when this came up. So please don't make the trite mistake of being afraid to talk about somebody that is not a member of this legislature. It's very clear. It's right here. Your side has ruled on it in the past. Just let Representative Niska say whoever's name he wants, because Masons affords him the opportunity to. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would request a ruling on this.
Advice, Mr. Speaker.
State your advice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm not quite certain what that was about. My point of order is simply that we are on an amendment pertaining to what Representative Tabke has offered to the body. I do not see names of any elected officials or any such thing I am not citing that names, I'm not asserting that names can't be mentioned. What I'm asserting is that we have rules here in the House and that they should be followed, and I hope that you would take my point, rule my point of order well taken.
Members, I'm going to remind the body that we're on the A13 amendment. Representative Niska, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. And as the saying goes, a hit dog will holler. I understand not wanting the people of Minnesota to hear about the very serious problem that this amendment so well illustrates. It's not a serious policy proposal, but it does show Minnesotans exactly what they're dealing with Democrats in Washington and Democrats in St. Paul. Members vote no.
I recognize a member from Dakota, Representative Berg.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's not that often that you all get to come into my world. So whatever that just was, I'm going to ground us in reality. Oh, not a good look, friends. Okay, so let's go back to about a year ago when the Trump, because we get to say whatever name we want, the Trump administration dissolved the collective bargaining agreement of our TSA. He walked that back because that was real dumb. And then fast forward to the fall in October when we had a government shutdown and our TSA workers didn't get paid because they're under DHS. And they went weeks and weeks and weeks without getting paid. I was at the airport and I talked to them and they kept smiling, they kept doing their job, and they kept keeping me safe and they kept keeping you safe, all without getting paid. And I would ask in the various stations that I would go through, because Minneapolis, St. Paul, it's big, there's a lot, so I'd ask Des Moines and I'd ask Flint, Michigan, like, how are you all doing? And for the most part, they were okay. And I kept asking as it kept going on and on and on, what do you need? And the biggest need they had was gas cards so that they could keep coming to work to not get paid, but keep our country running, keep our commerce going, all without getting paid, because the Trump administration and Speaker Johnson in the House, they, as you may well know, hold the trifecta there. And so they've been using our TSA workers as political pawns this entire year. I was out at the Minneapolis airport when our TSA workers, because there were some nonprofits that put together food boxes that they could pick up at the end of their shift. Nowhere would anybody think that they would be put in a position with a federal job to have to pick up boxes of food at the end of the shift and carry it through an airport for everybody to see that you needed a box of food. And so if you think it's so strange that we're criticizing the Trump administration and the Republicans in Washington for putting our federal workers, and not just any federal workers, the federal workers that keep us safe, because you may recall why TSA came into being, 9/11, when we realized we needed to protect our airline workers and our families and our business people when they were traveling. And so this is a really ugly look when you're trying to say our TSA workers, born out of 9/11, keeping us safe for 25 years, and then having to work month after month after month without a paycheck. This amendment, quite frankly, is not enough, but it's better than what they've gotten. And so remember, they've had their CBA dissolved. They've been through 2 government shutdowns where Republicans voted not to pay workers. So whatever that was, remember what we're talking about here. We're talking about workers and the fact that the Republicans in Washington and this corrupt, cruel, and chaotic Trump administration won't even pay its federal workers. So I want to thank Representative Tabke for bringing this amendment forward. If you want to talk about shame, shame on you for saying it's okay for us not to pay our workers, the people that keep us safe. So we can talk about shame all day long. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize a member from Hennepin, Representative Greenman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And thank you for speaking from your personal experience, Representative Berg. It's hard to hear, Representative Niska. I feel like you saying this is not serious, bringing a procedure, it's sort of your go-to. But I have not seen you bring a bill to help or support our federal workers who have been impacted, profoundly impacted.
Mr. Speaker, point of parliamentary inquiry.
State your point of parliamentary inquiry.
I rise to ask the representative a question. Clarified?
You can't do that.
It's in Masons. I'll find it and I'll come back. It's
okay,
in Masons.
you do that. Wonderful. Thank you. Representative Greenman.
Whatever that was. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our federal workers have been profoundly impacted by this out-of-control Trump regime. And when we have the power and the ability to support them here in Minnesota, we should do that. Bring your ideas. Thank you, Representative Tapke, for having an idea about how to support these TSA agents who, as Representative Berg said, have been held hostage to a federal government that has sent secret police into our communities. And because of that, there is hesitation to fund an administration and that kind of secret police that has been violating our rights. But this is not the only agency. We have seen, we saw last year, DOJ, and we had ideas in the legislature about how to protect the federal workers who were being impacted by the profound and very disrespectful cuts. I think it was 300,000 nationally, but 18,000 here in Minnesota, members in all of our districts. We have these workers, VA workers, USAID workers, USDA workers, and we worked, and Representative Johnson had a bill to extend unemployment benefits to them, and you wouldn't do it with us. Now Representative Tapke has a bill to help TSA agents, and what we hear, not only do we not hear any engagement on the issue, you can say it's not serious 14 times, but you actually have to talk about the bill, maybe, but we also haven't heard any of your ideas. But here's the deal, and I also heard a lot of speaking to Minnesota. Minnesotans have been paying attention. They have been paying attention the last set of months, and they believe their eyes. They actually have seen what it looks like to have masked, armed secret police in our neighborhoods. And that's what we're talking about here, because that's why the Democrats that you mentioned weren't willing to continue funding ICE. We have seen the way that they have been that federal workers have been devastated. And you know who's seen that too? The Minnesotans who live next to them and their neighbors. So please do not disrespect the Minnesotans by acting like they are not believing their eyes or paying attention. They know what it looks like to stand up for the Constitution, for your First Amendment, your Second Amendment, your Fourth Amendment, your 10th Amendment. And you can giggle and smile, but we all know, and we've been watching this together. So thank you, Representative Tapke. It is our job here in the state to stand up for the rights and freedoms of our people, of Minnesotans, and that's what this bill is doing. So we hope you join us, or at least bring your own ideas.
I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Long.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just wanted to set the record straight briefly. There was a comment that Senator Klobuchar and Senator Smith had been holding this up over and over and over again, but they, in fact, voted, as did the U.S. Senate, on March 27th to fund TSA. And if you want to blame anybody, you should blame Representatives Emmer, Fishback, Stauber, and Finstead for the 5 weeks when they had the bill in their possession. The U.S. Senate had voted it out to fund TSA, and they chose not to because they were engaged in partisan fighting among themselves, trying to get to the point where they wanted to demand more from the bipartisan deal that had come from the U.S. Senate. So for 5 weeks, we saw 480 TSA workers quit in that time. We saw some airports with 40% absenteeism. So if you're going to blame anybody, point your blame at Representatives Emmer, Fishback, Stauber, and Finstead, who for 5 weeks sat on a bill that would have funded TSA, but this bill in particular, to anybody who wants to help TSA, is a very straightforward bill that would help these workers who are out of work because for 5 weeks, Representatives Emmer, Fishback, Stauber, and Finstead refused to fund TSA. Thank you.
I recognize a member from Morrison, Representative Schultz.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Long, I realize she's not your member of Congress, but I'll stand here to tell you it is Representative Michelle Fischbach. That's how you say her name. She is the last statewide Republican official here in Minnesota, and we're going to give her the honor of her name being said as it should be. But with that, let's also talk about hostage taking and what the House DFL did in January and early February of last year. So if we want to remember 7 months ago, Representative Greenman, let's talk about 15 months ago.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
State your point of order.
Mason's 101. This is taking us pretty far afield from the debate at hand.
Members, I'd like to remind you that we're on the A13 amendment. If you would please confine your remarks to that amendment. Thank you. Representative Schultz.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, it's really important because there are segments of our federal government that remain unfunded because of the intransigence, which appears to be a recurring theme, the intransigence of Democrats from Minnesota. Whether it's on the federal level, the state level, it's quite clear that we don't want to adhere to the law. We don't want to ensure that our communities are safe. We don't want to ensure that, as an example, we're funding TSA. These have all been the questions of the last few months. And frankly, if we want to look back to what it was like 15 months ago, you had that duty to show up, to be in this body when we organized. There's a date to be here, and every single member on the other side of the aisle did not show up to work on that day.
Point of order.
State your point of order.
I have 2 points of order. One of them is under Mason's 104 about motives. We've already heard that, but the main one is Section 101, debate limited to the questions before the House. And Mr. Speaker, you can see why we have this rule in Mason's. It's because we can just fire back and we can keep going all night on these topics that have nothing to do with the matter before the House. So I would ask the Speaker to please rule that Representative Schultz is out of order, and let's get back to discussing the bill.
Members, I'm going to remind you we're on the A13 amendment. Please confine your remarks to that amendment. Representative Schultz, you still have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate that. And I'm really curious as to whether or not this is needed given what has most recently transpired in Washington. Certainly, I understand the concerns that Representative Tabke would bring when his party has been so intransigent in Washington and when TSA has went unfunded from the actions of United States senators representing Minnesota like Tina Smith and Amy Klobuchar do. I understand that, Mr. Speaker. So I appreciate that he brought an idea to be considered, Mr. Speaker. But if we avoided the intransigence that we see from Democrats here in Minnesota, this wouldn't be an issue. It wouldn't be an issue at all. And so, Mr. Speaker, as we look forward, let's hope that the members who might be considering running for, federal office, that they would vote, Mr. Speaker, to fund TSA and all of the Department of Homeland Security if elected.
I recognize the member from Ramsey, Representative Finke.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank Representative Schultz for the name correction. I think that's very important and dignified, and I'm not kidding. I just want to say I really appreciate our TSA people. I don't really know what we're doing on the floor right now, but I do know we're talking about TSA and those who work at our airports. It seems like a pretty hard job. When they deal with a lot of cranky people, we all know what it's like to work with cranky people. And they do their job every day, paid or not. It's a job. It's a job. We show up, we do our jobs, we get paid, we get health care. They show up every day, they do their jobs, and they're not getting paid. they're not getting paid for the work that they're doing, or they weren't. And that is wrong. I think it's wrong to work without compensation. I appreciate Representative Tabke for what, at the end of the day, is not that controversial a concept. You may not like it, and I think that's fine. And voting no, I think, is fine. But I don't think that we need to pretend like somehow we are reorienting the debate around what is good and what the body should be doing. The body should be talking about what is best for the people of Minnesota. All this other nonsense, I don't know. I would like to go home tonight. I'm not here to scold. I love a good speech too. But what was going on over there earlier on this one did seem to me to be a problem that I had to address. So anyways, TSA is great, I think. And let's talk about the bill.
I recognize a member from Crow. I recognize a member from Wright, Representative McDonald.
Mr. Speaker, I just want to agree with Representative Finke. I think the TSA folks do such a fabulous job. And I have one thing to say to the TSA good people at the airport. May the 4th be with you.
I recognize a member from Anoka, Representative Cagle.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I'm kind of sad for this body right now. I feel like we've really lost our way on actually debating policy, and instead we just want to kind of poke and pick at each other. We should always be talking about the policy, not what somebody did 2 years ago or what president you hate today. What we need to talk about is policy. And what this policy does is it stands up for our neighbors. Just like when 3,000 masked secret agents started occupying our streets, our elected officials actually stood up to the response of their constituents, like good legislators do. And they stood up and said, you know, we don't think that the way our citizens here are being treated, when our citizens are being removed from their vehicles for no reason, are being detained, kidnapped, murdered, maybe we should reevaluate the policies of that organization. That's right. So what happened was the legislators in Washington wanted to reevaluate how the ICE was working. So they took a pause. They were still funded, but TSA wasn't. And so what we do here in Minnesota, at least what we do here as DFLers, is we stand up for our neighbors. We have empathy. We have compassion for people. Last Sunday, 2 Sundays ago at church, we didn't get a homily. We got a list of activities of what to do in our communities to make it a better place. There was, quotes from the Bible, and then we talked about how do we make it a better place here. God calls us to action, not just to thoughts and prayers. And so standing up here and screaming about who you hate or who did what doesn't do anything to get us into action. Public policy is what we're supposed to be debating. Public policy. So I would really hope that maybe you guys could dig deep, find a little compassion, empathy, maybe put yourself in that TSA worker's shoes. And I know probably, hard labor is hard labor, and not a lot of us have done it. So think about what your family needs. Would you continue to go to a job that doesn't pay? Would you fly on an airline that doesn't have any TSA agents checking our shoes for bombs? Let's take a step back and think about how these policies affect people outside this room. Not what we can get for social media sound bites, but how the policy that we are debating right now affects the people of Minnesota. So I would hope that you could support this amendment to ensure that our hardworking TSA agents can pay the bills. This isn't charity, this isn't handout, this is a loan to make sure that they can pay the bills. Stand up for workers. Stand up for what's right. Stand up for empathy and compassion. Vote green.
I recognize the member from Anoka, Representative Niska.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I think it's important to set the record straight on a few things. I heard kind of some cognitive dissonance from the other side of the aisle. I heard a lot of things that I agree with about the great work of TSA agents. Thank you, Representative Finke, for, I agree wholeheartedly with probably like 85% of your speech. I agree with all of those across the aisle who said, shame on you who say it's okay to not pay your workers. Shame on you, Senator Smith. Shame on you, Senator Klobuchar, for voting over 20 times to filibuster the pay for our TSA agents that they expect to show up for work. I know maybe some folks here don't know how the U.S. Senate operates, but when a party has a trifecta in Washington, the minority in the Senate still can stop legislation from going forward with something called a filibuster. Senator Klobuchar uses that tool. Senator Smith uses that tool, and they use that tool to force our TSA agents to show up for work day after day after day after day without pay. They voted over 20 times to prevent debate from closing on bills that would have funded our TSA agents, to hold them hostage. So thank you, whoever said it's wrong to hold people hostage. Absolutely, it's wrong to hold people hostage. It was wrong. I think Representative Greenman said that this was an effort to hold them hostage to get at the, quote, masked armed secret police. None of the TSA agents were the masked armed secret police that Representative Greenman was referring to. That apparently was the reason why Senator Klobuchar and Senator Smith were filibustering over and over and over again so our TSA agents couldn't get paid. So let's be clear about what happened. Senator Klobuchar, Senator Smith told our TSA agents, you ought to show up for work even though we are going to stand in the way, filibuster, keep talking as long as it takes so that you don't get paid. Not because of something you did, because of something someone else did. Because we want to reconsider what's happening somewhere else in the federal government. It didn't matter whether the CBA was dissolved or not. Senator Klobuchar and Senator Smith could have just passed the funding, chosen not to hold our TSA agents hostage. So if we're going to do something serious about this, there are ways to do it. Not an amendment like this that hasn't been vetted. This isn't ready for prime time. But thank you, Representative Tabke, for bringing this bill so Minnesotans can be reminded about the shameful way that Senator Klobuchar and Senator Smith forced our TSA workers to show up over and over and over again without pay because they insisted on filibustering that pay. Members, vote no.
I recognize the author of the amendment, the member from Scott, Representative Tabke.
Thank you, I think, Mr. Speaker. Usually, like, folks get up here and say thanks for the debate and all that stuff. I almost cursed for the first time on the floor. But this is a bill that came from an article that was in the Star Tribune. I expected to have at least a little discussion, about the content of the bill and what this amendment would actually have happen for Minnesotans. And so I didn't really give enough preface, maybe. Maybe that was my fault, and so I apologize for that. But this came out from a end of March article in Star Tribune where Vincent Longo said that he has spent hours and hours screening thousands of passengers and bags over the past 6 weeks at Minneapolis-St. Paul International Airport, and he hasn't been paid a penny. The same, yet Longo, who has worked for the TSA for the past 23 years, keeps showing up for work. The same can be said for most of the rest of local TSA workforce who, despite not getting a paycheck since February 14th due to the partial government shutdown, are keeping lines moving during the heavy spring break travel period. He said, "We want to keep the American people flying. We look for bombs and bags and firearms and knives and other prohibited items. I like my job. I know how important it is." What I'm attempting to do here, and I hope that the majority of this body will also attempt to do here, is as transportation chair, I want to make sure that transportation continues to work in Minnesota. We have a federal government that is chaotic, and as opposed to this debate where I didn't blame anyone for that chaos. There's a lot of projection going on today, and I want to make sure that we understand that this is about workers. This is about Minnesotans. We have 750 TSA workers here in the state of Minnesota that went over a month and a half without getting paid this spring. The deal that has been struck in Washington, D.C. right now only funds TSA through September 30th, the heart of election season this fall. And I can imagine, and it doesn't take much for everybody in this room to imagine, that there will be more chaos, more shenanigans, more issues that come up this fall. And what this will do, if we pass this today, is give TSA workers the opportunity to get loans so that if and when they are not getting paid, they will be able to maintain their lives. They will be able to pay their rent. They will be able to pay their bills. They won't fall onto social services programs because they will be able to have the money they need to live their lives. And so that's what this will do. It's not a new mechanism. It is not a new thing that has happened. It's happened time and time again in the state of Minnesota. We do this for farmers. We do this for we do this for Iron Range workers. We do this time and time again, and this has happened many times before. And we can do this for TSA workers. This is something that has come about recently, so you're absolutely right that this hadn't gone through the process, but it is something that has been done many times and should be done again to make sure that these workers that we all need are able to maintain their job and move forward. So I ask everyone here for a green vote on this amendment.
Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll. The clerk will call the names of the members voting remotely.
Bliss.
Bliss, no.
Bliss votes no. Hussein.
Aye.
Say it again.
Hussein.
Hussein, aye.
Hussein votes aye. Momani Hiltsley.
Momani Hiltsley, aye.
Momani Hiltsley votes aye. Perez Vega. Perez Vega.
The clerk will call the roll. There being 66 yeas and 67 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. The chief clerk will report the amendment.
Frazier moves to amend House File Number 3732, the second engrossment. The amendment is coded A15.
I recognize a member from Hennepin, Representative Frazier.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a pretty straightforward amendment. Don't have to explain much about the reason why we're bringing this amendment, but this amendment would create a business release program in the Department of Deed. It would establish a $100 million account that would be provided to businesses that were impacted by federal enforcement activity and the response to that activity from between December 2025 and February of 2026. And the grants or loans would be determined to be necessary if the business would need them to be able to continue to operate. We all know what happened here in our state. We all know that many of the businesses around the state decided to take care of their workers when they needed to. Those businesses, I know in some of the debates that we've had, the question has been, well, those businesses should have planned and had a reserve. What I can say and what we know is that those businesses used any reserves that they had to help take care of the workers in the communities that were being impacted by these federal enforcement activities. What we know is that those businesses are part of the tapestry of those communities, and that for many of them, if we don't take any action this session, we will lose those businesses. We will lose jobs. We will lose our favorite spot that maybe we like to get a burger at, or a favorite ethnic meal that we enjoy. We will lose community members because they will have to leave if they cannot maintain their business. So I am asking members to add this amendment onto our workforce bill, allow Chair Pinto and other members of the conference committee to go and negotiate this out with the Senate. But I'm asking us to give these businesses an opportunity to survive. And I would ask for a roll call on this, Speaker.
Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Frazier.
Thank you very much. And with that, members, I would enjoy a conversation about this amendment.
I recognize a member from Candy, Ojai, Representative Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and Representative Frazier, Chair Frazier. Again, we've had this conversation before. I am not denying that there was a lot of unrest and on Metro Surge was a real thing across the whole state of Minnesota. A lot of things I'm not proud of. But also what my commitment to you was from day one is if you want to talk about any kind of relief, it has to come with long-term and long-lasting relief to our businesses, like removing the small employers from paid family medical leave. That is a critical item to even have a conversation because that was so, in my opinion, overdone in 23 and 24 to have their voices heard, to have their request to have those choices to not participate in paid family medical leave. Right now we're hearing all kinds of stories from them in the first quarter of this new program that has rolled out that is causing serious worker shortages in a lot of places in Minnesota. So I'm going to certainly suggest this is a no vote because you didn't come with any kind of ideas that folks are looking for. So bring your ideas, and I've asked you to bring the ideas, and it's not here except just keep asking for the same thing from a different fund. You know, this looks a lot like the Promise Act that was done 3 years ago. A lot of the same language, same number, $100 million, going to small businesses under a certain point, and yet we are 3 years into the Promise Act, and today there's $70 million sitting with the NDCs that hasn't been allocated yet to businesses at this point. That's a problem. The state of Minnesota does not do grants very well. We don't hand out money with good guardrails. We are not in the business to doing that. So I don't deny that we had some issues, but hearing, you know, these businesses use their reserves during Metro Surge. You bet they did. And we do that when weather comes around. We do that during certain kind of events that we can't prevent. But also, the state legislature in 23-24 took those reserves away with more mandates on businesses. We are making it harder and harder to do business in Minnesota. So for us to legitimately think about doing any kind of grant options at this point that even revolve around the same kind of rules as the Promise Act, and we're seeing real cracks in the armor there for Promise Act, this is something that we should just absolutely shut down right away. The governor asked for $10 million on forgivable loans. This is nothing like what he wants to do. I'm not certain why this one is so different than what the governor wants. But members, we have to start getting serious about our businesses in Minnesota that
want to remain here, that want to be able to get through the tough days and the tough weeks, the tough seasons. We never know what's coming. That's what business owners do. We risk everything we have. We're gamblers. We'll take on this risk. That's what we do. Sometimes we're good at it, and sometimes we go broke. But I understand what you're trying to do. I respect that. But why didn't we sit down and get serious about the kind of relief? We heard bills in our committee. Chair Robbins brought the small business exemption, 15 and under. Members, that would have been a really good starting place to get serious about at least recognizing the smallest of our companies are not set up like the other companies are, the bigger companies. In fact, right now, today, if you look at the stats from the Department of Economic Development, the folks that are using paid family medical leave right now are with companies of 200 or more employees. That's almost 70% of the applications that are coming in and getting approved are with the companies that already probably had a really good program that were big enough to have their own short-term disability program. So who's underwriting it? It's the small businesses. The ones who are not using it today, the ones who are still head down, working hard, trying to get through the next day. I just sent in $1,521 at the end of April for my little companies for my portion of paid family medical leave. That's $1,500. I know it doesn't matter much to Greg Davids or Chris Rudzinski. I mean, come on. But it's a lot of money. And I wasn't planning on it. I didn't know how much it really was going to be. But with my other companies and these other little businesses, that adds up, folks. It adds up. So it's real money. Chair Frazier, I wish we could have done this better. And you know what? We're not done yet. We're not done with session. Let's keep working on something. Members, this is please, a red vote. We cannot support this right now. Our businesses are begging us, deeply begging us, don't make it harder in the state of Minnesota. This does nothing but hand out money. It enables, we become enablers. We're hurting our businesses more than helping them by just giving them money and walking away. That's not the way we should be doing this at all. Please vote no.
I recognize the member from Ramsey, Representative Pinto.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, as you know, the businesses in our state experienced a disaster, really a tsunami swept through in December, January, and February in these last few months. I was reflecting during the last debate, the debate on the prior amendment, about how we in this chamber can look at the same set of events from such a completely different perspective. And so we can debate and discuss what led to that disaster for those businesses, but I would hope we all could agree that when the restaurant on Main Street in your town or on one of the main streets in one of the cities we represent, when they experience a 90% loss of business, as many did, whatever the cause was of that, that is equivalent to when a fire sweeps through a town, when there's flooding, when there's a natural disaster. And what our state does when that happens is that we respond with kindness, we respond with support, we respond as Minnesotans. We do that because we take care of one another in this state. We do that because we recognize it's in our interest as a state to get those communities back up on their feet. We do well when that happens. And when we lose businesses because of that fire sweeping through or that flood, we know that that's going to hurt all of us for a long time to come. Members, whatever you want to think about what led to that loss of business in December, January, and February, I and a number of my DFL colleagues have some extremely strong feelings about that. Maybe some of our Republican colleagues do as well. Whatever the reason for that, though, those businesses experienced those losses. Members, we talked on that last amendment about the dangers and the bad aspects of hostage taking. We're accusing other people of taking hostages. When we have decided in this chamber to help out a community when there's been a fire or flood, we don't say, well, we would help you, but we need some policy changes relating to your business. We don't do that. That's not a thing that we do. How does that make any sense to tell a restaurant, to tell that small business on Main Street, sorry, we're not going to help you unless there's some policy change that happens? Talk about hostage taking. That is hostage taking. Members, as long as paid leave has been brought up, 70% of the leaves are from large businesses. It's interesting. I've heard a lot of concerns about the impact of paid leave on small businesses. Actually sounds like very often it's the leaves being taken by employees of large businesses. It's paid leave that allows those small businesses to compete for workers, to know that for the cost they're paying in, that those workers are able to know that if they have a baby in their family, if they get extremely sick, if a family member gets extremely sick, life happens. Workers are human beings. They have lives. Here's the thing, though. Whatever you think about paid leave, we can discuss that. That's an important topic. Don't hold businesses and communities hostage for whatever policy changes you want in that area or any other. This is a very fair proposal from Chair Frazier. He's worked on it a lot with Chair Zhang. It requires businesses show that they had a significant negative impact on the business as a result of the enforcement activity and the response thereto. And a significant portion of the funds would go to the Minnesota Initiative Foundations, recognizing this was not just in Minneapolis, St. Paul, certainly it was in the suburbs, and not just in the suburbs, it was in our small towns and in our rural communities and throughout our state. That tsunami that swept through, that impact was on all the businesses in our state, throughout our state, and we need to step up as we have in other cases. Members, can we possibly see that these businesses have suffered in the same way as the businesses that so often in this chamber that we've stepped up for, and that their workers have experienced that as well? Can we see the humanity in what they've put into their businesses? And can we see our own self-interest in supporting them and in enacting a program such as this? Thank you, Chair Frazier. Thank you, Chair Zhang, for your work on it. Members, we can have discussions about all sorts of other topics, but let's step up as we have so many other times and pass this business relief program, and please vote for this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize the member from Morrison, Representative Schultz.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I applaud the work of Chair Baker and Chair Pinto to find agreement during this session. And while this particular amendment is not one of those things, their work to try and find their way through these intense issues is commendable. So hats off to both of them. And I will just say, this kind of cuts back to the heart of the discussion that we will have these next 2 weeks, which is the policy decisions of the state of Minnesota from whichever generation, whether it was 2 years ago or whether it's from previous years, that have resulted in more folks who are not here with legal status residing in our state, and choices made by local units of government to adopt sanctuary policies for those folks, to make Minnesota more of a magnet for populations of foreign nationals across the world. And so I draw that contrast, realizing that HCMC has a huge deficit, and I draw that contrast, realizing that we don't have a money tree, and I draw that contrast now before us because this amendment, the A15 amendment, takes $100 million from Minnesota's Forward Fund. I believe that those dollars are being used for a beneficial purpose. It's to attract more great jobs for Minnesotans. And what this amendment does is it guts $100 million from that fund. I don't know the exact health of that fund, but I would take a gander and just a guess to say that there's probably not that much more money beyond $100 million. There's $120 million, according to Chair Baker, $120 million, and this amendment takes $100 million of that appropriation and provides it for this purpose that we're discussing this evening. And the reason that I want to mention that is because that fund is to attract great paying jobs for Minnesota. In fact, it is providing the funds from a state and local level to match with federal dollars to bring more manufacturing here, to bring more investment in Minnesota from more job creators to grow our economy. It specifically allows for matching funds for things like the CHIPS Act, passed while President Biden was in office, to hopefully bring more manufacturing here. So there are examples of how this is actually benefiting Minnesotans already. As an example, there is a project in Rosemount, and if I understand it correctly, not being an expert on it, the Minnesota Aerospace Complex at Umore Park is one of those beneficiaries. And if we're going to manufacture more here in Minnesota, if we're going to adopt more America First, Minnesota First policies that allow us to see growth, these are dollars that we shouldn't be raiding. These are consequential decisions that we're making right now. And I would argue to the entire body and to Minnesotans that our work would be far better done if we have collaboration to enforce federal law from the state level, from the local level, and if we're all working together to ensure that Americans are benefiting from our policies. We already know that that's not the case. So instead of something like this that is very reactionary, what we should be doing is we should be passing Representative Reimer's House File 16 to encourage and to ensure cooperation between law enforcement agencies to ensure that federal immigration law is enforced appropriately and effectively, which would mean that instances like Operation Metro Surge would never have had to happen. And for the future, that it doesn't have to happen in the future. And so, it's a conscious decision that we make tonight. So understand that this vote on this amendment strips $100 million from things that could result in additional investment in Minnesota. And it's also a reminder to us that our words matter, that the things that our elected officials say matter. So when we listened to Governor Walz, or we listened to the mayors of Minneapolis and St. Paul, or Keith Ellison, during the winter months, tell folks not to go to work, tell folks to, instead of going to work and spending money at restaurants and in community, telling those folks to either stay home, not go to school, not go to restaurants, not contribute to the economy, that's a self-inflicted choice made by Minnesota's leaders. And it has consequences. So our words, they have consequence. Our decisions, they have consequence. And if you're hearing anything from our side of the aisle, it's that the policy around generosity without accountability or compliance fails to work for taxpayers, for Minnesotans, and it's exactly why we must work together to ensure that situations like this never happen again. So to wrap this in a bow, the future of Minnesota is better off if we're talking about how we can drive additional investment in this state, rather than using money that's been appropriated to grow Minnesota's economy to pay for folks who didn't go to work because of the instructions that they were listening to from Tim Walz, Keith Ellison, and top elected Democrats in Minnesota. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize the member from Ramsey, Representative Finke.
Thank you, Speaker. I rise today in support of the Fraser Amendment and to just add some color to the conversation that we're having, particularly the comments from Rep. Baker that opened the debate on the amendment. And the thing that's difficult for me when we say PFML, paid family medical leave, the cost burden of the program that we've done has to be offset against the financial support that's being asked for in this bill or amendment. And And what we're really doing in that is we're setting up a situation where we're saying there is a group of small businesses and there is another group of small businesses, and in Minnesota, we're going to pit them against each other. We are going to come forward with a scarcity model that says if you cannot afford to, if you cannot survive, you know, the federal occupation that we had, well, the survival of your business is dependent upon the repeal of these programs that are, quote unquote, hurting the businesses that we want to survive. We are going to choose in that. It is an equation of which small businesses we think are worthy of having the support of our government. So there are businesses who exist and who pay for paid family medical leave. They may not want to. And then there are small businesses where 4 agents of the federal government came into a restaurant and sat down in that restaurant, and then they ordered food, so the server took their orders. That food was prepared by cooks who were working that day, and the federal agents ate that food and then arrested everyone that worked in that restaurant after they cooked their meal and served it to them. Now, that's not a decision that those people made that day when they went into work. They didn't go into work. They didn't stay home. They didn't know anything other than they went to work. They fed the very people who arrested them with the intention of deporting them. And then all of that staff from that restaurant was gone. So the question that the Fraser Amendment is offering is, do we want to support that business? And I appreciate everything Representative Pinto said, except for the weather. This isn't like the weather, right? This is the federal government targeting a state violently with an expectation of thousands of deportations, which they achieved in the murder of 2 of our neighbors. But even if you set all of that aside, the businesses and the business owners went to work until they couldn't. I know a business owner who didn't go to work. I actually found this out through a parent who goes to one of the schools in my district, and they live in an apartment, but next to that apartment is an Airbnb, and 9 ICE agents moved into that Airbnb, and she said, "Hey, did you hear about the Airbnb?" The Airbnb, I'll just add, is it's down the alley from the Airbnb. So where I kind of drove by to scope this out. You know, they had like the decks because it's like a multifamily housing kind of multiplex duplex. You could stand outside on the back decks and you could look down the alleyway to the entrance to the elementary school in the neighborhood, which they would do. People would observe, and the agents would be sitting out in the back watching people in the alley and what was happening at the elementary school. So somebody who actually lived on that alleyway was also a small business owner who stopped going in to work because he knew that there was 9 ICE agents living in the Airbnb at the end of his block. So I guess the question becomes, does that man deserve to lose his business because we are not relitigating the paid family medical leave program? Is that really what we're going to say to our community members? That if you cannot repeal a program, a massive statewide program that has nothing to do with anything regarding what happened to these businesses, we're going to let it fail because you were afraid of something that was terrifying and you deserve to be afraid of. We had members of our community terrorized for 3 months, and to say that it is somehow the Democrats' fault that a mass occupation of the state of Minnesota recommended people to stay safe, recommended people to protect their children. There's never going to be a moment where we say something and the light turns on. I can get that, right? It is the moment in this country when I don't want to get in trouble. People do not deserve to be blamed for protecting their lives. They need help. It is our job to help the people of Minnesota. It does not matter where those people came from. It does not matter to me even why they're here or how they got here. But we know that these are parts of our community worth celebrating, worth protecting, and paid family medical leave has nothing to do with it. Finally, representatives said, instead of bringing something reactionary, we should bring something that's forward-looking. And I just want to say that we are going to be reacting to this for a long time. This is a generational trauma for the people who were affected by the occupation, by the Good family and the Preddy family, but also by the thousands and thousands of families who had deported family members. We have to react. We have to stop. We have to make it right. We have to react because of the deep wounds and trauma that was created by Donald Trump and his administration and a secret police of 3,500 people who came into our state, devastated our economy, but also, more importantly, the humanity of our neighbors. So support the amendment.
I recognize a member from Hennepin, Representative Robbins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate you bringing this amendment, Representative Frazier, but I have a lot of concerns about it. So, as you know, the Promise Act, which this is built upon, has a lot of problems with fraud, and we're still getting to the bottom of that. So to put $100 million into a program we know has fraud that we're having the OLA review right now, and we don't have it figured out, is stunning to me. So I looked at the amendment hoping that there would be a lot more guardrails, at least for this program. But there are not. So any eligible entity, you just have to have a primary business operation located in the state of Minnesota, at least 50% owned by a resident of the state, in good standing with the Secretary of State and the Department of Revenue, and be able to demonstrate a 20% decline in revenue in the period involved, and have a revenue annually of less than $3 million. The business does not actually have to be open. So for example, Quality Learning Center would qualify. Learning Center, yes, my colleagues are correcting me. And there's no required documentation. It says you have to demonstrate, but it doesn't say how. And then when you go to the fraud deterrent measures, it says that anyone suspected of fraud can be reported to the Commissioner of Deed and within 15 days, and then that gets reported to the BCA.
Point of parliamentary inquiry. Can you remind the body what amendment and what matter we are on? I believe that Representative Robbins is talking to the A14 amendment, but we are actually on the A15 amendment, which does not have anything to do with the Promise Act.
Thank you. I appreciate you pointing that out. You are absolutely right, and I'm sorry. So I will come back on the A14. Sorry, I just had the wrong note up, but thank you. You are correct. Thank you, ma'am.
I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Greenman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I will not tread the ground of what it means in this body to hold emergency funding hostage to long-term policy change. What I do want to talk about is what we're actually talking about here. Representative Schultz, you said this was about immigration policy. The president said it was a day of reckoning and retribution. And the day of reckoning and retribution wasn't about immigration, and it wasn't about public safety. And what did it look like? It looked like neighbors being abducted by armed masked men. It looked like black and brown Minnesotans, citizens, being asked to show their paper. It looked like a video of an ICE agent telling a peaceful constitutional observer, quote, "You raise your voice and I will erase your voice." How do we know it was retribution and a reckoning and retribution? Because the President of the United States told us. And when we think about that, what we are talking about here is how that impacted our local businesses, and they were on the front lines. When confronted with this lawless, out-of-control federal aggression, they were the local restaurants, the bakeries, the hardware stores, the coffee shops, the corner stores, the retail stores who stood up for the constitutional rights of their customers, of their workers, and their neighbors. It wasn't Target. It wasn't any of the big box stores. The people who stood up for their neighbors were the people who were their neighbors. And those are the businesses that we are talking about here. And they need a lifeline. And they need a lifeline, and I know that this is not just my community of South Minneapolis. I know that this is communities across the state, and I know, Chair Baker, how much you care about your community. What I would ask on this vote and with this policy is that we look at those businesses who, not only through no fault of their own, but how do you bake into your business plan a lawless federal occupation being used against you? I don't think you do, right? That's not even the weather. And so on this bill and on this amendment, let's do what we think is right for these businesses and do right by them, but know that this day of reckoning and retribution, we are all dealing with in our own communities. We can reject that. We don't have to buy that line, and we don't have to pretend that this was about anything other than the President of the United States trying to force policy change, investigate his political opposition, which we saw during this operation, commandeer our voter rolls, which they demanded as the price of leaving, and doing all of this under the barrel of a gun. 3,000 guns, actually. But that's not how it works in Minnesota. That's not how it works in this country. Our people, our Minnesotans, forced the federal occupation into retreat. And now what we are saying is let's support these local businesses who did their job to protect their neighbors and their communities. This is an easy vote, yes.
I recognize a member from Wright, Representative Hudson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, there's a couple times tonight that I've found myself in agreement with Representative Finke. The first statement was, I want to go home. Definitely agree with that and feel that sentiment. But the second time was when the representative recognized what I think is a great metaphor, great analogy of the natural disaster, right? If there's a disaster, we're going to respond, we're going to help out our neighbors. But as Representative Finke correctly pointed out, this was not a natural disaster. This wasn't the weather. This was a conscientious decision on policy from multiple levels and multiple people. And that's acknowledged in the text of the amendment, lines 1.2 and 1.21. They have to demonstrate significant negative impact on the business from, here it is, federal enforcement activity. Now, I'm guessing that phrase, federal enforcement activity, was chosen for its legal effect rather than its rhetorical effect. And that's proper, that's how you should write bills. But what exactly is it that the feds are enforcing? Could it be the law? Federal immigration law? And we've heard tonight, again and again, we've heard references to how all of this actually began. It didn't begin with Donald Trump. It began with the choice to delegitimize that proper federal enforcement function. If it wasn't legitimate, if it was actually an invasion, if it was actually an occupation, if it was actually secret police, you could put that language in this amendment. You can't because it's not. That's just the rhetoric that you used to describe legitimate federal law enforcement, fulfilling their constitutional obligation, one of their enumerated powers, to enforce federal immigration law. We heard the likes of Ilhan Omar talk about abolishing ICE, saying, like many of you have tonight, that they're terrorizing communities. We saw Governor Walz call them and Trump Nazis, Gestapo, fascists. The effect of that rhetoric is to delegitimize the agency. Because you see, when the agency doesn't have any legitimacy, when it should be abolished, when it isn't actually a thing that has any moral or legitimate purpose, well, then you justify doing whatever you want and whatever you can to, as Jacob Fry said, get it the F out of Minneapolis. And I know it's not lost on me that right now, as we speak, just across the street, prominently displayed in some of your offices, are signs that say that very same thing, F ICE. That's where this started, with the intentional delegitimization, let me pronounce today, of federal law enforcement. Now, what does that accomplish? Well, it accomplishes the premise for step 2, which is what Peggy Flanagan said, put your bodies on the line. That was a phrase that was repeated by Keith Ellison when he's out visiting the folks at a protest. Put your bodies on the line. I'm not aware of any legitimate protest activity that involves you physically putting yourself in some kind of danger. If you're engaged in an activity that puts yourself or others in danger, that's probably criminal. And we saw plenty of examples of that. We saw hotels and businesses vandalized. We saw people assaulted, not by ICE, but by the folks who you guys encouraged to put their bodies on the line. Meanwhile, mere 45 minutes away, where I come from, inside the circle, where we don't get to have an apartment here in town, you know what the day of reckoning looked like in my front lawn? Blue skies, birds chirping, kids laughing, bicycle bells ringing. My businesses didn't get burned down. They weren't adversely affected by federal enforcement. And by the way, I should have pointed this out earlier, right after that, the impact on business from federal enforcement activity and the response to that activity. Boy, yeah. There's the key, how people responded. Strangely enough, in my neck of the woods, where people overwhelmingly support Donald Trump and overwhelmingly support ICE, and where our law enforcement works hand in glove with federal enforcers and agencies, we didn't have any problems. Weird that. What could the difference be between those two situations? It's pretty obvious. But now you're asking me to go home to my constituents and tell them that we're sending them the bill for the bad decisions, the insightful rhetoric, the insurrectionist activity that was intentionally provoked by elected Democrats at every level. No, thank you.
I recognize a member from Hennepin, Representative Nadeau.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. You know, it's amazing to me as tonight we've really spent a lot of time with federal employees, TSA, now ICE, and there's a lot going on, and I don't know if this is a serious amendment, if it's performative. You know, I thought when Representative Baker started this whole thing that we were going to have some comparison on ideas, and maybe this would move, maybe it wouldn't. I didn't really know. And it's obviously gone down this path where, you know, you're going to blame, one side is going to blame the current president, the other side's going to blame some policies that were enacted at another time. And, you know, we go back and forth on this, and number one, it's not effective, but, you know, number two, the Minnesota Forward Fund is not a small business relief fund, Representative Frazier. It was a fund that was put in place to try to fill that gap for large technology, you know, getting large employers into the state. And I appreciate the fact that you want to provide some relief. But what we're trying to say on this side is that it's all the little things that we do. You know, you might say that paid medical family leave is the most important thing that we ever did. That's fine. You know, there's a lot of employers that actually, you know, already provided that and, you know, but got forced into now the employees have to pay a percentage of that into a fund that we don't necessarily know if it's going to be sustainable or not. But small businesses, if you want to help small businesses, they don't need a handout. They need a stable environment to compete. That's it. I mean, these are risk takers. They're people that are willing to put it on the line every day. I have a builder in my district. He's a labor supplier. And when, you know, in January, and he was a huge, huge Trump supporter, huge, over the top. And about 2 weeks into that, and, you know, my district had just as much ICE enforcement as maybe some of the others. And after about 2 weeks, he didn't have any employees. All of his guys were afraid to show up. And it wasn't because ICE was in the community, it was because of the rhetoric that was going around this. He's back in business now. You know, they're safe, they're back there, they're slowly coming back. He doesn't want a handout. He wants a stable environment to conduct business. He reminded me that during COVID, his business was shut down. The governor of this state shut businesses down. He didn't shut down Target. I don't remember who brought up Target. But, yeah, thank you, Representative Greenman. You know, but, you know, people make decisions that they think are right at the time. And we can question the motives of the president or question the motives of the governor. But it doesn't change the fact that we have a job here to do. And I think what we're trying to say on this side is that if we want to help small businesses, and we do, and I believe that you guys do too, but lower property taxes, lower corporate taxes, lower small business taxes, create exemptions for large, broad benefit sets, enforce the rule of law, charge people when crime occurs. I mean, you go downtown Minneapolis, I work downtown Minneapolis, and I haven't been down there since COVID. And I go down every few weeks. Everything's gone. Everything's gone. The Bruegger's is gone, I just noticed. Bruegger's, it's gone. Everything's gone. There's nothing down there. There's nothing on the Skyways. There's no restaurants. The Brothers Deli is gone. Everything's gone. That didn't happen between January 25, you know, January and March of 2025. It happened because of all of the layers that we put in. And that's all I think that we're trying to say is that everything we do has an impact. And I just looked. I mean, 32% of small businesses today still report unfilled job openings. 32%. Small businesses want to grow. They want to thrive. They need an environment to do it. They don't need a handout to do it. Thank you, members.
I recognize a member from Hennepin, Representative Robbins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Take two on the right amendment. Thank you. So I'm glad to see it's not on the Promise Fund. It's a good start, but the other language in the bill is identical. So back to where I was, people who qualify for this can use it. First, we went through who qualifies, who's eligible. And that was, you have a business operating in the state, 50% owned by a resident of the state of Minnesota, in good standing with the Secretary of State and the Department of Revenue, and able to show the decline in revenue over the period, and have an income of less than $3 million. Quality Learning Center fits all of those criteria. It doesn't say the business has to be currently open. So people who were in business, who are now closed, could qualify. The other thing that's really important to know is that rather than building it on the Promise Grant, which I'm glad they're not doing, they are giving the money to the Minneapolis Foundation, the St. Paul Foundation, and then those groups can make sub-grants to community development financial institutions and nonprofits, none of which are named, who will put the money out. And so Minneapolis and St. Paul Foundation get it by June 30th. Then they go through an RFP process to pick the community groups that will hand it out. And all of the money still has to be out the door by October 31st. That's a very tight deadline. So it makes me wonder, how are they going to really know the eligibility for all these groups? Because the fraud deterrent measures in place in this amendment are minimal. So if someone is suspected of fraud, they can report to the commissioner, and that will be sent to the BCA. Quote, here's the big fraud prevention measure. Each application form must display the following notice. Fraudulent applications will not be tolerated. Information from any suspected fraudulent application will be reported to state investigating authorities. There's no documentary requirements. You sign a form, it's attestation. I cannot believe that we are doing this all over again. We know how to prevent fraud after all this time, and it's no attestation. It's relying on documentation. And the other thing that's concerning is that it says grants and loans may not be used to refinance debt that existed before December 1st. But there's no mechanism for asking how they're going to prove they didn't use it for that. There's no mechanism for verifying that they're using it on the things that are allowable. So members, we're about to spend, if this goes on, a lot of money on a new program with no guardrails. And I just can't imagine that's what Minnesota taxpayers want us to do. We are trying to shore up guardrails in all these other areas and all these other programs. And we're currently investigating the Promise Act, which is a deed-run program that is full of loopholes, as the governor himself said. So why we would create a brand new program with no guardrails defies common sense. So I urge a no vote, and that future programs that are created must have robust guardrails, or we are just going to perpetuate the fraud problem in this state. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize the author of the amendment, the member from Hennepin, Representative Frazier.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thanks everybody for the robust conversation. And I will say, Representative Robbins, you were on the wrong amendment first, but that initial amendment was to address and offer a branch to Chair Baker, who often talks about the Promise Act, and using that as a vehicle to address these businesses that have been harmed. So I didn't bring it today. I didn't call it amendment, because I do want to give Chair Baker the opportunity to bring a solution to this issue. And I do think we still have time to talk about that, and we still have the opportunity to work on that together. So I just wanted to make a note of that at the start. You know, listening to this conversation, I've heard none of us, not one single individual in this chamber should be proud of what our federal government did to our state. No one. No one. I've said this time and time again. They did pick the wrong state, because we didn't just lay down and roll over. We fought and advocated for our neighbors under our constitutional rights that is allowed in this country. Right now it is still allowed in this country to practice those constitutional rights, but no one should be proud of that. We've talked about that this was merely a policy issue. This was violation of Fourth Amendment rights. This was racial profiling. We have had courts say that independently and objectively. None of us should be proud of that. None of us should be defending those actions from our federal government. And when we've made this analogy to storms, we've never punished anyone or said, shame on you, you don't deserve relief because you took cover from a storm. Metro Surge was that storm. It was chaos, and people did what they needed to do to protect themselves. We've never punished anyone for doing that. But that's what I'm hearing today, is that that's what we should do now, is blame the victims. What I also hear is this is very much like the gun debates we have here. Many of my colleagues on the other side want to discuss every single thing, but not the thing that actually caused the harm. And that is, again, not a good thing for Minnesotans, for any Minnesotans. We have an opportunity, and I feel like I say this every time I stand up here. We have election certificates. We have the power to do something. People are asking us to do something to help them. We have the opportunity to do that. We should do that. We should give the relief to these businesses. Representative Schultz, you talked about investing. This would be an investment. This would be an investment in our small businesses that have been harmed. And these are small business all across this state. There are small businesses in your district that have applied for grants from foundations that are trying to do this work that the government should be doing. So your district is not exempt at all. And we should be doing something to help those individuals. It is an investment because we're saying keep those businesses in operation, keep those jobs accessible. That is what we're doing. That's what this would do here. If you want to talk about putting more safeguards in that, let's do that. Let's put this amendment on, allow the chairs to negotiate that in conference committee. We can do that. It's still time to have that conversation. A lot of political posturing, but I know the majority of you on that side, you know what happened in your communities, you know what happened to your small businesses, you understand the impact, and I do believe you want to do something. So at some point, we're going to have a real conversation and actually do the work that we were sent here to do, and that is to help out Minnesotans when there are tough times upon them. So with that, members, I urge you all for a green vote on this. Let's show all Minnesota that we can work together and we can help them out when we need it. Vote green.
Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll. The chief clerk will call the names of the members voting remotely.
Bliss.
Bliss, no.
Bliss votes no. Hussein.
Go ahead.
Hussein, aye.
Hussein votes aye. Momonty Hiltsley.
Momani Hiltsley, aye.
Momani Hiltsley votes aye. Perez Vega.
Perez Vega, yes.
Perez Vega votes aye.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 67 yeas and 67 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There are no further amendments at the desk. The chief clerk will give the bill its third reading.
Third reading, House File number 3732.
Third reading. Discussion. I recognize the member from Meeker, Representative Gillman.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. This bill misses the mark on what's important to the business community looking to grow their businesses in Minnesota's economy. Just this morning when I was at the local coffee shop in Cokato, Minnesota, I was talking to a business owner, and he shared with me that two huge businesses that he's been doing bids for years are now bringing their housing projects to another growth-friendly state. He sat there with his wife and he's just dumbfounded. These two businesses have been very active and very involved in our state for years. And so when we do talk about mandates, and I do love hearing people talk about wanting to bring relief to businesses in Minnesota, that would be by bringing forth relief for these mandates. So I would have liked to see some fixes on mandates so employers can reinvest in their workers in operations, and that's why I'm a no on this bill. Thank you.
Further discussion? I recognize the member from Moller, Representative Mueller.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and members. You know, we have seen a lot of discussion about all the different amendments, and there's been a lot of wild gesticulation about all sorts of things, but we're going to talk about, as much as we can talk about what's in the bill, which is a pretty slim bill and there's a lot of really good things there. And I know that Co-Chair Pinto and Co-Chair Baker have worked really hard to create a bill that is good for the for a non-budget year. But I want to talk about things that could have been. Frankly, things that should have been. Man, those helping verbs, they really change. When I taught English for a long time, we talked about helping verbs and how things can change the meaning, where I will do versus should do versus could do. These are things that we might have done, right? I mean, those are words that are important. These are things that we should have done. We could have done, but we didn't. The number one concern that my businesses have are being over-mandated, over-regulated. April 30th came and went with the first premiums due, and I had plenty of my businesses talk about all the money they had to spend on something that, frankly, many of them didn't ask for. We know that the majority of our businesses are job creators, are small job creators, and yet a policy that was created to protect our small businesses, our small job creators, to make sure that we uphold them, they're the ones subsidizing this massive government program. 67% of workers that are on leave are from employers that are from companies that are 20 or 200 or more. That's a big business. That means that our small businesses are subsidizing employees who are taking leave for big businesses. I heard so many things that people said during this debate. Let's keep jobs accessible, keep jobs operational. Trust me, my job creators would like that. My job creators want to keep it accessible and operational. And yet they have the question in their mind every day, can they make it after looking at another mandate, another tax, another regulation that's not operational or accessible? And it's not as if we came and just said, hey, let's repeal it. You may have heard that from some of the members on our side of the aisle, but you didn't hear it from me. Instead, you heard me ask for an exemption or an opt-in for our S-Corps. You heard from Representative Robbins for an opt-in for job creators who have 15 or fewer employees. You heard from Representative Bakeberg to just kind of modify seasonal employees. You heard from some of my other colleagues that would just modify and make more manageable the definition of family. We weren't asking for a repeal. We were asking for modifications that would make it more manageable. And all we heard from the other side of the aisle was, we're going to destabilize the program. It's going to become so unstable because of my, what did my fiscal note say? Of the less than 1% of all wages in the state of Minnesota had a chance to opt in. That's going to destabilize the program. Matter of fact, the fiscal note actually says on here that it is less likely to have a material impact on the net fund balance of the program or on overall program sustainability. But my S-Corps people, those people are apparently going to be the tipping point. The number one priority of our job creators is burdensome mandates, and paid family leave is one of them. They didn't say they didn't appreciate it. They didn't say they didn't value it. They said, could you please stop treating us all the same? Could you please let us have some flexibility? Could you please allow us to look at how this would work in our business, in our area, in our industry, so that we can actually do this in a way that honors our workers and honors our employees? How can we do this when you mandate everything that has to be? And as I told Representative Frazier when he asked me about removing S-Corps members, then they said, well, you know, we don't want them to get the bad idea that they are invincible. You don't have to mandate a good thing. In my bill, it doesn't say they are prohibited from joining. We never said that. We never said, please don't join this. Matter of fact, you're prohibited from doing it. We didn't say that. We said, if you find this of value, please opt in. But for those of you who do not, because you're not even allowed to use this. You're paying for this, but you can't use it. For that, we said, could you please give them a little bit of flexibility, a little bit of leeway, a little bit of wiggle room? That's what we asked for. Something more manageable. Can't do that. Because as soon as we start asking about how to make this more manageable and we use the phrase right size, the only thing we hear from the other side of the aisle is how this is going to be the domino effect. This is going to be the beginning of the end. That's not what we're asking. We're asking for maybe, since this was passed so quickly during the trifecta, this wasn't thought through in a way that honors our businesses, our job creators. We're going to have to spend, Mr. Speaker, we're going to have to spend more money correcting this now. Every little fix that we've brought here, Mr. Speaker, we now have to spend more of Minnesota taxpayers' money to fix what the other side of the aisle had decided to ram through during the trifecta. I posted something on Facebook the other day sharing about how one of my businesses is on the edge of closing. I read through one of their emails. And instead of having some sort of compassion, some sort of how can we look at this, people came out and made fun of this business owner, made fun of this job creator, a job creator who decided to take a risk, a job creator that decided to offer a way for other people to have sustainable and living wages. And rather than honoring that, they vilified that. That's how my job creators feel. They feel vilified, over-mandated, and over-regulated. And while I think this is a good slimmed-down bill for a non-budget year, those helping verbs come back. We could have done more. We should have done more. And for that, Mr. Speaker, I cannot wait for us to continue to talk about it again. Vote your conscience, members.
I recognize a member from Ramsey, Representative Gottfried.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And if we're on the topic of discussing things that could and should have happened, I will say that we could and should have made sure that workers have some recourse if they are displaced by emerging technologies, namely AI. We are seeing more and more every day, thousands of workers being laid off across this country. And because of a recent report recently revealed that Minnesota has the #1 exposure to artificial intelligence within our workforce in the Midwest, which means that our workforce, our population, is at the highest risk of being displaced by that. Moreover, we could and should have made sure that massive corporations cannot spy on their workers through various means, whether that is electronic monitoring, embedding things into their clothes, into their bodies, subcutaneously. We could and should have made sure that massive corporations cannot fire a worker at the whim of a machine. These are all things that we could and should have done this legislative session, given the fact that the computing power of artificial intelligence doubles every 7 months. We could and should have done these things. And we will. Next year. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize a member from Candy, Ojai, Representative Baker.
Thank you, members and Mr. Speaker. And again, as we wrap up House File 3732, I want to thank my co-chair. We've had a good couple years together. I will tell you this, though, that every chair of any committee will tell you that that is the best committee that there is. I say that what I love mostly about our committee, too, is not the folks that were there. We had some really great, robust discussions. A lot of times we agreed, a lot of times we didn't. But what I love about the heart and soul of what we do is about workforce. It's about the Minnesota workforce. And what makes Minnesota special has been our work integrity, the brand that Minnesota has carried for decades and decades, and I'm proud that everything we do around here involves workforce. And tonight I heard a lot of comments about how do we build more houses? How do we grow more? You can't do anything without workers. So I just know that what we talk about here really does matter when it comes to policy. Representative Nadeau said it very, very well. We need to have a very stable and predictable work environment so that the folks that do risk it all and put their name on a shingle or run a company for somebody, they have to make sure that they can work within the confines to stay competitive with our neighboring states and the rest of our country and, frankly, the rest of the world so that we can compete like nobody else here in Minnesota. Just a couple things before I turn it over, but there's a couple things now that are coming out. Our first quarter is out. Paid family is up and running. There are some signals that we need to pay attention to. 4.5 is a number you should remember. 4.5 is the current unemployment rate in Minnesota. Over the last 14, 15 months, it has been ticking up every single month. It isn't just a short little click. But we're now 0.2% over the national average, which is not like what Minnesota has seen in the last 20 years. We have got, in some of our state agencies, we mentioned earlier, the larger employers are the ones that are seeing people leave their workforces the most right now. A lot of those already had plans in place. Currently, our largest agency in the state of Minnesota, DCT, Direct Care and Treatment, they had about 27,000 hours last month alone in March that were out on paid family medical leave. 30,000 hours. Now, if you take that on an average hour of around $35 to $45 an hour, we're talking about $1 million a month in overtime, because you just don't take people out of DC&T. You're taking care of people at Anoka Hospital, at the sex offender program in Moose Lake. It's in St. Peter. It's at my care facility in Wilmer. Those are places you just don't let the phone ring a little longer or have a couple of tables empty because you can't serve them as quickly. You got to have people there because of laws and rules, so you have mandatory overtime in place with the state government. A mid-sized county in Minnesota just reported today to me, I want to get this right, that in 2025, last year, they had 123 people out on their leave of absence or paid family leave of absence. So far in the first quarter, 133 people are out. So they've already exceeded that middle-sized county has already more people out this year for the first 3 months than they did all of last year. So just take that and start looking at the numbers, folks. What was not baked into this and what will be facing us, whoever's coming back next year in 2027 to want to fund our government, are these new increased payroll costs coming to you courtesy of new mandates for all, no matter what, even if they had the benefits already. This should alarm you, so pay attention to this. Again, we will have more time to talk about these important issues. We have to make Minnesota more competitive. That's the bottom line. But I do like a lot of things in this bill. I hope you support the bill. We did a lot of good things with Chair Pinto that we agreed on early on, and that's to make sure that we did a better job for the future legislators that sat on this committee, to make sure that we had better guardrails, better oversight, better control of where the money is going because of the fraud that's happening here in the state of Minnesota. We don't want to let that get out of control because there are some good things that we can do with training people to do their jobs better, to make more money, folks that are in need, folks that are at risk, people out of incarceration. We can do a lot of really good things, and this bill does that. Again, I'm not going to go through a lot of the details. It's going to be late. I want to turn it over to my co-chair, Pinto. He's got some folks that we're going to thank. But again, members, thank you so much for having this robust conversation. I'm proud of our bill. We'll get working on it. Let's get it to conference, and then we'll see what the senators are going to say. So, Mr. Speaker, I yield my time.
I recognize a member from Dakota, Representative Ray, or Anoka, Representative Ray Rower.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate that. I'd just like to take a minute to thank Chair Pinto and Chair Baker for including my bill, House File 4193, in this jobs and labor bill. It's very important. In short, this bill is about choice, dignity, and access for those who have disabilities and want to work. On one side, there's a backlog and waiting lists on the waivered services side, while there's openings for assistance on the extended employment side for those individuals that need that. We know that if we don't do something about this problem now, it will only get worse. That's what this portion of this bill aims to fix. It restores choice for the individuals who need these services when they need the services. And it eliminates unnecessary government bureaucracy. So thank you, Mr. Speaker, and members, I urge a green vote on this bill.
Recognize the author of the bill, the member from Ramsey, Representative Pinto.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, thanks for the discussion about the bill. As Chair Baker said, there's some folks we want to thank. These are some workers that we feel, especially grateful to relating to the bill. First, our committee administrators, Travis Reese and Spencer Johnson. Want to thank our DFL and GOP researchers, Dave Sullivan and Indiana Smallman. Our legislative assistants, Aisha Tiamiu and Noah LaSalvia. Our pages, Kyan Corder and Riley Jones. And a special shout out to our researcher. I know members in all of our committees this year, our nonpartisan researchers have had to deal with co-chairs. Some of the co-chairs I suspect have been harder to deal with than others. But even those of us, Chair Baker and I think pride ourselves on our ability to work together. But it's still challenging when you got captains pulling in different directions. Anna Cholene, who's worked with us, had that challenge. In addition, she was covering for a colleague who was out for personal reasons. And so we're grateful to her and also to Ashley Eng, our fiscal staff member as well. So a terrific team of workers pulling together this bill. We're trying to lift up and center workers as well. Members, I spoke at the beginning about this bill as being trying to make our current systems work just a little bit better. I've appreciated the collaboration with Chair Baker in doing that. I mentioned a few reforms we've put in place. I think the justification for those reforms relating to grants are maybe a little different for Chair Baker and me, but the point is we're trying to make systems work better, and I would hope that that alone would be a reason for our colleagues to support the bill. I understand some frustration about what's missing from the bill. I do want to make sure that anybody watching this is aware when we're talking about paid family medical leave, if you're thinking about those small employers, a reminder that the premiums we set for a small employer, it's about $163 per year per employee. If there's 15 employees, it's less than $2,500 per year. Now, if you're working on the margins, $2,500 can really be make or break. Totally understanding that. And at the same time, that allows you to offer a benefit that large employers have been able to offer for years. I often heard from my Republican colleagues saying, well, big businesses are already offering this. That's true, they are. Small businesses weren't able to compete. This has allowed them to do so at a very, very affordable cost, and to have it be that their employees, their workers, then are able to do the things that all of us as human beings want to be able to do: have time with a baby, take care of our own illness, take care of the illness of a loved one. I mean, members, this is part of an obligation that we have as Minnesotans, and I and so many others are very proud of that, and I'm hopeful that our employers who are having some challenges with this or some concerns about this recognize right across the border in Canada, providing a year of family leave, they make it work. It works quite well. And it's something that is a thing that we really should have in all of our states, and I'm glad that ours is, I think it's the 15th state around the country. To have it. So I understand the frustration regarding what's not in the bill. I do want to caution members, though, be careful about voting based on something large that you want that's not in the bill. Folks on our side are extremely frustrated about not having the kind of support for our businesses and communities coming out of Operation Metro Surge. That is not in this bill. Members, that is not in this bill. You've noticed that. That's extremely frustrating. There's other policy areas we're very frustrated that things are not in the bill. Having said that, you need to assess the bill and what's in it. It will make matters work a little bit better. And a vote against this bill would be a vote against the Minnesotans with Disabilities and Services for Them and Extended Employment, Representative Ray Rao referenced. Against extending unemployment insurance for minors on the range, a component in this bill. Voting against a provision to make the Rural Cancer Institute work a little bit better for our greater Minnesota, our rural communities, making sure that there are oncologists who can provide care and treatment. That's all in this bill. There's a lot of stuff that's not in this bill that I think frustrates every member of this chamber for different reasons. But in a tied House, I think we can be very proud of making some progress to make programs work a little bit better. Chair Baker and I both request that you vote green on this bill. And thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll. Members, please vote. The chief clerk will call the names of the members voting remotely.
Bliss.
Bliss, no.
Bliss votes no. Hussein.
Hussein, aye.
Hussein votes aye. Momani Hiltzley.
Momani Hiltzley, aye.
Momani Hiltzley votes aye. Perez Vega. Perez Vega.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 98 yeas and 35 nays, the bill is passed and its title agreed to. Members, the next bill on the calendar for the day is House File 1082. The chief clerk will report the bill.
House File number 1082, an act relating to public safety, extending the time to use certain appropriations.
I recognize the author of the bill, the member from Ramsey, Representative Moller.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And members, this is a modest public safety finance bill with a big impact. The provisions in this bill fall into several categories, and in the sake of time, I'm going to try to breeze through them really quickly, with the exception of the very first one that I wanted to talk about, and that is support for victims of crime. Mr. Speaker, if you don't mind, I'm having trouble hearing. Never mind. Okay, thank you. The first one falls into the category for support for victims of crime and funds victim services for $12 million. What's been happening to these programs, and these are domestic violence shelters, sexual assault advocates, general crime advocates, child abuse centers, These are the programs that serve victims across the state. And most of the funding comes from federal dollars. It's not tax dollars, it's funds from fines and fees. And it's been depleting over the course of the last decade. And as a result, we've been trying at the legislature here to kind of put a Band-Aid on this to make sure that they aren't at least being held to the same standard, which means over the past 10 years, programs have had to make devastating cuts and have had to turn victims away from services because they haven't kept up with the cost and with inflation. And so this $12 million reflects the latest gap that we have in these services. We did create an account last year to try to put some different funding sources in to create more ongoing source of funding through the state. And I really hope that next year, when many of you will be back, that you will really work hard on making sure that these services have their own dedicated source of funding. And I appreciate Chair Rarick and I have talked about the need for that over the last couple of years. And you're going to be getting a list right now, members, of programs across the state who either wrote letters or gave testimony in support of this victim funding. And just to highlight a few of these, for example, there's 360 communities in Dakota County. We have the Relationship Safety Alliance in Crow Wing, Cass, Morrison, Todd, Wadena, and Aiken counties. Committee Against Domestic Abuse in Blue Earth, Brown, Faribault, Le Sueur, Martin, Nicollet, Sibley, Waseca, and Watonwan counties. And so these are like programs that serve all of these areas in your district. Sexual assault services in Crow Wing County. We've got the Crow Wing County Community Corrections and the County Attorney's Office. So if you see this list, you'll see, I'm sure you'll find programs that are in your district. And if you haven't done so, I would encourage you to reach out to these programs in the interim, talk to them about what's going on and take a tour. They provide crucial services for public safety. Another piece in this bill related is a task force for domestic violence. Minnesota used to lead the way in addressing crimes of intimate partner violence, but it's clear that what we're doing now isn't working. The most recent Women's Foundation Minnesota report on the status of women and girls in Minnesota indicates that in 2024, there were over 19,000 domestic violence incidents reported to law enforcement in Minnesota. And we know that these crimes are underreported nationally. It's just over about 50% that even get reported, over 19,000. We also know that there have been a number of domestic violence homicides, and not only do they kill, maybe the target, but it impacts children, family members, and friends often can be killed in this, certainly impacted by it, law enforcement as well. We also know that survivors need better services. According to this report, there are gaps in the law enforcement response to these cases, especially those cases where the perpetrator is gone on arrival. And we heard some very powerful testimony from an aunt of a victim in Minneapolis about what happened to her niece, Allison. And this bill will actually not only have the domestic violence task force, but will help close that gap for gone on arrival cases. And the report also indicates that services for victims victims are having a harder time getting services due to the funding issues I mentioned before, especially when it comes to shelter and housing. There's even a larger gap for services for Native American women, in spite of the fact that over 80% have experienced some sort of violence in their lifetime. So members, this is really a crisis situation that we're dealing with, both the victim services and what's going on in the realm of domestic violence. And again, for those of you who are back next year, I really hope you'll be engaged with the work of this task force and follow along and really try to implement some of the recommendations that they make. Now I'll just kind of breeze through some of the other aspects in this bill that are also very important. We have the Philando Castile training dollars. It was something that law enforcement wanted. It's based on past funding for them, and last year we were able to fund a lot of it, but not all of it, so we're trying to close the gap there. We have increased penalties for a number of crimes. A couple of those you've already voted on as standalone bills. That includes Chair Bennett's grooming bill, that included Chair Klevorn's bill on impersonating a peace officer. We also have Representative Duran's bill to add clinic security guards to the 4th-degree assault statute, and Chair Liebling's bill to close a loophole related to theft from a vulnerable adult. There are a couple of other bills in here that are generated out of the events of June 14th. Representative Huot had a bill to create a process for decommissioning law enforcement vehicles, and you'll see in a letter you're about to get that that's a bill, among others, that's supported by our sheriffs and our chiefs. Representative Johnson had a bill to create a task force to develop uniform IDs for first responders. We have a bill from Chair Frazier to create a non-fatal shooting clearance grant program. St. Paul has done amazing work in looking at these non-fatal shooting cases and investigating them and closing them out. They've had some great success. It's actually, they said they are going across the country to talk about the success because other cities and counties want to replicate that. Chair Robbins had a bill to bring the Department of Corrections employment program for incarcerated individuals into alignment with OLA recommendations. And then we also have Representative Johnson and Knutson work together on a couple of provisions related to our first responders who are killed in the line of duty and getting death benefits for them. And I believe that we'll hear more about that. I do want to thank a number of people here, especially our staff, the DFL staff, Ella McDaniel, Christian Lawrence, Zach Meinertz, also our Republican team, John Holtquist, Mary McNamara, Isaac Pylon, our nonpartisan staff, Ben Johnson, Jeff Diebel, John Walls, our committee pages, Liz and Jenny, and then finally to our committee members, thank you. We didn't always agree, but we got a lot done in this committee, and I'm really proud of the work we did together, and especially with you, Chair Novotny. It's been a pleasure working with you, putting these bills together. And with that, I will turn it over to Chair Novotny.
I recognize the member from Sherburne, Representative Novotny.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Chair Moller. And yes, just to reiterate, some of the training funds that we have put back are getting us back to what they were before. As most of you are probably remember, we had a substantial deficit in the Department of Corrections that we had to make up last year, and that really made us cut some programs. This gives us a chance to make those programs whole, get the training money where it's supposed to be. The biggest ticket in this bill, as Chair Moller had stated, is the funding for victims advocacy centers. And that kind of hits close to me because we, in Sherburne County, when I was working, had a group called Rivers of Hope. And Rivers of Hope was the one place I could call at any time of the day or night and light a fire under some of these victims. And from that standpoint, I mean, you'd go to a call and you deal with the victim that has been experiencing domestic violence, sometimes for years, and they didn't know how to get out from underneath that. And instead of handing them a card and telling them to call at the next day, I would physically grab their phone, call the victim's advocate from their phone, and put them on the line with them. So they made an actual connection to someone to get with them, and they would arrange to meet with them and get them to the courts and explain what their options were. The only way we could do that is if they're there and we've got the people that will be willing to answer the phone any time of the day or night or the weekend or the holidays. They're going to take that call and they're going to make sure that this victim gets the help that they need. I think that's important, and it pays dividends from the standpoint of if we can eliminate further crimes and further incidents where the damage is done to the family, the damage that's done to the relationships that the kids see, and if we can eliminate that circle of violence, I think that's where it's so important. So is the price ticket on the Victims Advocacy Centers a lot? Yes, but I think it's money well spent in the same way that the money for the solving of the non-fatal shootings is money well spent from the standpoint of if we can take care of it before that non-fatal shooting gets retaliated for and becomes a fatal shooting, everyone's a winner. So I would encourage a green vote. I know we have some well thought out and agreed to amendments, and we can go to that, Mr. Chair.
There's an amendment at the desk. The Chief Clerk will report the amendment.
Steer moves to amend House File Number 1082, the fourth engrossment. The amendment is coded A21.
I recognize a member from Scott, Representative Steer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, members, I would like to offer the A21 amendment. This amendment requires the Department of Public Safety to convene a task force to study and make recommendations on transitioning the armor system to a statewide, state-funded model. This amendment was drafted in the assistance of the Department of Public Safety, and they have agreed to absorb the cost. I have discussed this with Chair Moller and Chair Novotny, and they have no issues with it. Please vote green.
I recognize a member from Ramsey, Representative Moller.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Or Mr. Speaker, yes, we agree with this amendment. I would just note, too, that this is a huge need. We hear time and time again about how our armor radio, our emergency communication network system really needs to be upgraded. And it's one of those things when we're competing for general fund dollars, it hasn't really been funded at the level it needs to be, and we keep getting further behind. So I'm really excited about the work of this task force. We did have a bill this year that would fund armor radio and victim services if we put a pretty modest fee on cell phone lines that really would fund both of these things. And so I hope that's something that this legislature will consider in future years, or at least something the task force I know is going to look at many different options. So vote yes, members.
Any further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor of the amendment, please signify by saying aye. Any opposed, say nay. The motion prevails. The amendment is adopted. There are amendments at the desk. The Chief Clerk will report the amendment.
Duran moves to amend House File Number 1082, the fourth engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A18.
I recognize a member from Beltrami, Representative Duran.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment is all about protecting the people who protect us. And I want to tell you guys a little story. And it happened November 28th, 2018. I was on routine patrol, just driving downtown, seeing what I could do, and ended up stopping a car. And then walked up to the car. There's 3 individuals in there. Everything was fine. Joking with them. Ended up the backseat passenger had a warrant for his arrest. I know the individual. He's dealt with him multiple times. We had a pretty decent relationship. And I go to put him in handcuffs, and he pulls a gun on me. So for 30 seconds, I fought over a gun with this individual before I ultimately had to take his life. After that event, it changed my life forever, but it also changed my family's life forever. My address was put online, my kids' names, my family was attacked, all for something I never asked for. What this bill does is it protects the people who go out there and protect us every single day, 24/7, 365, no matter what the weather is, no matter what time it is, no matter the holidays. This bill is meant to strengthen the safety for our people. It's going to help with removing personal information, home addresses, telephone numbers, cell phone numbers, personal emails, names and photographs of children. This is huge. We may not like what goes on with law enforcement, but our family doesn't need to be drawn into the issues that we handle at work. And this right here is a bill that's going to help protect those people. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
There's an amendment to the amendment at this. The chief clerk will report the amendment to the amendment.
Moller moves to amend the Duran amendment to House Law number 1082, the fourth engrossment as amended. The amendment to the amendment is coded A22.
I recognize a member from Ramsey, Representative Moller.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And this amendment is a technical amendment, just clarifying a couple of definitions in the bill, and I believe it will be taken as a friendly amendment. Thanks.
I recognize the member from Beltrami, Representative Duran.
This is a good amendment, and
any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the amendment to the amendment, please signify by saying aye. Any opposed, say nay. The motion prevails. The amendment to the amendment is adopted. Under the underlying amendment, discussion. I recognize the member from Ramsey, Representative Finke.
Thank you. I just wanted to stand for this amendment because this is just, you know, as we heard from the author of this amendment, and we spend more and more time talking about this issue, it seems, here as a body, in the committees that I serve on, and just in the culture at large. You know, I will also share one of the stories of my year will be my experience being doxxed. That's what I will probably take from this legislative session. And the people who come to your home and the people who want you to be afraid. And I think it's terrible, and I appreciate what this amendment does, and I support it. I think it's the wrong solution, not because we shouldn't protect our police officers, but because everybody faces this threat in our culture now, right? The most likely people to be doxxed are actually teenage girls. But everybody faces this threat. And it's a real problem, and we need to think creatively about how we're going to go forward as a society, because it can ruin people's lives, it can take people's lives. I look forward to doing more work on this issue in the future, how to protect our data, how to protect ourselves, how to protect every Minnesotan who is at risk of this terrible practice. So, yeah, vote for the amendment, but also come back and make sure we're protecting everyone, because everyone deserves our protection from this.
I recognize the member from Ramsey, Representative Curran.
Thank you so much, Speaker, and thank you, members, for the conversation on this amendment. Thank you, Representative Duran, for the work that you've done so far on this. I'll just say to members, today I'll be supporting this amendment, though it is something that I would like to see, I would have preferred to see as a standalone bill that was a little more robust. As some folks might remember, in 2024, we passed protections for judges. Now, what this amendment before us does is bring police and law enforcement personnel into parity with some of the changes that we made in 2024. So it adds Chapter 13 data privacy protections like we did for judges. That also means that if somebody were seeking remedies under a claim that their data was released, they would have to have filled out a form in order to do that. That's the same as the process that we offered with judges. So this isn't quite automatic like people might think it is. There's a step in there. And there is quite a big difference here where we are not including property records. That's something that is, it can be expensive, it can be time consuming, it's quite a complicated process. I expect the legislature will tackle property records and how to protect those for various groups in future sessions. The other aspects of the amendment, they update current, there is current criminal charge for doxing police. What we're doing, or what Representative Duran is doing with this particular amendment, is essentially adding parity to that doxing legislation legislation as well that we passed for judges that adds another felony tier should somebody be greatly harmed by the information that's being doxed. So just offering some additional context for members should they decide that they would also like to support the amendment. Thank you.
I recognize a member from Olmsted, Representative Liebling.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would Representative Duran yield for a couple questions?
He will yield. Representative Liebling.
Thank you. Representative Duran, I'd just like to hear your opinion whether you think it's okay for the public to have the names of police officers and to see their faces while they go about their work.
Representative Duran.
Thank you for that, and I'm not sure where we're going with this, but yeah, I have no problem with people asking for identity for cops.
Representative Liebling.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Duran. So you don't feel that police officers are in danger because we can see them and know who they are, apparently. So that's good. That's good. You know, I agree that it's nobody's family, certainly nobody's family should be put at risk because of the job they do. I think there should be no disagreement about that point at all. And I certainly don't think that any officer or anybody should be doxxed because of the work they do. And we have protected our judges to some degree, and I'm very proud of that. It's absolutely necessary. Sadly, it's necessary. But I just rise to say that I have some real concerns about this approach. I get it that there are some officers who, as you described in your opening speech, who may actually need some protection. But I have a real problem with the idea that we should categorically protect people by job category. You know, next, maybe it'll be some category of physicians that want to be protected because they gave people bad news about their health, or somebody else who's in a position of, I don't know, making people mad. It's when people make other people mad, unfortunately, in the world we're in, you get these situations where crazy people go off and do these things, and this is absolutely not acceptable. But I'm just concerned about the road that we're going down here, where we say that because of the job somebody's doing, that they need this kind of protection. I mean, there may be public safety officers who don't really deal with the public straight up that often, who maybe never have these problems. I don't know. And there may be people in other categories who do. I think we protected judges out of the recognition that judges are kind of in the business of making somebody mad a lot of the time. And police officers surely are too, often. And so I get why this is coming up. But I'm worried that we're going to end up as a state, maybe as a country, where you can't even find somebody's address to send them a Christmas card. Seriously. And I think we just need more discussion and more consideration of how to do this in a more selective way so that people who need this kind of protection can get it, but that we don't just presume that everybody needs to be able to be hiding their address and having to protect their children and so on. So I have mixed feelings about this, Representative Duran and members. I don't really love that we're doing this as a one-off like this with just police officers, public safety officers. I think we need to have a much bigger discussion about who needs protection, when, and how we give it to them. Because obviously there is a problem that we need to solve. And let me say again, the idea that anyone's children should be in danger because of their job is just absolutely unacceptable and horrifying, no matter who they are. And so, you know, I appreciate your work on this, but I wish we were not doing this today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I recognize a member from Anoka, Representative Niska.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Thank you, Representative Duran, for not only your service, but for this amendment. And I appreciate the comments that we shouldn't be doing this as a one-off. The problem is that we have already gone down the road of starting to do this as a one-off. We chose, and rightfully so, we heard from judges about the threats that they're facing, and we offered them these kind of protections. And we really need to hear from our law enforcement, the people who literally put their lives on the line, the folks who, I look around this room and I see the people that are putting their lives on the line for us today to protect our democracy, to protect our rule of law. So, Representative Duran, thank you for this amendment. For those who are going to support this on both sides of the aisle, thank you for standing up for all of our law enforcement, making sure that they are safe and that they feel safe. And Mr. Speaker, so we can all show that support, I request a roll call.
Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. I recognize a member from Sherburne, Representative Novotny.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Liebling, you're worried about one-offs. As has been said, we did a one-off for the judges. And in the next couple of days, you and I will be sitting in a room where we will be talking about doing one-off coverage for members of the legislature and members of the courts. I wish we didn't have to do it either. But we've already done it for ourselves. There's a podcast that I listen to called Garage Logic, and he talks about the third rail, how people in politics think they're special and they don't have to answer their third rail, they get special treatment. I don't think the money that we're going to ask the rest of the legislature to support us in spending here in the next couple of days is the third rail. I think it's important that the people of this building and the people that are in this room and out in the hallways that protect us deserve protection because we are the center of attention. We're not as bad as Washington, D.C. is for being a magnet for people with emotional problems, but we do see our fair share of it here. We've got members that are threatened. We've got people that we love that we want to see protected. We've gone through this for the last year. And if you can't translate how you feel about that to law enforcement officers that are out there putting their life on the line and their families at risk every year, I don't know how we can make it more clear. But the people in this room, the people in this building, the people that come to visit this building are important. I want to give them the protection, and I want to give people that are currently serving the same protection. I would encourage a yes vote on this amendment.
Any further discussion on the amendment? I recognize the author of the amendment, the member from Beltrami, Representative Duran.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Liebling, I understand the concern for this. I understand the concern for wanting to take people's information off. But when we talk about sending people out to protect our community, do we want them thinking about the thing that's in front of them, or do we want them thinking somewhere else back at home? How it was for a long time. Because there's people on the internet that said they were going to come after my family. And then I have to look at my wife every night that I go home and have her stare me in the eyes, scared to death that something is going to happen to her and my 3 kids at home while I'm at work. Guess where my mind was? Guess where that puts me? Guess where that puts everybody else that I am supposed to go out there and protect? This is not a fix-all. This is a step in the direction to making it safer for the people who keep us safe. Whether or not that you guys believe in law enforcement, They will still show up, and they will still protect you because it's their job and that's what they chose to do. Law enforcement's difficult already. Why not make it a little bit easier for them? Why not show your support by supporting something that is allowing them to feel a little bit more safer going to work to make sure that their family is not being blasted online, threatened online, the way that my family was. The way that I had to go through this stuff. The way I had to look at my wife and watch her cry. Then I have to figure out how to tell my teenager that she's hearing this stuff at school about her dad from the internet. She's wondering why her information's online, her name. These are all things that we have to think about. I didn't ask for this, but it happens. This is one step closer to making sure that we're supporting, showing that support for the people who go out there and risk their lives so we can sit up here and look for the next camera shot. This is an easy amendment to support. Vote green.
There being no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll. Members, please vote. The clerk will call the names of the members voting remotely.
Bliss.
Bliss, aye.
Bliss votes aye. Hussein.
Hussein, aye.
Hussein votes aye. Momani Hiltsley.
Momani Hiltsley, aye.
Momani Hiltsley votes aye. Pattis Vega.
No. The clerk will close the roll. There being 119 yeas and 11 nays, the motion prevails and the amendment is adopted. There are no further amendments at the desk. The chief clerk will give the bill its third reading.
Third reading, House File Number 1082, as amended.
Third reading. Discussion. I recognize a member from St. Louis, Representative Johnson P.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First, I want to thank Chair Moller and Chair Novotny for all the work that they did putting this bill together. There's a lot of good parts in it. And I just want to talk about a couple parts that I had a little bit of a hand in. First is the creation of a task force to look into standard IDs for first responders. This is something that was born directly out of the events on June 14th when we saw firsthand how quickly trust can be shaken. That when first responders arrive on scene, there should be no question as to who they are and why they're there. But after a number of discussions with different stakeholders and the complexity of this issue, we decided to go the route of a task force to make sure those folks stay at the table and help us determine the best way to do this. Some of the ideas that how this could be used is to quickly and easily identify first responders that are who they say they are. And the second would be for things like large-scale incidents, when you have responders from multiple different agencies, multiple different areas coming into a scene, having them be able to check in, scan their credentials, and get to work right away. But this is a practical step in the right direction to move those things quickly. And I look forward to the stakeholders continuing to be at the table and whatever the task force comes up with for us. The second piece I want to highlight is an update to the line of duty death statute for first responders. I want to thank Representative Knutson for her work on this as well. She had a big part to play in parts of it. This update does three important things. It ensures that first responders that are part-time or paid-on-call firefighters are eligible for line of duty death benefits. It adds certain occupational illnesses or diseases that cause the death of a firefighter to be included. And critically, it includes deaths caused by job-related cancer. More and more firefighters are dying of cancer, and that is something in the fire service has been recognized for a long time. But forever, that it hasn't been counted as something that happens in the line of duty. In as late as 2022, the International Agency for Research on Cancer classified firefighting as a Group 1 carcinogen. This puts just the simple act of being a firefighter as one of the highest causes of cancer, with all the other different things that we see as risks. In the fire service, we've known that for a long time. And a few years ago, a fire captain in St. Paul by the name of Mike Pater died of job-related cancer. And when his union, Local 21, and his family went to look at what eligible benefits they would have, it was a huge fight. But ultimately, they were able to get Mike's death classified as a line of duty death in the state of Minnesota. And to this day, he is the only firefighter whose death, he's the only one whose death has been classified that way. To continue that effort, led by Local 21, the firefighters union here in St. Paul, and Mike's family, particularly his wife, Julie, they took that to Washington. And in December, the federal government Congress actually passed the Honoring Our Fallen Heroes Act, based on that advocacy and the work that they did, so that at the federal level, federal benefits will be eligible for those firefighters that die of different job-related cancers. Now we have the opportunity to do the same thing here in Minnesota. And while there are financial and educational and other benefits that go along with a death being classified as something that happens in the line of duty, there's another very important piece to this, and it's recognition. Forever, we have recognized firefighters when they're killed in a fire, when they fall through a floor, when they get in a car wreck on the way to a call. But we haven't recognized cancer as one of those things. And more firefighters are getting job-related cancer. More and more firefighters are dying from job-related cancer. And this is our opportunity to acknowledge that sacrifice of not only them, but the sacrifice of their families and that sacrifice that they make on behalf of the communities that they serve. And now we can honor that sacrifice and that service, not just in words, but in policy. So I'd encourage a green vote. Thank you.
I recognize the member from Cass, Representative Knutson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Johnson. Thank you, Chair Moller, and thank you, Chair Novotny, for including a portion of House File 2817 into this bill. Currently, in Minnesota, only volunteer and full-time firefighters are included in the line of duty death benefits. What this portion of this bill does is it includes our paid on-call and part-time firefighters in those line of duty death benefits. If the unforethinkable should happen, they will know that their families will receive the benefits that they have earned and that their families deserve. So I just wanted to thank you all, and I am looking forward to supporting the passage of this.
Recognize a member from Hennepin, Representative Frazier.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Speaker, thank you. I want to thank Chairs Novotny and Chair Moller for including the non-fatal shooting piece in this bill. You know, it's important because I'm going to pull up some stats here. You know, the problem is this. In the most recent data, in 2024, only 47% of violent crimes were solved statewide. Non-fatal shooting clearance rates in Minneapolis were just 23%. That means victims left without justice, perpetrators free to reoffend. But the reason this is so important to me, many of you may have heard me say I grew up on the south side of Chicago in a community called Inglewood. And there were often times where we did not solve non-fatal shootings. And then we would continue to see the shooter in the community, on the block. And every time, every moment that we saw that, you know, there were things that we said about it, but the word was never justice. And oftentimes what you would have was a continued loop and cycle of violence because you had individuals in the community taking justice into their own hand or considering to take justice into their own hand when these crimes were not being solved. What we've seen when legislation like this has been activated in places like Denver, gun assault clearances jumped from 39% to 65% clearance rates. And right here at home in St. Paul, when they've used resources that this legislator enacted for funding and the public safety funding bill that we did in 2023, their clearance rates jumped from 37% to 71%. Those are real lives being impacted by that. Every time you can when you can solve a non-fatal shooting, you're disrupting violence. And the biggest deterrent to more crimes is when someone knows that they're going to be caught and that they're going to be prosecuted. So thank you for including this in the legislation. Thank the committee members that supported this as well. And I'm looking forward to giving law enforcement agencies around the state the opportunity to apply for these resources and increase those clearance rates. So that's why I'm voting green for this. Thank you for a good bill.
I recognize a member from Chisago, Representative Reimer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, members of the Public Safety Committee. There's a lot of really great provisions in this bill. The one that I especially wanted to acknowledge and thank was Representative Duran, and the bill to basically include hospital security and some of the protections for fourth-degree assault. And the reason I wanted to highlight that one was the story of Andrea Merrill, who was a hospital security worker in my district at M Health Fairview in Wyoming, and to really shed light on these people are public servants that are deserving of that protection. Ms. Merrill was working Christmas night of last year in our district when she was violently assaulted. And she passed away 2 days later, and Representative Huot and I were going back and forth via text message, and my heart sank for her and the people who loved her and her family. And I just wanted to highlight again that she was working Christmas night when this happened. These are people who are deserving of increased protection. Is a bill or is a law going to bring her back? No. But I think this specific provision from Representative Duran really sends the message that these people must be included in those types of protections. Mr. Speaker, I was also wondering if I could just take a moment for Ms. Merrill as a point of personal privilege to just have a moment of silence for her and her family and the service she provided our state.
Members, please rise for a moment of silence. I recognize a member from Sherburne, Representative Novotny.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In reading the Constitution of the state of Minnesota, Article 1, Bill of Rights, Section 1. So Article 1, Section 1, Object of Government. Government is instituted for the security, benefit, and protection of the people. Members of the Minnesota House, that is why I decided to do this gig 7 years ago, and it has been my honor and privilege to carry on and try to fulfill that wish of the Minnesota Constitution. And as I stand here for one of the last times coming up, I hope you join me in supporting the goals of the Constitution and vote for this bill. Thank you.
I recognize the author of the bill, the member from Ramsey, Representative Moller.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members vote green.
There being no further discussion, the chief clerk will take the roll. Members, please vote. The chief clerk will call the names of the members voting remotely.
Bliss.
Bliss, aye.
Bliss votes aye. Hussein.
Hussein, aye.
Can you do it again?
Hussein.
Hussein, aye.
Hussein votes aye. Momani Hildsley.
Momani Hildsley, aye.
Momani Hildsley votes aye. Perez Vega.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 126 yeas and 7 nays, the bill is passed as amended and its title agreed to. The next bill on the calendar for the day is House File 1270. The chief clerk will report the bill.
House File number 1270, an act relating to health-related occupations, modifying licensing for practice of acupuncture and herbal medicine.
I recognize the author of the bill, the member from Meeker, Representative Gillman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I rise today again to present House File 1270, a bill that modifies the licensing and practice of acupuncture and herbal medicine. The legislation is a result of more than 6 years of dedicated work by Minnesota Acupuncture Association to modernize the Practice Act that has gone without meaningful revision for decades. Since the statute was first written, the education and training of licensed acupuncturists have advanced significantly, becoming more rigorous and standardized. Acupuncture and herbal medicine also has a growing body of evidence and increasing patient utilization across Minnesota of non-invasive integrative healthcare options. This bill ensures that Minnesotans' that our law reflects those advancements and keeps pace with the realities of modern clinical practice. These efforts have included extensive collaboration with healthcare partners, stakeholders, and state regulatory bodies to ensure the proposed updates align with the current standards of education and training for licensed acupuncturists, as well as the broader public interest. Thank you.
There are amendments at the desk. The chief clerk will report the amendment.
Gillman moves to amend House File number 1270, the first engrossment. The amendment is coded A6.
I recognize the member from Meeker, Representative Gillman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What the A6 does is add a definition of low-level lasers and links it to the federal government's classes of lasers. It's a Class 3B. There's technical cleanup around herbal medicine and the use of the word primary in healthcare. It strikes cold as an adjective for some types of laser treatments. Again, it's just a different term. It's a technical cleanup. Drops the reference to bleeding. Scopes the dietary and nutrition advice a licensed acupuncturist can give so that they can only offer advice on things that they were trained on. And again, it guarantees that acupuncturist's scope of diet and nutrition won't creep in on the nutritionist area. Again, I ask for your support on the A6 amendment.
I recognize the member from Dakota, Representative Bierman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for the amendment. Members, it's a good amendment and makes the bill better, so vote yes.
Any further discussion? All those in favor of the amendment, please signify by saying aye. Any opposed, say nay. The motion prevails. The amendment is adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The chief clerk will report the amendment.
Senator Murrah moves to amend House Law number 1270, the first engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A5.
I recognize a member from Hennepin, Representative Senator Murrah.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment is fairly simple. It's 2026. I think we should not have the word Oriental in our state code. It is an outdated and sometimes offensive word. I appreciate the author, Representative Gillman, who already had taken that word out of statute in a number of places to update the language. This just does it in a few more places, including changing the name of the professional organization from the National Certification Commission for Acupuncture and Oriental Medicine to National Certification Board for Acupuncture and Herbal Medicine. Hope this is an easy vote for members. Please vote green.
I recognize a member from Meeker, Representative Gillman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And this is a very friendly amendment, and I would ask members to please vote green.
Any further discussion to the amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor of the amendment, please signify by saying aye. Any opposed, say nay. The motion prevails. The amendment is adopted. There are no further amendments at the desk. The Chief Clerk will give the bill its third reading.
Third reading, House Law number 1270 as amended.
Third reading. Discussion of the bill. I recognize a member from Olmsted, Representative Liebling.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the author yield for some questions?
She will yield, Representative Liebling.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Gillman, you have said that this just updates language, but there are a number of terms in here that are new terms. And I wonder if you could explain to me where some of these terms are defined or what they mean. So, for example, for members, if you're looking at the bill, there's a new term added. It says, and this is the scope, defining the scope of acupuncture and herbal medicine. And it says that acupuncture will now mean a unique treatment technique that uses modern as well as traditional medical methods of diagnosis and treatment. Representative Gillman, I wonder if you could tell me what is meant by modern methods of diagnosis and treatment that acupuncturists are now going to be allowed to do under this bill?
Representative Gillman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And again, acupuncturists have to complete a minimum of 2,625 hours, which represents 4 years of education. This includes at least 870 clinical hours and 510 hours in biomedical clinical sciences. These hours ensure that the acupuncturist has the necessary skills to know when to refer a patient to a doctor or other healthcare practitioners for diagnostic examination. In addition, it allows acupuncturists to converse knowledgeably with Western medical practitioners. What this bill will do now is allow acupuncturists to get imaging, to request imaging be made for their patients and for their clients. And then again, they will refer to the physician pending the imaging that is allowed to happen under this bill.
Representative Liebling.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would she continue to yield?
She will continue to yield. Representative Liebling.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and Representative Gillman. So I don't think I heard an answer to my question there. I know you're reading off something you've got, but so you didn't tell me what modern methods of diagnosis and treatment are. I heard you, though, refer to imaging, but you didn't define imaging. And in fact, in the bill, it now says that part of the scope of acupuncturists is going to be basic diagnostic imaging and basic laboratory or other diagnostic tests, in addition to physical examination. In another place, it says diagnostic examination, testing, and procedures. I'd like to know, what do those terms mean? Where are those defined in statute? Because when you say that now acupuncturists, as part of their scope of practice, is going to be basic diagnostic imaging, and you yourself just mentioned they're going to be able to do imaging now under this bill, what does that include?
Representative Gillman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And again, I believe that you're looking at lines 4.19 to 4.25 in the bill. And again, what is allowed in other states, 47 states have licensed acupuncture, and in several other states, they are allowed to, again, request for imaging. As they're treating patients and then working within their scope, they will also have that opportunity to make life more affordable and amazing for patients that don't need to go in and get imaging, testing, and procedures. Again, this is all within their scope and defined on line 4.19 to 4.25. And again, the idea is if there's something serious or emergent, the acupuncturist must facilitate referrals to other appropriate healthcare providers. We talked about what imaging could look like. It could look like ultrasounds. It could look like getting x-rays. That is what the scope would include, is ordering those images for that patient.
Representative Liebling.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If she would yield to one more question.
She will yield to one more question,
Thank
Representative
you,
Liebling.
Mr. Speaker. So, Representative Gillman, I'm still haven't heard very much defining what these terms mean. You mentioned a couple of things, ultrasound and x-rays. So if acupuncturists under this bill are now going to be able to order ultrasounds and x-rays, and I assume you're not meaning they're doing the ultrasounds and x-rays, just ordering them, I hope, but assuming they're just ordering them, and you're saying that they'll be able to refer to somebody else if they see some problem. So I assume then that this means that under this bill, they're going to be interpreting the findings of x-rays and ultrasounds. Am I correct in that?
Representative Gillman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The radiologist is the one who would be responsible for the findings of any imaging that's done.
Representative Liebling.
All right. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for answering or at least responding to my questions, Representative Gillman. I don't think we have very good answers here. So, members, I want you to really understand what is going on here. Under the guise of modernizing the statute, we have an occupation coming in and greatly expanding the scope of what they're going to be allowed to do under this bill. And it has not been demonstrated that they have the skills to do this. So what you're hearing now is that acupuncturists are going to be able to order imaging, ultrasounds, x-rays, and some undefined other imaging. I don't know what. I don't know if that means CAT scans. I don't know what that exactly means. But acupuncturists under this bill are now going to be able to determine whether somebody needs imaging of these kinds of imaging, and then determine from that whether they need referral to another practitioner. So, boy, I think this is a really dangerous thing. A really dangerous thing, and especially because these terms are not defined. Or if they are, Representative Gillman isn't able to tell us where they are defined, but suddenly acupuncturists who have been, and believe me, I respect acupuncture. I think acupuncture can be extremely useful. And I know people who practice it, and I know people who've gotten benefit from it. That's not my problem here at all. But the bill before us is greatly expanding the scope of what acupuncturists are going to be allowed to do. And it includes all those terms I read to you. Modern methods of diagnosis and treatment, diagnostic examination, testing and procedures, physical examination, basic diagnostic testing, and basic laboratory or other diagnostic tests. So I didn't ask Representative Gillman, what does that mean? Basic laboratory or other diagnostic tests. Are acupuncturists now going to draw blood? Are they going to look for diseases? Are they going to be able to diagnose cancer? Who knows? Who knows? But the problem is that when we license professionals and we define their scope of practice, we are telling Minnesotans that this is that people are trained to do this and that they are trusting us, they are trusting Minnesota state law to know that when they go to somebody, that they have the skills to be able to do the things they're authorized to do. And I think this bill opens this up in a way that is just not ready for prime time. So I think these terms need definition. We need to make sure that, oh, let me say one other thing too. The way we work with boards, so acupuncturists are overseen by the Board of Medical Practice. But the way this works is it's on a complaint-driven process. So there's no guarantee here that there are going to be any rules about what acupuncturists can do that narrow the scope of what is in this bill. It's a complaint-driven process. So it's going to be up to somebody who is a patient who gets the wrong treatment or maybe doesn't get referred to the doctor when their x-ray shows they have lung cancer or some other disease, and they don't get the referral, and then it's going to be a complaint to the board. And so it's really a risky thing. It's a risky place to put Minnesota patients, to expand the scope of acupuncture and herbal medicine in this way. And for that reason, Mr. Speaker and members, I really urge you to vote no on this bill.
I recognize the member from Ramsey, Representative Lee Kay.
Thank you, Speaker. And I'd like to know if the author would be willing to yield for a question.
She will yield, Representative Lee Kay.
Great. Thank you, Representative Gillman. And I appreciate your willingness to answer questions. I also have a couple of clarifying questions that I'd like to know if you could explain a little bit, because I'm not on the Health Committee. I understand there was an amendment adopted in committee that was portrayed as being a technical amendment. So we see that on lines 1.20 in the first engrossment, the license of acupuncture practice has added the quote, and I quote, and herbal medication. And so the license that we're voting on today will be for acupuncture and herbal medicine practice. That amendment also added herbal medicine to the statute. And so on lines 2.18 in the first engrossment, herbal therapies or herbal medicine will now be part of the definition. So I'm wondering if the author could explain the difference between herbal therapies or herbal medication and why there needs to be that addition.
Representative Gillman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And again, on lines 1.20, when it says acupuncture and herbal medicine practice, that is what the standard is nationally, and that is the modernization. Again, modern is adopting the current health systems into the agent practice. So that is what was requested to have brought in.
Representative Lee Kay.
Great, thank you, Speaker. So I don't hear an answer to that question. I would say, to characterize that amendment as a technical amendment is actually probably not true. I think initially the reason why the statute only said herbal therapies is because it's unclear what it means to be herbal therapy versus herbal medication. And so, I will be voting no today, but I want to explain, I was a patient of acupuncture. I understand its medical benefits. But the other piece that we're adding on tonight, right, like the herbal medication, please, that's actually something, right, that is still being studied. When you maybe receive acupuncture care from your MCOs, MCOs cover the acupuncture piece, but any other herbal medication that your practitioner may recommend that you buy is actually not covered under insurance. And that's partially because your MCO, we all have our opinions on whether we should have insurance companies mandating or controlling what kind of medical treatment we should have. But my concern is also pretty aligned with Chair Liebling that We're doing a lot here in this bill, and it probably needs more work in the interim. And so I just want to make sure members understand what you're voting on tonight. There is no definition for what herbal medicine is and how that is different or the same as herbal therapies, and that is why I urge members to vote no. Thanks.
I recognize the member from Dakota, Representative Hansen R.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I don't think I've ever spoke on a health issue before, but I actually was listening to the debate, and I have a couple questions after listening to the debate, if Representative Gillman would yield. So,
she will yield, Representative Hansen.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Gillman, I'm a little unclear who does what when. So if a patient comes in to an acupuncturist, say goes through treatment over a period of time, and there's still a problem, does the acupuncturist do the imaging, or do they refer them to an imaging, or do they say, I think you've got a problem, you need to go somewhere else, or do they do the imaging and then look at the imaging and say, oh, you might have cancer, you need to go somewhere else? What exactly under this bill does the acupuncturist get to do in terms that they are not able to do right now?
Representative Gillman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The acupuncturist will have the ability to request imaging for their patient. And they also will be able to offer referrals. And again, the radiologist, the person that does the imaging, is the one that is doing the diagnosing of the imaging, but referrals are made, and that's found again in the end of the bill. And they are currently doing this now. They are referring patients. And again, I'm going to go back to 4.19 to 4.25. So this question was asked earlier, what can they be doing right now? And what will change with this scope, And again, what they'll be able to do is they will be able to request the imaging for their client, for their patient, and they will refer out.
Representative Hansen R.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And there was a change, I think, in the amendment of primary care to comprehensive care. Or I saw something about comprehensive care. If there's that referral, is there at any point where the acupuncturist would be making a determination of cancer or some other disease?
You're asking her to continue to
If
yield?
she would continue to yield.
She will continue to yield. Representative Gillman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Under this bill, they would not be making any diagnosis. No.
Representative Hansen R. I recognize a member from Dakota, Representative Bierman.
How about now? Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Appreciate this. Appreciate the conversation. One thing, when this bill went through committee and it passed through committee, there were a number of members who had concerns, and I want to commend Representative Gillman for addressing those in the amendment, which passed in the Senate, and she adopted the entire thing. She's also had conversations with members about their concerns. Sounds like there's some continuing concerns to address with Chair Liebling. But I know that the Board of Practice had looked at this bill last year, and they didn't have problems with the language, and we've made it better since then. I think Representative Gillman has made it better. And in working with people and addressing concerns and finding answers to their questions, Minnesota Medical Association also approved the language in this bill. So I think as we go through these scope practice bills, there are always questions that come up as scope changes, practices change, and there's concerns about that. But that's one of the reasons we need to have scope bills up in committee and have discussions so that members can do their due diligence and make sure that we are keeping all medical practices up to the level of their scope that they should be practicing at. and have those conversations, and we're in the midst of them now. So I know one thing, we'll be doing some more looking at the questions from Chair Liebling and defining some of those terms, but we have some time before this is actually going to be law, so keep up the work. But I do, at this time, recommend a yes vote. Thank you.
Any further discussion to the bill? I recognize the author of the bill, the member from Meeker, Representative Gillman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members, for this lively conversation this evening on acupuncture. Again, I'm grateful for the help and support that we've had from stakeholders. MMA was involved in negotiations and conversations around this, as well as I'm grateful for the Board of Medical Practice that helped write this bill. I'm grateful for their work in this, and again, the stakeholders and the people that do the work of acupuncture. We're blessed in Minnesota to have you here. Having alternatives, making life more affordable, bringing accessibility in, and just allowing options for Minnesotans is what we should be doing here in the healthcare world. So again, as healthcare continues to evolve with more evidence-based and non-invasive choices, this legislation brings greater clarity and accountability to the system, supports coordination across healthcare professions, and ensures Minnesotans maintain access to safe, informed choices in their care. Members, this is a thoughtful, collaborative effort to modernize language, reduce confusion, and support safe, effective clinical practice. I respectfully ask for your support. Thanks.
Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll. Members, please vote. The chief clerk will call the names of the members voting remotely.
Bliss.
Bliss, aye.
Bliss votes aye. Hussein.
Hussein, aye.
Hussein votes aye. Momani Hiltzley.
Momani Hiltzley, aye.
Momani Hiltzley votes aye. Perez Vega. Zhang. Perez Vega. Zhang.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 105 yeas and 21 nays, the bill is passed and its title agreed to. Members, the next bill on the calendar for the day is House File 3521. The chief clerk will report the bill.
House File number 3521, an act relating to health, providing for an exception to the hospital construction moratorium.
I recognize a member from Traverse, Representative Bahner.
Thank you, members. What this bill does, it allows Regents Hospital, which is a Trauma One Center safety net hospital for Ramsey County, to expand to 85 beds. In this bill, they are not asking for any dollars. They're asking to increase to 85 beds. Thank you, members.
There's an amendment at the desk. The chief clerk will report the amendment.
Bahner moves to amend House Bill number 3521, the first engrossment. The amendment is coded A2.
I recognize a member from Traverse, Representative Bahner.
Yes, members, this was a recommendation from the reviser to do a technical change that replaces designated with regulated. So, reviser recommended. Ask for a yes vote, members.
I recognize a member from Dakota, Representative Bierman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Co-Chair Bahner, for the bill. It's a good bill. Regents has a solid plan for meeting the needs of St. Paul and the surrounding area as a Trauma One hospital, and we need the beds, so vote yes, please.
All those in favor of the amendment, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed, say nay. The motion prevails. The amendment is adopted. There are no further amendments at the desk. The chief clerk will give the bill its third reading.
Third reading, House File Number 3521, as amended.
Third reading. Discussion to the bill. I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Carroll.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the words of our great Chair Zhang, it's a good bill, vote green.
I recognize the member from Dakota, Representative Bierman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you again for the bill. It's a good bill, vote green.
I recognize Representative Lilly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I speak in favor of this hospital. I was a customer there a couple of years ago, and they do pretty darn good work. So that's all I got to say. Vote green.
Any further discussion to the bill? I recognize the author of the bill, Representative Bahner.
You know, this bill adds 85 more beds. One thing I want to point out, a couple things. Regions ranks #2 in the state for charity care. So they do a lot of charity care, which we'll have more discussion on that. And since 2019, over those years, they have been able to have a strong profit so they can have the financing for this capacity growth. I personally know about regions and what they provide. In 1997, just a quick story here, it was about 12 o'clock in the afternoon, and the pager goes off. And what the pager was is a lineman down. I'm talking about electrical lineman, touched a line, 4,000 volts. That was an Olson moment. And at that time, I was on. Your heart goes from 0 to 200 miles per hour in about 20 seconds or less. So we get out there. This gentleman's about the size of Representative Wiener, big dude, this big dude. And he got thrown, he was. Big, strong dude, okay? There you go, big, strong. Okay, you're welcome, you're welcome. So anyways, whenever you get 4,000 volts that go through, and it's not the outside, because of course it entered his right hand, went through his body down to his left foot, and he got thrown very, very far. And quite frankly, every time I come down to St. Paul, I drive by that pole every single morning. Like this morning, I drove by it at 6:30 in the morning. Anyway, so was very thankful. He was still with us. We brought him to the closest hospital. And then we had another Olson moment because the weather would not allow a helicopter to fly in. So we literally raced down, I was in the back, all the way to Regions because they are the best burn center in my opinion, in the state. So we get him down there, and after everything, all he ended up losing was his little right finger. So he did not have another snort moment. The people at Regions do a wonderful job. Here's why they need the 85 beds, because they have patients that need the service. There's been a couple members on the floor that we have sent over Regions because they've had an emergency moment here, and they've asked me for their help during EMS. So good hospital, good burn unit, ask for your yes vote. Thank you, members.
There being no further discussion, the Chief Clerk will take the roll. The clerk will call the names of the members voting remotely.
Bliss.
Bliss, aye.
Bliss votes aye. Hussein. Hussein.
Hussein, aye.
Hussein votes aye. Momani Hiltsley.
The clerk will call the names on
Momani Hiltsley, aye.
Momani Hiltsley votes aye. Perez Vega. Zhang. Zhang.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 131 yeas and 1 nay, the bill is passed and its title agreed to. The next bill on the calendar for the day is House File 4462. The Chief Clerk will report the bill.
House File Number 4462, an act relating to state government, requiring the Commissioner to provide a standard template summary page for requests for proposals.
I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Klevorn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a very simple bill. It's a bill that will clarify requests for proposals. The Department of Administration is going to be required to do a standard template summary that will include information regarding the purpose of the program, applicant eligibility, funding availability, and the award structure, as well as grant requirements and the application process. The summary page does not replace or supersede the specific requirements in the full request for proposal. Mr. Speaker, that's the bill.
There are amendments at the desk. The Chief Clerk will report the amendment.
Nash moves to amend House File Number 4462, the first engrossment. The amendment is coded A4.
I recognize a member from Carver, Representative Nash.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. The A4 is an amendment that we've actually vetted fully in committee, and it is we nicknamed it the penny rounding bill. You may have heard that the penny is not being produced anymore. When cash transactions are being done either at somewhere in state government or maybe in a deputy registrar, and cash is being used, we're going to round this up to the next number divisible by 5 because they are unable to get pennies from a reliable source sufficient to be able to give proper change. So that's the amendment. Chair Klevorn and I have worked on this. Leadership has worked on this. It is a good amendment. I urge a yes vote.
I recognize a member from Hennepin, Representative Klevorn.
I'm so sorry the penny is no longer with us. Members, please vote green.
Any further discussion? All those in favor of the amendment, please signify by saying aye. Any opposed, say no. The motion prevails. The amendment is adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The Chief Clerk will report the amendment.
Davis moves to amend House File Number 4462, the first engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A2.
I recognize a member from Crow Wing, Representative Davis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This is a good governance amendment on a good bill, which we actually did this just a couple weeks ago on the House floor on another good bill, Representative Bahner's bill for provisions for grants management. But this directs the Department of Administration to report on exemptions for policies and procedures for grant programs, adding more transparency and accountability, which we know is a good thing when it comes to taxpayer dollars. It also makes a technical change to conform to the language that we've been using here. It strikes the word abuse, and replaces it with the word misuse. If you're wondering why we're doing this again, we all know that things don't always make it to the finish line. Things don't always make it out of conference committee. And so doubling up on this, I think, just helps the cause. So members, please support this amendment. Thank you.
I recognize a member from Hennepin, Representative Klevorn.
Thank you very much. It is a duplicate effort, belts and suspenders, as I understand it. Members, please vote green.
Any further discussion of the amendment? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Any opposed, say nay. The motion prevails. The amendment is adopted. There are no further amendments at the desk. The Chief Clerk will give the bill its third reading.
Third reading, House File Number 4462 as amended.
Third reading. Discussion. I recognize a member from Carver, Representative Nash.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a bill, as amended, that we gave a very thorough process to in state government finance. I urge members to vote green.
Any further discussion? I recognize the author of the bill, the member from Hennepin, Representative Klevorn.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Members, you don't have this at your desk yet, but it will be distributed, I hope, very shortly. The bill that's before you was the work of the Senator Marty and I, along with several members of the nonprofit community, the Wilder Foundation, Greater Twin Cities United Way, the Metropolitan Alliance of Connected Communities, the Minnesota Council of Nonprofits, Minnesota Council on Foundations, Propel Nonprofits, St. Paul and Minnesota Foundation, and Youth Prize. And what it does, the bill itself requires a template to be produced, but the work behind that template is what's really important. So I want you to look at the legislative initiative decision tool that was created out of this work. And then on the back side, you will see 2 QR codes. If you scan those QR codes, it will take you to worksheets to help legislators determine whether or not they should be involved with this nonprofit grant-making decision, and whether nonprofits have the ability to fulfill the requirements of the grant request. So this is good governance. It's simple. It's clean. I ask for your yes vote. Thank you very much.
Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll. The clerk will call the names of the members voting remotely.
Bliss.
Bliss, aye.
Bliss votes aye. Hussein.
Hussein, aye.
Hussein votes aye. Momani Hilsley.
Momani Hilsley, aye.
Momani Hilsley votes aye. Perez Vega. Zhang.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 132 yeas and 0 nays, the bill is passed and its title agreed to. The next bill on the calendar for the day is House File 3860. The Chief Clerk will report the bill.
House File number 3860, an act relating to state government, extending the Legislative Commission on Cybersecurity.
I recognize the author of the bill, Representative Bahner.
And now for what may be the sexiest bill of the night. So we have a very simple bill. It changes the date to allow the Legislative Commission on Cybersecurity to continue to do their awesome work. And if you remember nothing about what I tell you here at the legislature, remember this sentence. Cybersecurity is national security on a digital level. With that, this is an awesome bill. Vote green.
The bill, there are no amendments at the desk. The Chief Clerk will give the bill its third reading.
Third reading, House File number 3860.
Third reading. Discussion. I recognize a member from Carver, Representative Nash.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Bahner, good bill, vote green.
Any further discussion? I recognize a member from Hennepin, Representative Bahner.
Thank you. I'm only shocked that everyone in the chamber did not feel the urgent need to jump up in support of this bill. However, I will accept your green vote. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll. The clerk will call the names of the members voting remotely.
Bliss.
Bliss, aye.
Bliss votes aye. Hussein. Hussein. Momani Hilsley.
Momani Hilsley, aye.
Momani Hilsley votes aye. Perez Vega. Zhang. Hussein.
Hussein, aye.
Hussein votes aye.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 132 yeas and 0 nays, the bill is passed and its title agreed to. The next bill on the calendar for the day is House File 3679. The Chief Clerk will report the bill.
House File Number 3679, an act relating to state government requiring mandatory reports to be submitted to members of the legislative committees electronically.
I recognize a member from Carver, Representative Nash.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, if you have ever been around me, you know that I hate paper because I like to read things electronically. What this bill does is it allows for members of the legislature to receive reports electronically as opposed to having paper delivered to your hot little hand. This is a very non-controversial bill. It's a bipartisan bill, and it's great, but Mr. Speaker, there are amendments.
There are amendments at the desk. The Chief Clerk will report the amendment.
Nash moves to amend House File Number 3679. The amendment is coded A1.
I recognize a member from Carver, Representative Nash.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The A1 is an amendment that addresses some of the issues that we had at the end of the previous biennium before we started this, and there was a gap in elected caucus leadership. And what this will do is it will allow the chief clerk to make some of the necessary decisions to move forward to prepare us for the oncoming legislative session. This has been discussed and worked on between caucus leaders, the chair, or my co-chair and myself. I recommend a green vote.
I recognize the member from Hennepin, Representative Klevorn.
Thank you, members. This is a good piece of legislation. I encourage you to vote yes on the amendment.
Any further discussion to the amendment? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Any opposed, say nay. The motion prevails. The amendment is adopted. There are amendments at the desk. The Chief Clerk will report the amendment.
Engen moves to amend House File Number 3679 as amended. The amendment is coded A2.
I recognize a member from Anoka, Representative Engen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. You know, this amendment is pretty simple, and while it might be a little odd that it is attached to this bill, I think that it's something that we need to get done for the integrity of this institution, for the trust of Minnesota taxpayers, and because it's the right thing to do. And while I appreciate flow charts being handed out and distributed on the floor that help legislators like myself understand what is and what isn't in good standing when it comes to potential conflicts of interest, I think we need a statute that clearly defines what is and what isn't acceptable behavior when it comes to self-serving governance. Tax dollars aren't our ATM. They're not our supplemental salary. They're not a bonus or a potential for a increase to our retirement income. But right now, we can use our positions to pass bills that appropriate tax dollars to organizations that then employ or contract with us outside of this place. That is wrong. And there is a direct correlation between the $2.2 billion in nonprofit spending that took place last biennium and the number of folks who are engaged in this. We need to stop it. The public is wide awake to the niche nonprofit industry that is only applicable or eligible to be participated in by the politically well-connected. Their eyes are wide open to it. They see the fraud, they see the self-serving governance, and they see the ties to legislators and politicians. This amendment would end that practice and draw a clear line in the sand so that it doesn't happen again. I urge your guys' support. Thank you.
I recognize a member from Hennepin, Representative Kraft.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First, so I don't forget, I'd like a roll call.
Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Kraft.
So, Representative Engen, I am very sad that you're bringing this amendment to this excellent bipartisan bill. And I wish Representative Nash would have discouraged it. But you mentioned up front that it may seem strange to put that on this bill. It does seem strange. This bill is about not delivering paper to us, efficiency. Will the representative yield for a question?
He will yield. Representative Kraft.
So, Representative Engen, why the epiphany now on this bill? Why bringing it here? Why not, if this is something that you're concerned about, why not have written a bill, say, 2 or 3 months ago? What is it that right now Is there something, is this a distraction? Like what is causing this to happen right now?
Representative Ingen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Kraft. This was actually something that I put into a bill last year and had prepared as an amendment on the floor to the state government omnibus bill before withdrawing it due to agreement procedures. So I think that because this is a state government bill, because it fits neatly into this section of statute, and because it's well beyond the time that this should have been done, I decided to go for it now. Not a distraction, just something that we should all, in a bipartisan fashion, say it needs to stop now.
Representative Kraft.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will Representative Engen continue to yield?
He'll continue to yield. Representative Kraft.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So, Representative Engen, why is it so important that it's an organization that is a named recipient versus any organization that receives some benefit from actions that we take?
Representative Ingen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If you would have filed that amendment to the amendment, Representative Kraft, I would have happily taken it. I think that this is a great first step in demonstrating that there is an inherent conflict when a legislatively named direct appropriation then employs or contracts with a legislator. I can name off probably 100+ examples of that, but one that comes to mind is iMatter, which is now Climate Generation, which receives $491,000 from the Minnesota State Climate Action Framework. I don't know if that's something that you might be aware of.
Representative Kraft.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am aware of the state's Climate Action Framework. Thank you, Representative Engen. It's a good document. You know, but what you've just said, you'd be willing to accept this, I think is showing that this is just not a serious, well thought out piece of work in something that is a quite serious issue. Why is a named organization any worse than, say, working for a data center company that receives tens of millions of dollars worth of tax breaks from the state? Or what about any business that receives a tax break from the state of Minnesota? What about a general contractor that is being used by a city that gets a significant bonding bill? What about a farmer that benefits from a low-interest loan program or a grant program that we put in place? What about working for a law firm that is then hired by the House or a caucus? What? You know, we are a part-time legislature. If we want to talk, you know, I could have brought a secondary amendment that said no one can do work outside of the legislature, but that doesn't make sense. You talk about clearly defines. There's no definition of this of a non-government organization, and then you said you'd be willing to expand this to any other organization, and I just went through a whole set of things that shows that this is just not serious. We already have conflict of interest rules. I think conflict of interest is a serious issue. But this is not a serious amendment on a serious issue. So members, vote no on something that, I don't know about but that clearly shouldn't be in this bill. Thank you.
Any further discussion? I recognize the member from Wright, Representative Hudson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, before I joined this body, I remember having this conversation with a former member of this House, Jeremy Munson, and he was talking about his experience as a, I guess landlord is a faux pas term nowadays, but a property owner, right, who works in the housing space. And it was on this topic of conflict of interest, and he was explaining how, as a member of the legislature, he can vote on bills that have an impact on housing despite the fact that he has a financial interest in housing because the bill doesn't specifically help him as a person. It applies to a class of people. It applies to all people who work in that space, all people who work in that industry. It has a uniform and general purpose. And that's why, for instance, the lawyers in the room can work on the law in spite of the fact that they turn around and vote on that very law that they end up practicing in. It's why we can have farmers who vote on farm bills and teachers who vote on education policy. Because when the policy applies to everyone, it's not a special benefit to the legislator. In the case of the Engen Amendment, and the reason why I think, and you could ask the author again, why it specifically says named recipient of state funding is exactly because of what Representative Engen said. We're talking about direct appropriations. And when you're getting a direct appropriation and you're handing that over to an organization, and then that organization turns around and employs you, that's special. It's really special. That's why it's categorically different than the broader categories that you're discussing. That's why the amendment to the amendment that has been pulled would have been a categorically different thing that, in my reading, absolutely would have prevented any of us from working for anywhere other than the legislature. And it would have circumvented that principle that Munson articulated long before I got to this body. So this amendment, it is strange in terms of topical germaneness to the underlying bill, but by the standard that has been set in this body, where we judge germaneness not by whether or not it's relevant to the topic at hand, but whether or not it's fitting in the same chapter of law, underneath the same general jurisdiction of a committee, it's most certainly germane, probably indicated by the fact that no point of order was raised trying to say that it wasn't. So I would say just because there's a little bit of a topical confusion here, that's no reason to vote no on this amendment. Just because it specifically targets special direct appropriations that end up benefiting legislators personally and directly and singularly, that doesn't mean that we should say no to it. And it is in no way the same as saying that somebody who is the principal of a school can't vote on an education bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Any further discussion to the amendment? I recognize a member from Morrison, Representative Schultz.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would just highlight for the members that in light of ethics complaints, in light of conflicts of interest, I just want to, point out for the record as we approach a vote on this matter on the A2 amendment that every member considers whether or not they are receiving compensation from a named beneficiary of state dollars. So please keep that in mind, members. I know there might be about 10 or so members at least that might fall under that guise, and please keep that in mind as we approach a vote on this matter. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Any further discussion? I recognize a member from Ramsey, Representative Curran.
Thank you so much, Speaker, and thank you, Representative Schultz. I do think it's important that everyone thinks about who benefits when we take important votes here in the legislature. And I would just say that I also happen to know that there are a number of folks in the room who benefited from PPP loans, maybe that weren't, that didn't have to pay back, or perhaps a law firm that taxpayers pay for that might be doing free treasury work for somebody running for a campaign. So I think just when we're talking about fairness and where money goes, taxpayers also expect that we're good stewards of their dollars. And that does count for all of us. So I'm not exactly sure what Representative Schultz, what that point was, but I do think that there is a greater point here that taxpayers have felt hoodwinked by some of the offers on this House floor as well. And I would remind the body it wasn't too long ago that the House was discussing paying a certain law firm that members work for as well. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, I recognize the author of the amendment, the member from Anoka, Representative Engen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the discussion. I hope that it cuts both ways. I hope that this is equally applied, no matter the partisan makeup of whoever is engaged in it. But to Representative Kraft's point that this is unserious, it's been serious enough to be in the Star Tribune. It's been serious enough that people who have engaged in it have had to rescind their employment.
State your point of order.
Mr. Speaker, Mason's 124 requires that personalities are not permitted in debates. Please
please keep the topic to...
Advice, Mr. Speaker.
State your advice.
My advice to that particular point of order would be that no personality was invoked. We made reference, or Representative Ingen made reference to mainstream media reporting. If we can't make reference to mainstream media reporting, not sure what we're doing here.
I'll remind the body we're on the A2 amendment. Representative Ingen, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll return to holding it up. So you guys got this passed out. It's on your desk. There are members who've had to rescind opportunities that were specifically carved out and created potentially for that member. There are data requests that have been submitted and follow-up from those requests that have been answered that demonstrate potentially $50,000 in payment that was given to a sitting legislator. It was made for them.
Point of order. Masons, 124. Personalities. We're talking about a specific policy, not particular people.
I haven't mentioned a name.
You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll just resume. I'll hold it up again. There's been accounts of this happening, several. I can bring up others. I can print them off and have those distributed as well, but we all know what we're talking about. This place is not made to benefit us. It is made to benefit those that we serve, that we work for, the voters, the taxpayers. They see and they get served no interest when we appropriate dollars to organizations that we ourselves work for outside of this body. This is pretty clear, cut and dry, you guys. And a no vote on this means maintaining institutional rot. It means maintaining the status quo, conflicts of interest that we've all seen in this place. It doesn't matter the partisan makeup. Set that aside and do it because it's right. Set that aside and do it because you're here for your voters, not for ourselves. Thank you.
There being no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll. Members, please vote. The clerk will call the names of the members voting remotely.
Bliss.
Bliss, aye.
Bliss votes aye. Hussein.
Hussein, no.
Hussein votes no. Momani Hilsley.
Momani Hilsley, no.
Momani Hilsley votes no. Perez Vega. Zhang.
Zhang, no.
Did you hear it?
Zhang.
Zhang, no.
Zhang votes no. Perez Vega.
Thank you.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 66 yeas and 66 nays, the motion does not prevail. The amendment is not adopted. There are no further amendments at the desk. The chief clerk will give the bill its third reading.
Third reading, House File Number 3679, as amended.
Third reading. Discussion. I recognize a member from Carver, Representative Nash.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill, as amended, does a lot of really good things. It saves paper, so unless you live in paper-producing area, you may not love it 100%, but it's a really good bill as amended, and I urge your green vote.
Any further discussion on the bill? I recognize the author of the bill, the member from Hennepin, Representative Klevorn.
Thank you, Co-Chair Nash, for bringing the bill. I know you were last, but I didn't get to say thank you. So thank you for bringing the bill forward, and I encourage our members to vote green.
I recognize the author of the bill, the member from Carver, Representative Nash.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think we did this, but good bill, vote green.
Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll. The clerk will call the names of the members voting remotely.
Bliss.
Bliss, aye.
Bliss votes aye. Hussein.
Hussein, aye.
Hussein votes aye. Momani Hilsley.
Momani Hilsley, aye.
Momani Hilsley votes aye. Pettis Vega. Zhang.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 132 yeas and 0 nays, the bill is passed as amended and its title agreed to. Members, the last bill on the calendar for the day, second to last bill, is House File 3972. The clerk will report the bill.
House File Number 3972, an act relating to insurance, providing for and regulating short-term rental guarantees and reimbursement policies.
I recognize the member from Dakota, Representative Huot.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And this is a straightforward bill. I have to apologize for the people that had to leave because they're waiting for this bill. This is a simple bill about Airbnbs and vacation rentals. Basically, the insurance industry said you cannot make it from call it insurance when somebody like me, let's say I know about this place in the lake area in Minnesota, Representative Heinzman's area. I decide to have my 10-year-old's birthday party in Representative Heinzman's area at one of maybe his properties, and I rent it for the night, and I accidentally didn't tell him that I was going to have a petting zoo there that night, and the place gets trashed. And so what happens in this case is that they don't provide insurance, but if Representative Heinzman's people can't get it from me, the Airbnb will guarantee me, take care of him, and they will come after me. That's what this bill does. I believe we have an amendment, Mr. Speaker.
There is an amendment to this. The chief clerk will report the amendment.
Reimer moves to amend House File Number 3972, the first engrossment. The amendment is coded A2.
I recognize a member from Chisago, Representative Reimer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment is somewhat of a technical amendment. It adds an education process to those handling claims, and then there's a small change in the enforcement mechanism of the bill. So urge your green vote.
I recognize a member from Dakota, Representative Huot.
Mr. Speaker, this is a great amendment. I consider it friendly. I would recommend a green vote on it.
Any further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor of the amendment, please signify by saying aye. Any opposed, say nay. The motion prevails. The amendment is adopted. There are no amendments at the desk. The chief clerk will give the bill its third reading.
Third reading, House File Number 3972, as amended.
Third reading. Discussion. I recognize a member from Chisago, Representative Reimer.
Members, this country has been defined by historical moments. The Declaration of Independence, the Louisiana Purchase, the 1969 moon landing, and now we sit on the precipice of history with this small technical change for Airbnb hosts. If you'll indulge me for the next 12 and a half minutes, it reminds me of a German proverb that my grandma told me. I'm just kidding, vote green.
Any further discussion on the bill? I recognize a member from Dakota, Representative Huot.
Mr. Speaker, I cannot top that. Please vote green.
Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll.
Oh, look at that.
The clerk will call the names of the members voting remotely.
Bliss.
Bliss, aye.
Bliss votes aye. Hussein.
Hussein, aye.
Hussein votes aye. Momani Hilsley.
Momani Hilsley, aye.
Momani Hilsley votes aye.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 131 yeas and 0 nays, the bill is passed and its title agreed to. Now, members, the last bill on the calendar for the day is House File 4006. The Chief Clerk will report the bill.
House File Number 4006, an act relating to transportation, modifying prior appropriation for Progress Parkway construction project in the city of Eveleth.
I recognize a member from St. Louis, Representative Warwas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And this is a simple bill, hopefully the fastest bill of the night. House File 4006 extends the date. Funds are available for the Progress Parkway construction project in Eveleth, which is my mailing address, actually, coincidentally, from 2027 to 2030. And that is it. It's a road project near our local school and a divided highway, very important safety project. Costs us nothing additional. Thank you.
There are no amendments at the desk. The Chief Clerk will give the bill its third reading.
Third reading, House File Number 4006.
Third reading. Discussion. I recognize a member from Carver, Representative Nash.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the author yield to a series of long and nauseating questions about his bill?
He will not yield. Representative Nash. Any actual discussion on the bill? I recognize a member from Scott, Representative Tabke.
Vote green.
I recognize the author of the bill, the member from St. Louis, Representative Warwas.
We saved the best for last. Members, let's vote green. Thank you.
There being no further discussion, the Chief Clerk will take the roll. The Chief Clerk will call the names of the members voting remotely.
Bliss.
Bliss, aye.
Bliss votes aye. Hussein.
Hussein, aye.
Hussein votes aye. Momani Hilsley.
Momani Hilsley, aye.
Momani Hilsley votes aye.
The clerk will close the roll. There being 130 yeas and 0 nays, the bill is passed and its title agreed to. Motions and resolutions. Members, there are copies of the non-controversial motions at the House desk and online. If there are no objections, we'll take action on these motions first. Hearing no objections, the motions prevail. Communications on the Committee on Ethics.
Communication from the House Committee on Ethics. The House Ethics Committee wishes to clarify the expectations and norms of behavior for the body. House members are expected to attend assigned committees unless excused, do the work of the committee, and treat testifiers with dignity and respect. It is incumbent upon members to bring honor to the body and to uphold the public trust. The communication from the Committee on Ethics is signed by Greg Davids, co-chair, Representative Kelly Moller, co-chair, and Representative Andrew Myers and Representative Jenny Klevorn.
Announcements. I recognize a member from Ramsey, Representative Pinto.
Members, every year middle school students from Open World Learning come to the Rotunda and present on math and public policy projects they've worked on for the prior month or so. So tomorrow morning, 10 a.m. to noon, please stop by the Rotunda. It's extremely awesome to talk to those students as they look at policy problems and they have graphs and they use math and it's all good. So please stop by and encourage young people in the Rotunda, 10 a.m. to noon tomorrow. Put on your calendars now. Thank you.
I recognize a member from Clay, Representative Keeler.
Thank you, Speaker. Tomorrow is Murder and Missing Indigenous Relatives Awareness Day. Just asking members to wear red. Thank you.
Any further announcements? I recognize a member from Anoka, Representative Niska.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that when the House adjourns today, it adjourns until 11 a.m. Tuesday, May 5th, 2026.
Representative Niska moves that when the House adjourns today, it adjourns until 11 a.m. Tuesday, May 5th, 2026. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed say nay. The motion prevails. Representative Niska.
I move that the House do now adjourn.
Representative Niska moves that the House do now adjourn. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed say nay. The motion prevails. The House stands adjourned until 11 a.m. Tuesday, May 5th, 2026.